Welcome into a very special edition of Everything is Logistics, where we're highlighting some of your favorite podcast episodes in 2024. Now, in our previous episode, we covered the best three of technology. And for this one, we're going to be talking about the overall Fab Four for the best episodes of 2024. Think of it as a super episode with some of our most popular subject matter experts all in one episode, so you don't have to go digging around for the good stuff. If you don't know me, my name is Blythe, and our show covers topics for the thinkers in freight, helping to tell the stories of how your favorite stuff and people get from point A to B. Now, in this episode, we're featuring, first off, how war affects global shipping with Sal Mercogliano. Next up, we're covering tugboats, barges, and icebreakers, where myself, along with my good friend Grace Sharkey, are covering all three of those different aspects of shipping in one episode. Next, we've got Great Lakes shipping and Michigan's natural resources, which, if you don't know, Michigan is a major hub for natural resources and different unique shipping opportunities. So that's a really fun episode to get into. And then lastly, we're going to round it out with the most interesting things we saw at Manifest, the conference that covers the supply chain and the logistics space. But I also have this episode with Grace Sharkey. So we're talking about some of our most favorite things that we saw at that conference that brings together all aspects of the supply chain industry. All of these episodes experience the most plays overall for the podcast. So in case you missed it or simply want to refresh, I got you covered. Each episode will play after each other with a fancy little whoosh sound effect to signify the start of the next episode. I've also got timestamps in the show notes in case you'd like to skip around. But with all that said, cheers to 2025. Thank you, the loyal listener, for all the love and support this year. And I hope you all enjoy this best of roundup. Welcome into another episode of Everything is Logistics, a podcast for the thinkers in freight. We are proudly presented by SPI Logistics, and I'm your host, Blythe Brumleve. We've got an awesome guest for you today. His name is Sal Mercogliano. He is the host of What's Going On with Shipping, an infamous channel now over on YouTube, where he's bringing the general public into the eyes of shipping and really responsible for, I think, spreading the general awareness of how important shipping and logistics is as an industry as a whole. But you've also, you're a former merchant mariner, you're a firefighter, you're a professor at Campbell University. Like, you've got all of these different things going on. You know, we were talking before in the show, you've got a lot of plates spinning. So I'm glad you took some time out of the day to come join us on the show. So Sal, welcome in.
Blythe, thanks for having me. I like the phrase infamous. I'm going to go with that. I'm going to stick with that. I like the title.
Well, it's funny. I was just talking to Grace Sharkey of FreightWaves fame, and I told her recently that I'm the president and founder of the Sal fan club. So it feels good to finally get you on an episode of Everything is Logistics. We've talked previously for Spire's Maritime Means podcast. We've talked on, FreightWaves Cyberly programming, but this is the first time you're on Everything is Logistics. And I really want to focus this conversation on just what the hell's going on in the rest of the world and how it relates and why people should care. Because that's a common phrase that I hear is, well, why should I care? It's going on, across the globe. I don't think people really understand how much it affects global shipping as a whole and affects their day-to-day life until the price is reflected at the grocery store. So happy to have you here and kind of break all of these complex topics down for us.
Yeah, I'm happy to talk about it. And like you said, I think, sometimes I think I need to rename my channel to What the Hell's Going On with Shipping, because it just seems like such a mess at times. I joke all the time that we have these, black swan events are supposed to be these rare things, and we just seem to have a flock flying overhead coming down about every month or two.
I know, instead of a black swan, it's now just vultures everywhere, just waiting to come in and clean up. Now, I wanted to, just to sort of give the audience a little bit of a sort of a roadmap for the show. We're going to talk about sort of the global history of shipping as a whole. And then we're going to get into some of the Red Sea stuff. And then we're going to get into a little bit about like why that matters and, how folks working within the logistics industry can help their own customers get educated on this topic. Hint, you can just take some of Sal's videos and just send them to them, and that would help them a ton to understand why the rates are increasing. And then we're going to also talk about the growth of his YouTube channel. I believe you were close to 200,000 subscribers, right?
Yeah, just about 180,000 right now.
Amazing. And that's so awesome to watch, sort of your content flourish, because it's such a good sign to the rest of us that are creating content within the logistics industry to know that, like, hey, you can make an impact with the content that you're creating. So, let's kick things off with I guess just sort of like I'm going to ask a lot of dumb questions in this interview. So I hope
There
you
are no dumb questions. Remember, I tell my students this all the time. There are no there are dumb answers, but there are no dumb questions. So the way you prevent having dumb answers is by asking questions. So you fire away, Blythe.
Okay, perfect. So my first, I think it's dumb, but I'm just gonna ask it anyways. How did global shipping get started?
Well, I think you got to look at modern global shipping. I can take you back to the Romans, but that's a bit far back. But post World War II, you have this. You vanquish the Germans and the Japanese, and all of a sudden you have the great kind of ocean commons open up. It's something that we have taken for granted now. And matter of fact, what's happening in the Red Sea is a good indication of that. We're seeing it kind of challenged. But all of a sudden, the world's oceans were wide open. And matter of fact, you can sail ships everywhere. There was very few little kind of confrontations. We had issues. There were small conflicts and wars. But for the overwhelming majority, you were able to sail across the oceans. And it didn't matter what flag you flew. It didn't matter which country you were, kind of associated with. You can undertake trade. And what we saw is because of that openness, the amount of goods that moved across the ocean increased. Plus, we had a huge technology change. We had a couple of closures of the Suez Canal, one in 1956 and another one again in 1968. And what you saw was the growth of like super tankers. You went to the ultra large and very large crude carriers. We've seen the introduction of container ships and the ability to modularize cargo so that it can move almost seamlessly from embarkation to debarkation. And what that has meant is that, in 1950, we were moving 500 million tons of cargo, which is an amazing amount. It was unheard of to be able to move that level. Well, last year we moved 12 billion tons of cargo. So we've increased 22-fold over the span of 74 years. And that rate has increased. And what we're seeing is more and more goods moving around. And so global shipping has connected us in a way that almost transportation cost from country to country almost disappears. On an object like a phone, you put that in a 40-foot container, the transportation cost across the ocean is less than a penny. So there's no visible cost associated with that. And what that has done is, for some industries, it's been the death knell. We've seen the demise of certain industries. At the same time, we've seen the ability to purchase goods go up for not just us in the United States, but globally. And we've seen the world, kind of standard of living come up to such a level that you've actually seen in some cases poverty eliminated, because now you can freely move food and minerals and ore, grain, you name it, around the planet, so that it's not unusual to be driving a car that's built overseas. You don't even think about that. You don't think about where your clothes come from. You don't think about any of that stuff because it is virtually seamless. That's what global shipping has given us. It also has been a bit of a problem when all of a sudden that system doesn't work the way it's supposed to.
And so when you talk about what doesn't work, I think a lot of that discussion kind of centers around like the established trade lanes. And I've always wondered, I imagine ocean currents have a lot to do with this, but is it geopolitical as well as to how these trade lanes are established all across the globe?
It is. As a matter of fact, if you look at ancient trade lanes and you superimpose the modern map today, it's kind of the same way. It's kind of the same way if you look at like Roman roads during the Roman Empire, then you put the European highway system on, they're identical. Because you kind of go the same routes. The big difference is the addition of like the Suez Canal and the Panama Canal. But basically trade routes follow where people are. And I saw a map just the other day, it was really interesting, where it looked at where wealth is concentrated in the world, and it's it's Eastern United States, it's Europe, and it's Eastern Asia. And in truth, those trade lines kind of marry up almost exactly where you see everything go. And it is geopolitical. I mean, when you talk about something like the Red Sea, for example, one of the reasons why the British grabbed Gibraltar, the Suez, Aden, Hormuz, and Singapore isn't because they're beautiful spots. They are, but they're astride these key choke points, these key maritime lanes. And so, controlling them, it's the same reason why you see rest stops where two highways come together. It's you getting the business. This is where the trade's coming. This is where everything is. It's why cities develop on key, geographic areas. Why Chicago is where it is at the bottom of Lake Michigan, because it's railways and canals. It's the same way with trade lanes. You see it. There's a global highway commons that ships pass.
And so really like no matter if it's the ocean or if it's land or does this exist in air as well where certain trade lanes are established?
Oh yeah, it's one of the reasons why you see Ted Stevens Airport in Alaska is one of the busiest airports in the world. Is because people aren't flying into Alaska to fly to Alaska. They're flying there because when you look at the world as a globe, this is where trade intersects from America, Europe, and Asia. It's a good spot. And so you have a big airport there to do a lot of trade. So airports work in that same way. Shipping works in that same way. And you can see that on, if you pull up a marine traffic map and you look at where ships are sailing, you can see those big arcs going across. That's because the world's not flat. It's a big round thing. And so, that's the way the trade moves. And when you have issues at those spots, they can create a lot of problems. And it's one of the reasons why the Red Sea raises issues. It's why when you have low water in the Panama Canal, that raises issue. When you have pirates in the Straits of Malacca, that creates issues. And so, it's very important to be conscious. And when you hear about disruptions in those areas, understand this is coming your way. It's only a matter of time, but you'll eventually see it manifest itself in either something you're shipping or something you're buying.
So if there's issues so say for, example, the Suez Canal, where, historically there have been issues there, there's been an area of conflict for a very long time. How difficult is it to just build like a Panama Canal all over the world, like different Panama canals? I imagine that's a huge undertaking, but it is, if that's such a security threat, why isn't there investment in these other lanes and these other areas?
Yeah, I mean, you hear that now. The people are talking about what's called the Ben Gurion Canal, this parallel canal through Israel. You hear about a Nicaragua canal. You're hearing about the building of the Kra Peninsula Canal across Thailand. So there's always interest in it. The problem is economics. Is are you going to be able to justify the economics for it? Suez was a very tough prospect. It took a lot of money. It took the combined effort of Britain and the United Kingdom to do that. It was a 10-year project. A lot of people died creating the Suez Canal. Same thing with the Panama Canal. The British and French tried to create that. They failed at doing it. It took the Americans to do it. And most recently, probably the best example of this is in 2016 when you opened the new lane of the Panama Canal. The Panama Canal was constrained for 100 years by the size of the locks. So, that was it. You had to fit the locks to go through. And the problem is by the early 2000s, ships are getting bigger. They're much bigger. And there was a big issue. And China was talking about building a kind of a canal through Nicaragua, which would allow larger ships to go through. It's what convinced the Panamanians, like, we have to update our canal. And so they undertook it. It was a big program to do it. There were a lot of problems because they kind of rushed it. So there was some issues with cement and some of the locks mechanisms. And you can see it kind of manifest itself today with water issues because the new locks use a lot of water, a lot more than they expected. They're not recycling as much as they hoped to. And now we're being kind of, that rush to develop the new lane of the Panama Canal is having the issue that now you're only getting 2/3 of the ships through the canal that you normally do in a given year.
And so I guess staying on the Panama Canal situation for a minute, is that something that is solvable, or they're just sort of waiting at I guess waiting for Mother Nature to sort of, dump a bunch of rain?
Well, every member of the Panama Canal Association is out every day doing a rain dance. I guarantee you that. So they're all doing whatever they can to get rain into the Panama Canal. Understand, right now you're heading in the dry season, and the lake, the Gatun Lake, and it's a freshwater canal. Most people are sitting there going, well, ocean rise. Like, ocean rise has nothing to do with it. This is a freshwater canal. You got to get up over a hill. It's got to get over an 85-foot hill. And so that's what you need to keep the lake going. When they built the new lane of the canal, they'd actually thought about this. They actually knew that, okay, these locks are going to be huge. We're going to dump a lot of fresh water into the ocean. And so they built these what are called reclamation ponds. They were going to recycle water. And they envisioned they would recycle about 80% of the water. You can't just dump the water back into the lake because of the salt water and issues. But what happened is the reclamation isn't working as efficiently. They're only getting 50%. But the other half of the water they're losing is from the old locks, and they haven't done anything with the old locks. And so now Panama is looking at a couple of things. Number one, improving the reclamation process, maybe reclaiming the water from the old locks, and more importantly, building some more dams and retention to build up the water reservoir on Gatun Lake. All of that is great for the future. It does nothing right now for the next 6 months. And so what they have had to do is number one, cut back on the number of ships going through, and they've had to lighten the load of the big ships coming through. Understand the new locks were a tremendous influence, tremendous change. Prior to 2016, the biggest container ship you could bring through was about 4,500 boxes. Now you can bring through 16,000. So it's, in matter of fact, one of the things that happened was after the supply chain crisis of the 2020s, in LA and Long Beach backed up, a lot of shipping companies sat there and said, well, I'll go through the Panama Canal and we'll go directly to the East Coast and the Gulf Coast, right where the population is. Cuts out warehousing in the Inland Empire, cuts out drayage, cuts out Class 1, cuts out California, which a lot of people like. So you go right into some environments. And then when you had the issue with the Panama Canal, they said, well, no worries, we'll just go west. We'll go through the Suez, because the distance is almost the same. And they started doing that until the Red Sea blew up in their face. And now we find ourselves in this kind of global kind of maritime choke point disaster.
Do any of these maritime choke points exist elsewhere in the world besides these two locations?
Oh, yeah. I mean, Straits of Gibraltar, you have one. You can see it in the Malacca Straits and down in Singapore. You can see it in the English Channel coming in, the Baltic, the Black Sea is the other big one, obviously, where the Turks have the control over the Dardanelles and the Bosphorus, which has been significant because of Russia-Ukraine going on since 2022. There's the Bering Sea. As the Arctic becomes much more open and used, you get the Bering Sea between Russia and the United States. There's other small ones around the world. You know, on the Great Lakes, we saw a strike by the Canadian lock workers. So all of a sudden, ships couldn't get off the Great Lakes because the Soo locks were closed, and so you have a lot of little choke points around. But for big ones, I mean, it's Panama, it's Suez, it's Gibraltar, it is Malacca Straits. Those tend to be the really big ones, and of course, the Taiwan Straits is another one that has a lot of issues between China and Taiwan.
Now, I've heard you mention the word locks a few times now. What is that in reference to?
So the two canals are different. So Suez Canal is a straight shot. You sail into Suez and you come out in Port Said in the north. You just sail straight. It's 100 kilometers. It's the ditch. It's what that's referred to. You sail through the ditch. In Panama, you got to go in locks. And what locks are a series of gates. So you bring your ship into the first gate and you pump it up with water, and you get up to the second gate, you get up to the third one, and now you're up on the lake. And then the same thing, you get to stagger down. And so locks change your elevation. They lift you up or lower you down. And you see that in multiple places. So for example, if you're coming off the Great Lakes into the Atlantic, because you can do that, you come off the Great Lakes, go through the locks, and go all the way out into the Atlantic, you're coming up from a huge distance. I forget what it is, several hundred feet up off the Great Lakes. And so you got to stage down that entire path. And so we see these processes to do this, to bring them in. And even some ports around the world have gates and locks to keep the water up because of the tide. And, you know, Liverpool is one of the most famous ones. You come into Liverpool, you come in behind the gates and the locks, and the water will just empty out.
So I was getting into the Red Sea part of this conversation, which I imagine is something that feels really complicated to me. You know, I think a lot of this news started breaking around, you know, the holidays, and it was one of those things where it's like, I know I should pay attention to this, but also I need a break. So can you kind of catch us up on what the hell's going on in the Suez Canal?
So the Red Sea actually isn't very complicated. And that's the thing about this is it's very straightforward. So you have this conflict between Israel and Hamas in Gaza. So this is the old Middle East. This is the two-state solution. You had a very ruthless attack by a terrorist group named Hamas out of Gaza. This is an area that's inhabited by Palestinians. And Israel has in turn basically attacked the Hamas, and they've invaded Gaza. And the Israeli attack on Gaza has been very polarizing because of the scale, the deaths of innocent people. And it has polarized the region in multiple ways. The Houthi, who are a faction in a civil war that's been going on now for over a decade. So you got a three-way civil war in Yemen. Houthi own the western part of Yemen. And this is the part right along the Red Sea. The Red Sea is the connector between the Mediterranean through the Suez out into the Indian Ocean. So the Red Sea is this 1,000-mile long, skinny little body of water. And at the end, you have these two choke points. You have the Suez in the north, and then you got something called the Bab el Mandab, the Gate of Tears, in the southern end. And that's right where the Houthi are. So all the ships come down to this narrow little gate. Well, the Houthi, who have done this in the past, started to target ships. Now, they've done this periodically. They have targeted ships. They'll throw a missile or a boat or something at it to get attention. What they announced was, in solidarity with Hamas, we're going to attack Israeli-owned, Israeli-flagged ships. And what happened was they, in a very dramatic fashion, they staged a helicopter assault onto a car carrier. Everyone has seen that kind of video on the Galaxy Leader. They seized this ship, and then they started launching missiles and a variety of drones and guided missiles and ballistic missiles. But what has happened is the Houthi have kind of ramped up their attacks. So initially it was against Israeli ships. Then they started hitting other ships. And then they said, well, we're going to hit any ship that's connected to Israel. And then they started hitting ships that have nothing to do with Israel. Then they started saying, well, we're going to look at any connection in the past. And basically, they're not that very good at shooting at things. And so they're just hitting ships. And what happened was one of the leading container liners in the world, Maersk, said, okay, this is dangerous. We're going to pull our ships back. So when you sail through a war zone, you have to have something called war risk insurance. So just like, if you drive your car, you're covered for everything you normally do. If someone, if you decide to drive your car through a war zone and it gets blown up, the insurance company is not going to cover that. They're going to sit there and say, you probably shouldn't have done that. But you can get war risk. And war risk insurance is this kind of almost like flood insurance on a house, an extra thing. Initially, it was very low. It's like 0.02% of the value of a ship, which was a couple of $1 million. But then as the attacks increased, the rate increased and it got up to about 0.7%. Now we're at 1%, which isn't a lot. If you have a ship like a tanker or a bulk ship carrying oil, you're talking about maybe tens of millions of dollars worth of value. So 1%, you're talking about $100,000. That's still economically feasible to sail through. When you have a container ship carrying 20,000 boxes, you're talking about anywhere from 100 million to $250 million worth of cargo on board. And now you're talking about $1 million to $2.5 million in insurance, if you can get the insurance. And so what we saw happen was the big container lines started backing off. And then there were efforts to restart the trade. The attacks escalated. The U.S. decided to counter that by striking at the Houthi. They have since expanded their strikes backwards. And now what you have is a situation where about half the normal tonnage that would go through the Suez Canal is not going through. Instead, they're heading around Africa. And what most people don't realize, because they look at flat maps, is Africa is a big honking continent. It's massive. It's tremendous. It's 3,500 miles around Africa. And, Greenland, which looks really big on a map, actually like a 14th the size of Africa. It's tiny. But Africa, it takes you 7 to 10 extra days to go around. And that's an extra $1 million at least in fuel, port costs, crew costs, charter rates, you name it. It's really expensive. And what this is doing is displacing trade. And now ships that were supposed to be arriving on schedule in Europe or heading back to Asia aren't, because they're still transiting. And what this does is it creates a butterfly effect throughout the supply chain. Because now what you're seeing is cargo is delayed getting into Europe. So for example, a very, very high vis story was Tesla had to shut down operations in several German plants because the parts they needed are on a ship going around Africa. So that's creating a problem. So that's creating a big problem for them. So what you have to do now is delay, and what we're seeing is escalating freight rates. So go back to 2020 when we saw what was happening in LA and Long Beach. Well, we just saw in the past week the fastest escalation of freight rates ever. Now, we're not up to 2020 levels by any means, but if you look at a chart showing those freight rates, it looks like it's like a rocket going off right now. And what that means is you're going to see higher costs in Europe. We're going to start seeing it in America very soon, because 30% of that cargo that's going from Asia to Europe gets put on different ships and sailed across to us. And then we're going to see it on the backside because empty containers aren't getting back to Asia on time, which means that those containers aren't being packed they're not going to get out before the Chinese New Year, so we're going to see delays hitting the West Coast. So all of this, and again, this all stems from Israel Gaza.
So I have so many questions. Okay, but first I want to ask for the Houthis, why now? This war has been going on for a decade in Yemen, this civil war, why now are they choosing to start just attacking any ships that aren't Russian or Chinese?
The Houthi are literally appalled by what's happening in Israel. They see the destruction of Gaza and the deaths of thousands of Palestinians as something they associate with. They're in solidarity. They actually have a fairly, I don't want to say noble cause, but they have a justification for wanting to be on the side of the Palestinians. I think their actions are uncalled for because what they're targeting is innocent ships and mariners. And what they're basically doing is, okay, how do we express our solidarity? We can, we can get a GoFundMe page. We can do that. What are we going to do? It's not going to get a lot of attention. What gets a lot of attention is when you start disrupting global trade. And what's scary about this scenario and why it should be higher on everyone's radar is the Houthi are a faction. They're a faction in a three-way civil war. They are not a powerful entity at all. Yet with a handful of drones, guided missiles, and ballistic missiles, a lot of these are hand-me-downs from Iran. They have now interdicted 11% of the world trade. They're causing Egypt to go through a financial bankruptcy potentially because half of the normal toll that the Egyptians will get in a year aren't going through. This represents about $5 out of $10 billion that the Egyptians get every year through the Suez Canal. That goes into their operating fund for their country. Their budget is only $100 billion. So they're talking about losing 5% of their budget. Not alone the fact that we're seeing freight rates increase, inflation, port congestion. The Houthi, for getting attention, are getting a great return on investment. For several $1,000 drone, I am causing billions of dollars worth of headache for the West, which, by the way, openly support Israel in this bombing attack, while at the same time decry Russia for doing a similar thing in Ukraine. And so if you're the Houthi, you're doing this. And what should really be of concern for everybody is if the Houthi can do this, who else can do this? And what happens when a true nation state who has resources and material and capability decide to interdict trade? And that's one of the reasons why you saw the United States and several other nations decide we got to get in there and try to diffuse this.
I think it's also from what I understand, it's a economic imbalance as well because the Houthi drones and the missiles are very cost effective, like sometimes as low as a few $100s, a couple $1,000s even. Whereas like the U.S. when they're battling against them are using like $2 million missiles. So that doesn't seem like it seems like something is gonna break and bend.
Yeah, I mean, the Houthis have realized that, what they can use. Now, we haven't had any casualties yet. We've had ships hit, but nothing serious yet. I mean, they've been damaged to ships, but nothing serious yet. But again, it's they're using weapons that, for a long time, you had heard people say, well, you can't use ballistic missiles, these high trajectory missiles against ships unless they're very sophisticated. There's a big debate whether the Chinese had the capability to hit a ship moving at sea with these things. Well, the Houthi are doing it. And they're doing it in a way that works. They send drones over to spot. They have people in boats and on small islands. They have the Iranians helping them out in the area. And so they're able to do this. And you're right. Every time, we shoot a standard missile, which is a $2 to $4 million missile, to shoot down a $200,000 drone, in terms of investment, it's the Houthi are winning. But the Houthi are winning because they're causing billions of dollars of economic displacement right now. And, their argument is you want this to end, then tell Israel to back out of Gaza. And, if you create enough economic hardship, then maybe that works. I don't know if people are going to back off on this, but that's what the Houthi logic is. And, it's very hard now to go to the Houthi and negotiate with them. They're not doing this for monetary reasons. They're doing it for ideological reasons. And ideology is tough. The only way you can push the buttons on the Houthi is their backers, and that's Iran. But the problem is Iran has ramped up attacks too. We've just seen Iran attack targets in Iraq. They just attacked targets in Pakistan, which is unheard of. And so this is really escalating in a way that most people are getting a little concerned about. As a historian, I get little World War I vibes, little tiny, little small, little regional conflicts that morph into a larger big one.
Now, a couple questions here. Why would Iran attack Pakistan related to this issue? And then why isn't, if Egypt stands to lose, 5% of their annual budget, why aren't they doing more?
So Egypt is the easiest one to answer because Egypt has got a problem. Because if Egypt goes down and smashes the Houthi, the fear is they're seen then to be pro-Israeli.
Hmm.
And Egypt has got a lot of problems with the previous political party, the Muslim Brotherhood within Egypt. Plus, Egypt shares a border with Gaza, and so the fear they have is if they anger the Hamas, then Hamas turns their missiles from bombing Israel to bombing the Suez Canal, in which case they lose everything from the Suez Canal. And so the Egyptians have got to play a very delicate role. The Pakistanis and Indians, in particular, too, have really reacted to several attacks by Iran on shipping in the northern Arabian Sea. There have been 2 ship attacks perpetrated by Iran. And both the Indian Navy has come out in force. The reason the Indian Navy is out in force is because Indian crew members make up a lot of mariners out there. So they're coming out to protect their crew members. Pakistan is targeting what they see as insurgents in their country being funded by Iran. And so you have this, and so what if you got a map of this region and you start making arrows who's involved, it's going to look like a 5-year-old doing finger painting, because it's going to involve everybody in some way.
And now another aspect that I heard is and correct me if I'm wrong, but like the French are the only European country that are helping out as far as protecting some of these ships, because there are still ships going through the Suez Canal. They're just doing so with protection.
Yeah, so this is where you get this weird other element here. So the U.S., the U.S. does what U.S. does. It announces an Operation Prosperity Guardian, which tells me that the Pentagon uses ChatGPT to come up with code names. But they announced this operation where we're going to protect shipping, and they say, hey, we're going to get all these nations involved. And so they got nations to sign on, but it was very slow in getting up and running. And so several countries, France particularly, sat there and said, well, we're going to start escorting our ships. France has a huge container line, CMA CGM, which operates out of Marseille. CMA CGM said, listen, we're not connected to Israel at all. Some other container liners were connected. So, for example, the Houthi targeted Mediterranean shipping, MSC. The wife of the owner of MSC has dual citizenship in Switzerland and Israel. So that was enough for the Houthi. So they targeted them. Maersk has an alliance with Zim, so they targeted Maersk. But CMA CGM wanted to keep their ships going through. And so the French have a frigate down there. They did the escorting going down there. But it changed when the U.S. initiated the attack. Now, the American commander down there, an admiral by the name of Brad Cooper, who's the commander of the Fifth Fleet, said, okay, the defensive operation is separate from the offensive operation. But that's kind of a hard line to draw when the same ships are involved in the operation. And so now what you're seeing is you still have the Americans and the British guarding vessels in the Red Sea. But the French, the Italians, the Japanese, they're helping when they can, but their focus is to escort their own ships through. And so they're doing a lot of individual escorts. The strange part about all this is that the largest reinsurer for war risk announced the other day that they may no longer issue war risk insurance for U.S. and British owned ships, which means that you may no longer see U.S. and British owned ships going through the Red Sea, which means that the U.S. Navy and the British Navy are going to be guarding ships that are not their own. And the ships that are going through in large numbers now are Russian and Chinese vessels. The strangest thing is the Chinese are providing perhaps the best protection for vessels, because all you got to do is on your AIS is sit there and say, I'm a Chinese company, or I'm a Chinese ship, or I have a Chinese crew on board, or I don't know, I'm eating Chinese. I don't know enough. If you put something Chinese in there, you can get protection, because the Houthi don't want to anger the Chinese. And so they're able to get through. And same thing with the Russians. Now, I think behind the scenes, the Russians and the Chinese are playing with the Iranians to, give the Houthi information. So not as attack ships, because initially there were some Chinese and Russian ships hit. They're getting a little better at that now. But I definitely do think that there's a lot behind the scenes that we're not seeing.
Why wouldn't the Houthis want to attack why wouldn't they want to anger the Chinese? Is it strictly because of the Russia Iran alliance?
I think it's because of alliances that are going on, the fact that there's a lot of oil trade from Iran to China right now. And China is a big geopolitical player. They like the application of soft power. They're not the Americans who like to shoot a missile here. They like to apply kind of pressure, below the scenes. So China has a big influence in the region through their Belt and Road Initiative. They're doing a lot of infrastructure and building in the area. The only Chinese overseas naval base in the entire planet is in Djibouti at the very end, right across from the Houthi. So the Chinese have been there for a long time. They've been doing these anti-piracy patrols for a long time. So, there's a lot of infrastructure, and China's got the money to help people. They can make things happen. And so, I think China's been able to exert a lot of influence in the area behind the scenes. And I think this is the big misconception the U.S. is making. They think there's a military solution to this. And I don't think so. The Houthi have been bombed by Saudi Arabia for a decade, and they haven't given up. And I think we're very good at blowing things up. We're really great at that when we do it repeatedly. But you can't blow everything up. And I think we lose the image that the persons we have to convince to sail through this area isn't the Houthi, it's the insurance companies. And if I'm an insurance company, I am not taking the chance that one missile or one boat comes loose and sinks a $250 million container ship, and I have to pay that out, because the liability associated with that is going to be catastrophic. And there's no way that the shipping companies are going to be able to do that.
Why wouldn't some, I guess, I watch a lot of action-packed movies, and I'm just thinking to myself, if all of this is going on with a small fraction of, a terrorist group, and I would imagine the Houthis are a terrorist group, I guess, technically classified?
They've just been redesignated as a terrorist group, although they have 30 days until it goes into effect, so they can move all their cash and money in the meantime. So
interesting.
Again, we're not being very effective in declaring groups terrorists. But go ahead.
Well, I did see that there was a strongly worded letter that was sent to them, and so I was like, well, if maybe the strongly worded letter doesn't work, why wouldn't the Americans just go in and kind of bomb them away? I don't.
Again, what's preventing us from sending Vin Diesel and the entire crew in and fixing this up, and getting this fixed up is number one. I mean, if you're the Biden administration, number one, you've had a bad track record with land engagements following Afghanistan pulling out. You've got a political, you got a big thing called an election coming up in November. Do you really want to go back into the Middle East and land there and start committing forces again? It would make the most sense because if you look at the piracy issue back in the 2000s and 2010s, what fixed the piracy issue wasn't naval patrols. It diminished it. It reduced it. But what changed it was the African Union going into Somalia in 2017 and eliminating the nest of pirates. That's what did it. When you look at the U-boats in World War I, World War II, what defeated U-boats wasn't the Navy. We suppressed them, but they were still sinking ships to the last day of the war. What ended them was the war on land. But again, you don't have a desire for the Americans to put a battalion of Marines ashore in the region for fear that we're going to get sucked into that and not out of it again, especially by November for a presidential election.
So if I'm a merchant mariner on one of these ships that does decide to take all of the risk and go through the Suez Canal, what does that look like? Am I armed, walking up and down the ship? What does that, I guess, sort of situation look like?
So through my channel, I had the opportunity. I had a batch of merchant mariners who sailed through this region contact me, and it's been really interesting to hear them. So a batch of them went through on January 9th. This is the big battle that was fought that kind of triggered the American reaction. Huge, massive convoy battle. And, three things stood out in all the conversations with all the mariners from the ships. Number one, they said it was unbelievable. They used a specific word. It was a blank show. It was like there was so much going on. It was insane. It was like being in a movie, but you weren't in a movie. And it was like 3 hours of nonstop of missiles and combat going on. They said the second thing was it was really disorganized in some ways. A lot of the ships had embarked security detachments, private security detachments. So a very common thing that had happened during the piracy period is you'd bring on these armed guard detachments. Commercial ships can't have weapons. You're not allowed to go into port. We're not going to allow a ship from a foreign flag with foreign crew coming into New York loaded to the gills with machine guns. So what happens is these ships meet small boats, these offshore supply vessels, and what comes on board is an armed security team. they bring the weapons, they bring the crew, they get on board, they ride the vessel through the contested waters. And at the other end, they meet another boat, they offload to that boat, and then that crew gets on another ship and goes the other way. And they do that. They do like several weeks doing that, those crews, and you pay for that. You pay for that. Initially, it was very lucrative. Now they've farmed this out to getting kind of foreign workers to do it, and they get people from foreign militaries in to do it. Well, that works great against 4 Somalis in a speedboat with AK-47s. Doesn't work when you have drones and missiles coming at you. You got to have the Navy on board to do that. And what you're seeing is the Navy is providing protection. The U.S. Navy and the British Navy, in particularly, have basically stationed their warships between the main shipping channel in Yemen. And they're working almost like skeet shooting. The skeets are coming overhead, the drones and the missiles, and they're knocking them out of the air. And the problem that the insurance companies has is that's great, but you got to prove me 100% you're going to knock everything out of the air. And that's difficult to do because things are going to get by. And that's the report I got, is that every now and then missiles would get by. And fortunately, these aren't the most sophisticated missiles. But when you have one blow up a few hundred yards off the bow of a vessel, it wakes you up. And so it's harrowing. And then you have shipping companies where the shipping with a cruise on board sit there and say, hey, we're risking our lives. How about a little extra money here? And they ask for war risk pay. Maersk announced when Maersk was going to send their ships through, they were going to double the wages, which sounds great, but it's a week worth of double salary. It is a drop in the bucket of what the profits they're making. And yet some shipping companies aren't willing to do it. Matter of fact, the American companies are not willing to pay the double wage for the crews to go through, which I think is a huge problem for me. It's like these guys are getting, and women are getting shot at. And, it's by hook or crook, they're not getting hit. So it does create problems, because when you sign on a ship again and they sit there and say, well, where am I going? Well, you're going to the Red Sea. It's like, well, no, I'm not, because I'm not going to sign on. Because, I don't have to take this job. I have options. I'm not in the military.
I was going to say, is that can they know, I guess, sort of the route ahead of time and be able to give a permission, like, yes, I'm willing to risk it, versus no? Or sometimes you just find out? Sometimes
they do. There's a company in the United States that actually transports fuel to Israel. Under a State Department contract, we provide Israel with high octane fuel for jets and military. And so State Department charters a tanker and they sail it in. And during the period of the attack, there was a big debate. It's like, you want us to sail into a port in Israel during rocket fire. It's like, okay, and we're going to be pumping high octane gasoline. It's like, okay, I think I want something in return for that. It's like a little bit something extra for it. And there was a lot of debate. They actually had to have negotiating about it and everything. And it seems, it makes the crews look bad, because like, well, they're holding out for money and everything. But in truth, they want to be paid for their services. And they're taking a risk, and, they expect just compensation for that.
So and you just brought up Israeli ports. Are those still operational during all of this that's going on?
Yep. The main ports are up and running. We've seen some issues. There was a big problem actually at the very beginning, because when Israel, everybody in Israel is in the Israeli Defense Force. You don't have a choice. Turn 18, you're in the Israeli Defense Force. And matter of fact, you're in the Israeli Defense Force for years in the reserves. They called up reserves. So a lot of people in supply chain got yanked out to go in, because if you think about who's in supply chain, a lot of times, a lot of young people, a lot of dock workers, a lot of people in the offices doing the clerical work, a lot of the the administrators, they got yanked out. And so they had a big problem for a while there, where everything slowed down in the ports. They wanted to be efficient. It's like, I want to bring a ship in and pull it out real quick. Well, I can't, because 3 of my crane operators are not here, because they're at the front lines. And so Israel actually had to change some things. They had to release some people, get them back into some critical jobs. It was very similar to what we saw in World Wars, where people got drafted out of crucial jobs. So yeah, the ports are still open now. Not as many ships coming in from outside of Israel, because there's a fear. There was a ship that was targeted going through by the Houthi, a ship called the Maersk Hangzhou, and it was not Israeli owned, not Israeli linked at all, but the ship had been in Israel back in October. And the Houthi says, oh, that's a target. And so, so there's a lot of people who are saying they don't want to be target, even have any connection going into Israel right now.
So how do you see this kind of playing out? Or is it just, you have no idea at this point how to
CEO of Maersk came out, Vincent Kirk, and he sat there and said, there's going to be months, at least months. We're seeing, understand, Blythe, if tomorrow the Houthis say, you know what, we've realized the error of our ways, the strait's open, everything goes back to normal, it's going to take a month or two to reset everything. It's you've already got the disruptions going on. And so it's we're definitely seeing several months out. The problem is most people haven't seen this yet because the delays and the cost haven't really hit the US yet. You're going to see at the end of January, early February at the earliest where we're going to start seeing this start pick up. And the other problem you have is shipping will adapt to this. We will, we'll go around the southern end of Africa. We've done it before. Suez Canal was closed for 8 years from 1967 to 75. We will go around it and make it happen, but it's going to cost. And what's really significant right now is the container liners are in a really good position because they have excess ships and their freight rates were so low coming into 2024. If you read all the forecasts for 2024, like in November or October, it's like, oh yeah, bad year for the container companies. It's really bad. Now they're revising forecasts. Their profitability is up because they're using extra ships. They're getting higher freight rates and they're getting a percentage share off that. So everything's looking better. So I don't, there's some interesting forces at play here that don't want to fix this. They don't want to say it out public, but it's really hard because the Houthi, again, are ideological. You can throw every missile the U.S. Navy has at them. You can land the Marines. You can do everything. It's not going to stop them from hurling a missile every now and then. You got to convince the insurance companies that is easier. So if you look at the scenario right now that's going on in the Black Sea, so just use the Black Sea. When Russia blockaded Ukraine, they cut Ukraine off from exporting grain. You had a deal that was brokered by Turkey to do this Black Sea grain initiative. You started seeing the grain come out. Then Russia withdrew from it. And the reasons Russians withdrew is because the Ukrainians were being very effective at sinking their ships. And so the Russians said, okay, we're pulling out of this. We don't like this deal. But the Ukrainians sat there and said, no, we're going to keep running ships in. And they have. And what you've seen happen is it's gotten safer for them to do it. And what we're seeing is the war risk insurance has come down. It was up at 3%. It's now at 1.25%. And, they're showing normalization. Hey, the attacks are not happening. They're not as frequent. They're not severe. And that takes time. And that's the problem, is it's going to take time to convince the insurance companies that, listen, you don't have to worry about the catastrophic loss of a vessel. But again, it's all going to be a matter of what works best on the balance sheet for the companies.
I'm not sure if you know the answer to this, but what goes on in sort of the insurance sort of war rooms? How are they analyzing this? Do they have, sort of experts from all over that are, providing insight and consulting them on what they should do? Like, what does that look like from their end?
They hire the person who has the worst case environment, the most dismal, the person who's got the dourest personality you can imagine, to think, the worst pessimist in the world. That's an insurance broker. He's like, okay, how bad can this be? and it's still not the worst. I'll give you the best example I ever heard. So insuring a container ship like Ever Given that got stuck in the Suez. The worst case scenario they came up to insure that vessel was, okay, what's the worst thing could ever happen to a ship like the Ever Given? And they said, okay, we got it. Ever Given runs into a passenger liner and kills everybody. That's the worst case scenario. The ship sinks, the passenger liner sinks, and you killed 5,000 passengers. What's the payout on that? What's the economic payout on that? And they said, okay, that's what we got to insure against. That's the worst case scenario we got to insure against. And what's interesting is I talked to some insurance people afterwards, and they said, yeah, we didn't think worse enough, because Ever Given was worse than that. Because we didn't kill anybody, but the worst thing was we made 450 ships late. And now the liability for those 450 ships worth of cargo is more than we ever envisioned. So yeah, they're doing the worst case scenario, because again, it's not just the loss of the cargo. It's not just the loss of the ship. It's not the loss of the crew. It's the environmental damage. What happens when all of a sudden you have this massive oil spill in the Red Sea, which is basically a huge tidal basin? The water doesn't go in and out of the Red Sea too much. So you've killed fishing, you've killed the coastline, you've killed everything. That's the scenario you start getting into. And it's really hard to get them to start coming down. What you have to do is show that they're going to make enough revenue. I mean, because this is the other thing too. If war risk is so high, no one's going to go through. You're not going to make any money. So you're kind of killing yourself at the same time. So they want to make money, but they want to minimize the downside. What's that sweet spot and everything? Why is it that when you automatically turn 25, you're a better driver than you were when you were 24 and 355 days? I don't know what the difference is. You're kind of the same person, but in terms of insurance, you change dramatically. And that's kind of what they're looking at.
So if we bring it back, to the state side, people who are working at the ports, people who are working in brokerage offices, and they're responsible for communicating some of this information to their customers. How do you even advise them, or would you advise them to explain, maybe this is why you're going to have a rate hike on your shipments in February?
Yeah, it's so funny as I started talking about this really early. I was talking about this in October and November, and I had some viewers on my channel send me some notes. It's like Sal, thank you. I was the smartest person in the room the other day because I talked about this, and it has come to fruition. We're seeing the rate heights, and we're seeing this. So we planned ahead. So I told everyone we got to start
Wow.
pushing forward some cargo. So I'll give you one of the things like that's happening right now is this. So you've got these big, again, ships coming from Asia. They're going through the Panama Canal. They're loaded down with cargo. They can't load down all the way, so they got to offload some of it in Panama, rail it across, pick it up, go to the eastern Gulf Coast, offload. But now that ship is largely empty, heading back to Asia. They don't want to send that ship back through the Panama Canal because that takes a transit away from a loaded ship coming the other way. So they're sending that ship now back to Asia around Africa, and that's a longer haul back. And this is going to delay goods coming back in. So if you're backhauling something to Asia right now, it's going to take a lot longer than you planned for. So you got to, one of the things I think that I hope people got from the supply chain crisis back in the early 2020s is, okay, you got to diversify. You got to be looking at multiple. If you're just coming into one port, if everything you own in life comes in through Los Angeles and you're still doing that, you should have learned a lesson, because this is not boding well for you if you're counting on this, because it only takes one thing to throw a monkey wrench into it. If you are now bringing in, is like, I can come into Los Angeles, or I can come into Savannah, I can come into Houston, I can come into Charleston, I can come into Norfolk, come into New York, I am in a much better position. I can call an audible and change the play up. My playbook isn't carved in stone, and I'm gonna be Alabama and run up the middle every time and lose against Michigan, which still haunts me. Blythe, it haunts me a lot. But anyway, you got to be able to have that ability to play, and so that's what I think is neat. This is why you can't be doing your own logistics. You got to have professionals who know this, who saw this happen, and now are realizing that, and they're getting ahead. I just sat in on a freight seminar by one of the freight forwarders. Really good, really really top notch. They're watching the shipping. They had a good handle on it. They're talking to the operators. They're talking to shipping firms. They're communicating to everybody. It's like, hey, this is Q1 is going to be different than what we thought of. So for Q2, you got to start planning ahead a little bit more. That Chinese New Year is going to cause more of a disruption than we thought because not everything's going to be here before that. So make preparations for that. And I'm not going to be surprised to see some adjustments happening here. And it's really trying to watch it. And it's hard to do because it's shipping is such an isolated field that it's very hard. Like you said in the beginning, it's like, I don't know what's going on. How is this going to impact me directly?
And so for a lot of it feels like, the situation in the Red Sea and then also the Panama Canal has sort of sucked the oxygen out of the room for a lot of maybe I'm not sure. Are there other shipping stories that we should be also paying attention to in addition to these two big ones?
Well, I would argue that you're not seeing the impact of them very well. So, for example, we got ships piling in up off Savannah right now, and we usually see ships off Savannah, but that number's starting to grow quite a bit. And we're seeing some containers not arriving as it should be. So for example, a lot of the container ships that go through the Suez into the Mediterranean hit a couple of ports and offload their cargo. Well, that's not happening. So what you got is ships coming around Africa going into Tangier or Algeciras in Spain, offloading. And so you're seeing the kind of the influence of that. The ability to get an empty container is going to be tight all of a sudden. There's a finite number of containers out there. And if you're expecting to have an empty container to load some cargo that you need to haul from the U.S. outside, that may get tough. You may want to grab a container now because they're going to get tight. Most people, I don't want to lease a container early. I don't want to pay empty lease to have a box out of my yard. It doesn't do me any good. It's like, well, if you can't get it in a week or two or a month or two, you may want to be paying a little bit extra to have it here because all of a sudden there's going to be a shortage about that. I think what we're seeing right now is the focus is so much on these big things. I'll give you another one right now. When you have a problem hauling in the short distance like we're seeing, what do people do? I got high priority cargo. I got to ship it. I'm going to put it on air.
Hmm.
How much is air freight right now clogging up? We've got shortages of aviation fuel. How much is that aviation fuel price going up? Because aviation fuel has to be refined, it has to be distributed. Well, aviation fuel, I'm not going to load a load of aviation fuel in the Middle East and sail through rockets to bring it to Europe because I'm on a floating bomb. We're going to sail this around. And so what happens when we start seeing aviation fuel going around? I saw a story just today that every Jones Act tanker, these are the tankers that move oil and fuel around the United States because of the Jones Act law, are booked for 2024. They're all booked. So, if you've got a fuel issue, for example, if all of a sudden we have a hurricane, because that never happens, if we have a storm that shuts down refineries and all of a sudden we don't have gas in the pipelines, or, something happens in Florida that, all of a sudden everything shuts, that's going to cause a disruption, probably amplify it more than I previously knew. So, if I'm a trucking firm, is it better for me to keep my tanks pressed up at my facilities to fuel my trucks? It probably is at certain times because disruptions could be more prevalent now than ever before.
So it's almost like this entire conversation is just I guess a kind of an awareness level of, if you weren't already paying attention before, you should be paying attention now, so you can get ahead of some of these things. I think you had just mentioned that you had some commenters that had listed these concerns and made those preparations in advance, so they're kind of avoiding some of these overage fees.
Yeah, we all use just-in-time logistics. We all do that. I mean, I don't have, a year's worth of food in my house. It's week to week. Some commodities, I'm just going to do it. It's just-in-time food. I'm just going to do that, and that's the way we operate. And, which is fine, but the way the global supply chain, especially on shipping, works is there's not a lot of slack in the system at times. And when you cause disruptions, it takes time for the system to catch up. And when you disrupt it by a couple of percentage points, either way, it has ramifications and it just resonates down. There was a debate about, well, everyone's going to file into the West Coast ports right now. Well, no, they're not, because there's a lot of issues about coming into West Coast ports that still exist that they want, even though the rail companies are sitting there saying, we want rail freight, we'll take it, tomorrow, bring it in, we'll do it. There's still a lot of hesitation about going in because there's a lot of variables going into California ports, with terms of drayage and trucking and labor issues. So, you have those kind of hesitations. And again, I go back to, there are people who watch this every day, and they're really important for you in the supply chain to know this. If you're, just a regular routine shipper, you don't need to be watching this, but you need someone who does it for you all the time.
So if Sal is president of the world,
Oh man, it's a great title.
how
That's good. It's good. I'm liking this. I'm liking this already.
how are you fixing these two big issues that can hopefully, alleviate some of the other, I guess, ongoing pressures that typically exist in shipping?
Well, again, it's hard to make it rain. I mean, even as president, you can't make it rain, and so you do have climate issues. It's really it's redundancy and taking lessons that we've learned. My fear of coming out of 2020 to 2023 and COVID and the supply chain crisis is, okay, we saw a lot of things go wrong. Have we fixed them, or have we even acknowledged that they're a problem? What are we doing to fix those problems? We talk about infrastructure in the United States all the time. If you look at the $3 trillion infrastructure bill, how much of that went into ports? Almost none. It was a fraction of a percent. It was very minimal. There's got to be better ways to do it. You need to have some redundancy in the system to be able to do it. There are choke points. Choke points are always going to exist. There are these little areas that you can't get away from. I mean, and in truth, Bab el Mandeb and Suez is a lot better of a choke point than the Straits of Hormuz, because that's a cul-de-sac. If you close the Straits of Hormuz, you can't get out of there at all. So you have to have it. You have to react quicker. I think one of the flaws that the U.S. did, and the world, and it's not just the U.S., because this is really a world issue, is they didn't react quicker enough to the Houthi. When the Houthis started grabbing ships and they started shooting them, there should have been a quicker reaction to it. I think if you reacted quicker, that may have convinced the Houthi maybe not to be as bold at times. But when you react slower, they're going to keep ramping up. And now it's kind of hard to get them to back down at times. I think we got to look at how the systems function around the world. What we're seeing right now, at least on global shipping, is a reordering. We announced last year that the 2M Ocean Alliance, MSC, and Maersk are splitting in 2025. Maersk just came out and announced a new alliance with Hapag-Lloyd, the Gemini. That's a reorg. We're seeing shuffling going on, and the fear that we have is that we see a big reshuffling and we see a collapse of a container liner again, kind of like Hanjin back in 2017, which caused chaos for a lot of shippers around the world because their cargo got stuck in that system. We have to do some more things for more oversight and more visibility. I don't like regulation. I don't like sitting there saying that the government can fix things because they can't. But I think visibility is one of the key things, and being able to put light to it. Why is it that the CEOs of these ocean shipping companies were not, called up sooner to talk about what's the plan here? How do we fix this? Because in many ways, when Maersk announced they're pulling out of the Red Sea, and then announced they're going back in, then announced we're pulling back out again. Okay, that's not an economic decision anymore, Maersk. That's a political decision. You are impacting foreign policy, military policy of countries. And, that's because you're a big corporation now, a big international corporation. You have a big power. It's very similar to almost like the East India Company of the 1800s. That's the power that these companies have. And logistics power companies can do that. They can do it. We're used to trucking in the United States, which is very small little firms. But ocean shipping is the exact opposite. It's behemoths. It's these massive entities that control 10 companies that control 85% of all the ocean shipping. That's what you have to see. And there are a lot of elements that need to be looked at. And the fear I have is that we regionalize shipping, that the global shipping common becomes a regional shipping area where you're just shipping between small areas. You don't ship outside those areas. And navies and nations become very protective of their shipping. And that means it gets very expensive to ship on the oceans.
So it's a lot of, like, I don't want to say heavy topics, but I mean, in some instances, of course, that's very heavy. It's like, oh my gosh, how do we get out of this? But is it just a sense from like a historical perspective that all of these conflicts like this are always going to exist, and we just have to, as a human species, just sort of work to problem solve and work our way around them?
I think it's two things, Blythe. Number one, we don't see these things happen as much as anymore. Therefore, when they do happen, they seem to get more a disproportionate amount of attention. And at the same time, it's the fact that the Houthi, a very small little regional player, is having a global impact because you can reach out and do more because we're more intertwined, because we're more global, because we have more communication. I mean, the Houthi have communication. I'm gonna be clear. I get trolled by the Houthi all the time. I had a video. I'm not gonna kid you. I had a video that was copyright infringement of the landing of the helicopter on the ship, and I'm convinced it was the Houthi who didn't want me to use the video, and I won. I beat the Houthi. I'm the only one who's beat the Houthi on YouTube. But they have an influence, a reach that's kind of disproportionate to themselves. So I do think that we're in a much safer world, and perhaps we hype this up maybe too much at times, because what we're not talking about is the global system's working, trade's still working, goods, nothing has stopped flowing. It's going longer. It's being displaced. You're still going to be able to get your Stanley Cup. You're still going to be able to get everything you want. It just may take a little bit longer, which isn't the end of all things. Now, there are critical things that have to be shipped, and we may pay more through the nose for that. We may have to allocate it to air or expedited shipments. But in large, we can basically work through these issues. But it does make us more cognizant of the fact that we're much more intertwined than we've ever been in the past. There's this argument that we've been globalized since ancient times. We found Chinese coins in Pompeii. Okay, well, true, but it's not like there was constant trade between China and Pompeii. Now there's constant trade between China and Pompeii. You get it all the time. That is the element. So I do think we tend to maybe magnify the issue quite a bit because we can talk about it more. But at the same time, I think we can also be better prepared to handle it because we have better access to information and alternatives than we ever had in the past.
And I just wanted to add on to that, I heard a great comparison is that, yes, we are dealing with these conflicts right now that are affecting shipping, but we're also not dealing with the compounding efforts of what happened in 2020, where it was just this massive increase in demand of products. And so we're a little lucky that that demand is not there in order to further complicate all of these issues that are going on.
Yeah, because that was the issue. I always argue in 2020. We didn't have a shipping crisis. We had plenty of ships. There were 109 off LA. I could get you a ship. There was no problem with ships. The problem is that we just changed our ordering habits So you had like the kind of quote unquote pre-COVID ordering habits, and then you had the COVID ordering habits superimposed on top of them. And the problem was nobody knew when COVID was going to stop, so you couldn't stop ordering the pre-COVID stuff. And so what we wound up ordering was kind of like two parallel, sense of goods at the same time. I always make the analogy that the toilet paper shortage wasn't caused by the fact we were using the bathroom more. We were using the same amount before as that. The fact was you were home 24/7 as opposed to being out half the day where you didn't use as much toilet paper in your house. There was plenty of single ply industrial sized rolls of toilet paper, but we're human beings, and if there's one thing we're going to pamper, it's our butt. And so we're going to spend a little bit extra money and get some 2-ply, 3-ply, and that's where you started running out. You could have gotten all the 1-ply you wanted. So it created that problem in the supply chain. You're right, we don't have that right now. The problem, but too, is what's that next black swan flying overhead that we don't see yet?
So, but before we get into, the growth of your YouTube channel and sort of the marketing side of things, I am curious to know, do you have, being a history professor and being able to talk about a lot of these stories with your students, I did want to ask one particular question. It says that this actually comes from my fiance. He's also a big fan of your content as well. He asked, how much cross, if any, is there between the topics and the content you cover on your channel and the work you do with Campbell University? Do you use any of it as a basis for lesson plans? And what do your students and faculty think of your internet fame?
So it's a great question. I didn't know it came from your fiance, so that's great. I'm glad he asked that one. So two parts of that question. So number one, yeah, I use stuff like this in my class all the time. Matter of fact, it has helped me develop classes that I do in. So for example, I'm teaching a brand new course this semester called The History of Business and Trade, and we literally started that class off talking about the Red Sea. It was the exact thing. We're talking about global trade. We're using that example. We're going through a historical analysis right now of the history of business and trade. Plug a great book here, A Splendid Exchange, How Trade Shaped the World
Writing that down.
by William Bernstein. Great book. Using that right now. And so it's funny, we're talking about the Red Sea regarding to the ancient Egyptians right now. So it's interesting to see how that plays out. I've also used it in maritime security class I teach, in a maritime history course. So yeah, it does influence the way I teach here. So that's a big thing. In terms of I get a lot of attention for the YouTube channel. I really do. It's funny. The media people here at my university will always tell me it's like they have a thing that catches every time Campbell University is mentioned. They get a Google alert. And they say, man, it's like we dread when shipping things happen because it's just like nonstop you that come flying through. He goes, you get more hits than the sports team sometimes coming through. So it's a lot of fun. I think I get a little jealousy at times because I do get a lot of attention for doing this. But I got to say, my university is extremely supportive. I'm doing this from my office at school. So when you watch a video from me, I got Campbell University in the background. So they're extremely supportive in me doing it. They love the publicity. They really do. They think I get the word of Campbell out quite a bit.
Do you see an increase, but since 2020, where supply chain sort of became like I guess, more well known? Do you see an increase in interest in taking courses like what you offer?
It's so funny as I've had people outside the university say, I want to send my kid to Campbell to take your supply chain program. It's like, I don't have a supply chain program. Don't come me. I'll send them someplace else. It's like, I know where you need to go, but don't come here because I don't have one. But yeah, I have students ask it all the time. We have a program here in Homeland Security, and I talk about Homeland Security, maritime security program all the time. And so that's a big one I push my students to. We do a course on critical infrastructure, and so I talk about ports and shipping and everything associated with it. It's always very interesting. And I think I've been really pushing my business school side to really push this more. I think supply chain is a great opportunity. We talk about it all the time and the potential and the aspects for it. What's really interesting is I got to say, as a historian, my undergrad was a BS in marine transportation. So I did an economic business, very logistics undergrad. But it's the historian in me that actually works a bit better, I would argue, because it allows me to synthesize a lot of information, to read a lot of things, and then to project it and to really focus my attention. I don't know if my business and logistics training really helped me with that as much as my historian training with that. And I joke because I deal with a lot of MBAs too. And I think MBAs are great. They're fantastic, but they also tend to be very narrow focused sometimes too. And I think historians allow you, one of the things I love about being a historian is I can look at something at the 500-foot level or go all the way up to the 50,000-foot level. And I could zoom in and out all the time. I think it's really helpful at times to do that. So it's been a really interesting mix what's been happening. It's been a crazy 3 years with this thing. I'm not gonna lie. It's
Do you have a favorite story that you like to tell your students? Like a
uh,
favorite shipping historical story?
I don't know if I got a favorite historical shipping story. I mean, I always tell them the story of the Ever Given because it's a great one because it's just, if I knew all it took to propel me into fame was that, I would have bribed a helmsman on a big ship years ago to hook a hard right in the Suez and run that ship aground. Because it was just, it's amazing. What I talk about with the students is this. I because I'm dealing with young students. I'm in a very kind of small to medium sized college. I deal with athletes a lot, and so we're talking a lot about right now about name, image, and likeness, which is a big hot topic. And I keep telling them it's like, listen, it doesn't matter where you are, you can make a name for yourself. It doesn't matter, you don't have to be at a big institution or a big university. You can be someplace like where I am right now, and do it. And I'll show them my video. That's my most popular video I ever did. It's got almost 1 million views. And I'll show them that, and I'll talk about the revenue I got from that, and I'll tell them right there. I said that video took me, you look at the timestamp, 15 minutes to make. And I said it didn't take me 15 minutes to make that video. It took me 30 years to make that video. It took a lot of elements to get to that point where you can sit down and for 15 minutes do this. And I said that's what you need to understand. And so, my shipping thing I talk about all the time is when I was driving the ships, I had no idea about any of this stuff. All I cared about was, keeping the bow between the anchors. That's what I worried about, and not running aground and making the news. That's what I wanted to do. Now I understand the bigger picture, and what I try to do is make people in the shipping industry understand the bigger picture, because they don't. Lots of them, they just see the balance sheet. And same thing with people who are not involved in the shipping industry, make them understand it. So I think I don't really have a favorite story in regards to that.
Do you ever get scared of, powerful people kind of coming for you?
Oh, I got a phone call not too long ago. I was on LinkedIn, of all things. I'm on LinkedIn, and like I friended somebody. It's like I saw somebody. Actually, he connected to me, and I looked at it. I was like, oh wow, that's impressive. I don't want to say who it is, but it's like, wow, that's impressive. I mean, they're busy people, and they're really up there. And and all of a sudden I got that LinkedIn. It's like, yeah, hey Sal. It's like, oh, okay, And so I sent back. He goes, hey, if you got a few minutes, I'd really like to talk to you. It's like, oh God, I'm in trouble. It's like, there's no way I'm not getting yelled at right now, because I've been saying things. And it was the most cordial discussion. It was like, Sal, appreciate everything you do. It was like really impressive. And it's amazing. I think I've mentioned this to you before, Blythe. I've gotten contacted by people. It's like, are you kidding? I'm like assistant secretaries of in the cabinet level. It's like, hey, the secretary saw your video. I was like, really? It's like, why'd you see my video? And he's like, we really like your opinion and input on this. It's like, okay, I'm a YouTube. I don't like to use influencer, but like, I'm just a YouTube guy. He goes, no, you got a good handle on things. We're really interested on it. And I like to think that at times I have contributed a little bit with this, and it's amazing the influence you can have. You say this all the time, Blythe. I basically copy you all the time. If you're not on social media and using it correctly, you just don't understand. I tell every professor I ever do, it's like, man, you are an expert in this field that nobody else on the planet does. There's going to be a moment when you are sought after more than anybody else. And if you're not on social media, no one's going to find you. They're not going to know who you are, and you're going to miss out on that opportunity. You can't do it after the fact. You got to be on there to begin with, and you got to do good stuff, and then they'll come catch you.
What kind of opportunities has having a YouTube channel opened up the doors for you? I imagine speaking engagements, it may be a full-time income, all of that good stuff.
I mean, it's generated income, which is great. But I got a job offer not too long ago to go be dean of a school, which I unfortunately had to turn down. But it was an amazing offer. I was just like, we really love what you do. We want you to keep doing what you're doing, and come here and do this. Speaking engagements, I think every time I go on a speaking engagement that gets me from the channel, I'll always talk about it. I'll do a quick little short when I'm there. So I was in Vancouver, Washington, Vancouver, Canada, for a talk, because they saw a paper. I was doing a brief for the U.S. Transportation Command on global logistics in the Pacific because of a paper I gave on the history of Navy tankers in World War II, because I posted it. And it's like, hey, come on, we want to hear you talk about this. And so I came on and I did that. I just got invited up to the Naval War College to come participate in an event. So the amount of events I get called to do and to ask for, my problem, Blythe, is I'm one person. I need to clone myself because this is a one person operation. I joke all the time when I do my videos, like I'm going to get my, if there was a mistake, I said, that's the staff fault. The staff is terrible. And the staff is my two dogs, it's Maui and Peanut, which you'll see in the background of some of my videos every now and then. But that's it. It's really amazing the connections you get. And I think you got to appreciate them and grab them when you can. And the hardest thing I've had to learn is to say no. Because I can't do everything. And if I try to do everything, I'm going to diminish what I'm doing. And so I've gotten to the point where at times I say, I'd love to help, but I just don't have the bandwidth right now to do it.
Oh, so that's how you answer the question. Because I struggle with it too. I feel the requests coming in, especially with, conference season coming up, and it just, it's very difficult for me to say no. So I imagine is it just as simple as, sorry, I don't have the bandwidth? Because if so, I'm just going to copy that line.
It is for some, it is for others. There are others like, man, I really want to do this. It's like, oh man, it's like, this is what I really want to do. But it's like, I can't cut loose and go to DC for 3 days to be in this event. And afterwards I kick myself because like I should have cut loose for 3 days and been in the event. But you can't, because it's either family or work obligations, or it's just you got something else going on. And so it's really, really tough to do. But I think prioritizing is always an issue. we're always juggling this. I've got the flexibility to do this YouTube on the road. It's amazing. I've been able to come up with the portable studio thing where I can basically, with a portable mic with my phone, and basically a laptop, and I'm up and running. I'm good to go. And I can, because I've also found out every time I ever leave like home base to go do something hits the fan. Guaranteed. Something's going to happen that something hits the fan. It's like, here's the story I'm missing right now, and I got no way to talk about it. So, I get more versatile with it. And I'm at the point where I'm, almost 3 years in now. I am thinking about, okay, I need some help. I need to do something here. And I also think it's an opportunity for some students to take advantage. I'm in a university. I'd love to get some communication students and maybe working with them and doing that. I think there's some great opportunities to make this a good learning experience for them too.
Yeah, heck yeah. That would, if I was a student at Campbell University, I would be the first one to sign up, because I said, I kicked the show off by saying I'm the president and founder of the Sal fan club. So, I guess, as sort of we round out this discussion, are there any creators that you follow within, the shipping industry or outside of the shipping industry that you draw inspiration from? Or are you just sort of head down focused on what you're doing?
So I got a trio of buddies who are naval historians, and they do very different things. It's very funny. They have a podcast they do together called Bilge Pumps. And so Jack Kinnenfeld, who does this naval history site that's just amazing. I mean, he's almost at a half a million subscribers. It's crazy. Just puts out quality work. I mean, just really, he has a system and he follows it and he's really good with it. I got another buddy who does this, Alex Clark, who's a naval historian. He does these kind of stream of consciousness videos, which I love. And he talks about these very ingrained topics and everything. And then another buddy, Jamie Slidell, who does a kind of a video series. It's called Armored Carriers, where he does aircraft carriers in World War II. But it's not him. It's literally images and videos and basically primary sources talking. And I remember when I started all this, I talked to all three of them, because they all had three different models they were using. And I talked to all three of them, and they were great. They were really supportive and helpful. And one of the things that I've really loved is and this is there's a community in YouTube where we can kind of help each other. So, I'm a firefighter. I got very much involved with the shipboard fires that took place up in Newark, New Jersey. I've been watching the testimony this past week of the Coast Guard hearings. And I had a buddy call me who's got a channel, Stash D Training, which does firefighting training. He said, hey, I've never done a guest before. Why don't you come on and we could talk about this lithium ion fire up in Dutch Harbor, Alaska? And I did. It was great. I love doing that. Buddy Ward Carroll, who does a naval history, a naval YouTube channel. He's an aviator, so he talks about all U.S. Navy stuff. He had me come on. He goes, I don't understand this commercial stuff. Come on and talk to my audience. And it's great because we feed off each other's audiences. So I love those comments where all of a sudden you get this thing. It's like, I saw you on Ward's channel. It's great. It's so funny. It's like the guest star you never expect to see, on your TV show. So yeah, I get off a lot of inspiration from you. I mean, Blythe, you helped me when I got started with this, and I remember sitting there in some interviews with you, like, oh, this is good stuff. I'm gonna write this down, and I need to do this stuff. I mean, so there was always, when I started on Freight Waves, it was great because that really hooked me up with a good little group of people at the time who were doing their own shows and starting to really venture off this way. Because this is a complete lark for me. Again, I never expected to do this. This is not what I expected to do. And if you would have told me in March of 2021, I go back again. I go back to that day, March 21st, I think it is, 23rd, March 23rd of 2021, when Ever Given went ashore. I had 136 subscribers, and the day before, 3 people watched my channel. That was it. That's what I had. And I did like the first video, me and John Conrad from G Captain, about an hour long talking about Ever Given. I think we got 3,000 views. I was like, 3,000 views. It's like insane. This is like ecstatic now. It's crazy. And then, back in June, I had a viral video that went crazy because we were covering the Titanic and the submersible that went down. And then the amount of calls on a daily basis that I take for granted now. I was just talking to Reuters earlier today. I got asked to write an op-ed for the second time by the New York Times. It's crazy. It's just what you can use this for to get your message out. And again, it's got to be a quality message. If you watch my videos, it's not high tech. It is not a video that is a lot of art in it, a lot of graphics and everything like that. This mug and maybe some pictures thrown up, maybe some maps of marine traffic. And I joke about it because I just got like on a Canva to like change my thumbnails now. And I'm like very proud of myself because like, okay, which is very funny because my 15-year-old son keeps telling me, it's like, oh, they're terrible, Dad. You've got to change these things. And so, I get a lot of inspiration from my 15-year-old son, Christopher. He's the one who tells me all the time, it's like, no, this doesn't work. It's like too wordy. You just make it simpler and everything. And every time I ever think...
your thumbnails.
What's that?
I said, I have noticed an update in your thumbnail design. I know. It looks good.
And every time I get like really cocky in my YouTube, he will come in with his phone, pull up a video and say, okay, here's a potato chip rotating. It had 3 million views. And I'm like, okay, that's it. That's like, I can't compete with that. And so it's very humbling right off the bat and everything. It's like, it's not that good.
So what do you have planned for the YouTube channel? Is it just sort of just plugging away as, these topics arise, or do you plan content pretty far out, or what does, I guess, sort of your planning strategy look like?
So I try to have in the back of my mind, because these new, the problem I have is if I chase news stories, they go away. And then all of a sudden, what do you have behind it? And so like right now I'm doing a series on the U.S. Merchant Marine. So I'm looking at different shipping lines, trying to get a video out a week on that, trying to be very consistent. Consistency is one of the keys. And I'm trying to be much more consistent with that. So putting some background content in there, which for a YouTube channel works, because if you're very news driven, then you're going to peak and trough. You need that kind of steady little base at the bottom that's getting people in all the time. So I'm working on that. That's a really good one for me. I think that's a really solid one to do. I'm looking to really kind of get into a cycle of, okay, this is when news stories are going to come out. My problem is I am driven by the news cycle. So sometimes I'll be like, okay, a video a day for a week because there's a lot going on. Other times it'll be like, okay, every, Monday, Wednesday, Friday or something like that. I'm just going to try to get on a cycle. Do longer content ones on the weekend. I like to, have a kind of a longer one on the weekend that goes a little bit more in depth. And I've been pretty good with that. I have a series called What the Ship, where I take like 5 top stories, break them down over 30 minutes. And then the last kind of 5 minutes each one. And the last 5 minutes is, okay, how do these all tie together? And, those I love to do. They take the longest to do, but they're always the good ones because they get a lot of feedback on those, because a lot of people will look at them and say, okay, that kind of gets me up to date. They don't have time to watch all these videos. And so, it's measured. And I really want to get to a point where I can get some help and develop it and make it so it's a little less on me you know, I can focus a little bit more. But it's tough. It's just it's hard to juggle, especially when you have no guidepost to go by.
How are you balancing it all?
I you know I just I thrive in this stuff. I really do. I like being busy. Busy to me is the way to go. If nothing's going on, I turn into inertia rock. I don't move. You know, it's just like I turn into a slug. So this has been great. I love it. This keeps me going. It's a very big passion. I have a lot of them, you know, as you mentioned before, you know, I'm a volunteer firefighter. I do stuff with the athletics here at university. I'm a chair in my department. I got a 15-year-old son. I got a family. It's a lot going on. But I think it's really, my family's been really supportive. They've been really great at this. They've had to deal with craziness. It's like, okay, something's happened. I got to be on TV at 2 in the morning for India, you know, and so I'm up, you know, in you know, in a shirt, tie, jacket, and pajamas, you know, doing the standard thing we do. So, you know, they're really good, and I love my wife for putting up with me with this sometimes, because it's crazy, because she, whenever something happens in shipping, she's like, oh, here we go, you know, here's the phone, here it goes. It's like, say
Batten
goodbye to
down the
dad for a
hatches.
say goodbye to dad for a few days.
All right, last couple questions. What advice would you give to a YouTuber that's just starting out?
Number one, don't get discouraged. Don't look at your numbers. Don't sit there and say Sal's doing this and I'm doing this, I should give up. I remember when I started doing it, I was like, oh man, I'm making enough for groceries for this week. You know, it's like I was like so excited. It was like, this is great. And you know, just focus on what you want to put out there. Don't go over the tip of your skis. Don't talk about things you don't know. There are subject matter experts out there. And also understand you're going to be wrong. You know, one of the things with historians I deal with all the time is historians never write a book because they never want to put their writing down on paper for fear that someone's going to come back a week later and say, you're wrong on that because I just found this. And you got to get away from that. So when Ever Given happened, I actually got called by CNN and the Washington Post to write pieces for them. And that was some of the toughest writing I think I've ever done, because it's like it had to be quick and fast because this story is going to go away. You got to get it out before the ship is free. So we need this tomorrow to get it done. I'm doing this right now with the New York Times, the op-ed. You got to get it done. And so, you know, you got to put aside your preconceived, this is the way things worked, and try new things. And don't be afraid. Don't be afraid to be wrong and everything. You know, I tell people all the time, I get notes on my videos. That's wrong. It's like, great. What's the right answer? And I'll highlight it on my video, and I'll pin it to the comments. And if I need to, I'll cut it out of the video. So, you know, don't be afraid of that. And most importantly, find the thing that you like. You know, I thought about a YouTube channel before this. I actually, during COVID, I was working with a history organization and we were doing interviews. So I was like, oh, naval history. I could do a naval history channel. But there's like, there's a lot of them out there. There's a lot of people doing this, and I'm going to be competing against them, you know. And then I thought, well, I'll do naval stuff. It's like, there's naval stuff too. And then I found my niche, and that was commercial shipping. It's like, nobody's talking about this stuff. This is great. It's like I found my one little lane, and it's like, okay, this is my lane. I'm going to take it. And off I go running. And what I find too is I find people who are doing things kind of similar. So there's a lot of guys out there and women out there who are recording themselves sailing. It's like, okay, I'm not going to do that, but I'm going to bring them on to my channel, and they can talk about it. And I'm going to promote their channel, and they'll promote mine, and this will be great. We'll feed off each other. And you know, that's the thing. Don't be afraid to ask. That's the other thing. Is like, you know, everyone I've ever encountered, I've never had someone, I'll see someone who used something on their video. It's like, hey, what'd you use for that? That's great. It's like, oh, here you go. No one's keeping anything proprietary. It's like, this is what we want you to do. And I'm really amazed about it. I did a two video section on a 60-minute segment on the US Navy, where I took the entire 60-minute segment, cut it in half, and I just kind of overlaid me on it. I was like, there's no way this is flying. There's no way I'm not getting copyrighted hit by 60 minutes. I did. It's like 60 minutes flagged it. And I put in an appeal saying, okay, this is fair use doctrine. And I've changed it substantially. And son of a gun, if they didn't approve it. And I said, okay, well, that's amazing to me. And then last week I got called by 60 Minutes because of the Red Sea. And they said, Sal, we wanted to talk to you. It's like, oh, okay, great. 60 Minutes. Like, It's like, I was wondering about it. And the first words out of their mouth was, hey, we've enjoyed your videos a lot. I was like, really? I was like, seriously, you did? He's like, no, we really did. We thought they were really constructive. I was like, okay, great. He goes, matter of fact, that's why we're calling you. We figured you'd know this. So, you know, don't be afraid to reach out and go that way. Because I think what keeps everyone back is being discouraged. And those low numbers, nobody's watching. I'm not getting anything. It's a lot of work. I'm not getting anything out in return. Man, that changed for me. And it changed for me in September of 2021 when I shifted from talking about a ship stuck in the Suez to talking about the global supply chain issue and the arrival of ships off of LA and Long Beach. And that is solely because I had a viewer sit there and say, Sal, you should branch out a little bit and talk a little bit more than just this ship stuck in Suez. And I was like, it's a good idea. I should do that. And then I had a lot of people, subscribers and Patreon members, who gave me a lot of great advice. And it's like, okay, you guys do know what you're talking about.
What kind of advice was that? Just different topics to cover and things like that?
Yeah, there's a whole variety of different things. How to change your Patreon page, what to do with that. How to change. Okay, you're doing this in your video. It's really annoying. Don't do that anymore. It's like I had this really like long introduction to myself. It's like, oh God, no, I don't need that. You need. My son said, gotta get into it, Dad. Gotta 15 seconds. You gotta be the quick preview. Because that's what people are doing, scrolling on their phone. You gotta have action in your first 15 seconds of your video. And so a lot of things. I changed that. Change the format a little bit. It's so funny because sometimes I'll do like these really long videos. I'm like, I know it's gonna like this, and I'll get that. It's like, oh, dude, you drone on for too long. It's like, okay, this is not TikTok. If you want a 30-second TikTok, go to TikTok. This is gonna be a little bit different. And I've had people say, no, we like the long format. Go that way. And I listen to the people who watch me because I think they do it. And there's some, there's some who've been there for a long time. I've known them for a long time. I don't know who they are, but I just know their handle. And so when they drop you a comment every now and then, it's like, oh, that's a good one. I'm going to listen to that one. I appreciate that. And then, it's I got this shtick with the Hawaiian shirts, which I wear Hawaiian shirts anyway, so it's like it's great. And every now and then when I wear a new Hawaiian shirt, I get more comments about that. It's like, oh, I hadn't seen that one yet. Where'd you get that? So it's a lot of fun.
Yeah, I think you are the perfect example of a creator that had a wealth of knowledge about something and then just decided to just start creating, and then you just evolve as you go and you pick up things along the way. And a lot of people want that instant success right away, but they
Yeah.
don't realize, how many reps and how much self-awareness it takes to continuously, watch yourself and get better and listen to some comments and know which ones to avoid and which stories to cover and which ones to avoid. It comes with time. That it's not really something that can be taught.
Yeah, and YouTube is a great medium too, because if you read that hurtful comment comes up, it's like, oh, that's hurtful, delete. And you can just move on. It's great. It's a great feature. It's just you can't do that in real life. Sometimes you just can't do that. But here you can. And sometimes I leave them. It's just like it's fine. I don't like to delete comments at all. I really don't. It's just if it's really spiteful, mean, and derogatory, and it's hurtful to other people, I'll
Or it's
do
a
that.
hoothy.
But yeah, but when it's the hoothy comment all they want, they're fine. I love that comment. But it's just how you develop and again, be willing to listen and change because you haven't figured it out. If you're like me, Blythe, and you go back and look at a video you did 2 years ago, you're like, oh God. It's the same thing about writing. I do the same thing when I read something I wrote like years ago. It's like, oh, I would have done that so differently now. I just kind of cringe at that at times. And so I just keep developing and keep moving and keep changing and you try new things at different times too. See if this works, and then like, ooh, no, that did not work at all.
Well, it's definitely been a joy to watch over the last few years. You're definitely that example that I look to as far as, hey, YouTube is probably the home for a lot of our content that we create, and we should invest more time and energy into it. So thank you for being that beacon of reason, I guess, in this crazy world of content creation. Where can folks follow you, follow more of your work? What are your social platforms of choice? I don't think it's TikTok, but I'm pretty sure it's Twitter/X and
Yeah,
YouTube.
I do. Well, it's so funny because I am thinking TikTok and I've done a few of them and I really need to get better at that. That's really one of the things that I want to bring somebody on that can take a video and put it into a TikTok. Because I think that eats up a lot of my time, and it's like, okay, maybe if I get somebody to do that, that'd be more efficient. But no, I'm on Twitter a lot, X, whatever you want to call it, at Mercogliano S. Obviously, YouTube, what's going on with shipping, which has all my links there. I've got Facebook, I'm on Instagram, I'm on LinkedIn, you name it. I joke with my students all the time. If they can't find me, they're just not trying hard enough. Because I'm pretty much out there everywhere. And I want to thank you, Blythe. I'm seriously, when we started talking very early on, I appreciate it. I remember how many of the talks we had are like, oh man, Blythe has got all these great ideas. I need to be listening to them. I tell people all the time, it's like social media is your friend. If you think it's a problem, you're not using it correctly. And for businesses, I just don't understand how they don't under. I really don't. I went to a conference not long ago where these shipping companies were complaining I can't get young people interested in it. And it's like you're not out anywhere where young people would know about this. Do a video showing these kids in sailing around the world. I guarantee you'll get interest in it. It's like you're crazy. There are some guys that do that and women that do that, and I love talking about them because they can do things that I can't do. They got a big ship for a backdrop, and so it's great, to do that.
Yes, I 100%. First of all, thank you for the nice comments.
Exactly.
But then second of all, I would echo that statement because we had a woman on the show. She's a merchant mariner and she's the captain of a ship, Gabby Salazar. So she is
Oh yeah.
still to this day one of my best performing videos because
Yep.
people love to learn about these different career opportunities.
And Gabby's great. I mean, she's on Instagram. You can follow her. She's a beautiful girl, but more importantly, she does this. She's so funny because she goes from this really kind of picturesque, beautiful woman, and the next thing she's in coveralls and she's working on the ship, and she's just like, boom, it's like go, and she travels the world, and people love that. One of the things that she emphasizes the fact that I could work for 2 months out of the year, then I got 2 months off, and it's great, and I'm going to go everywhere because I make good money, and I'm going to go travel, and I can do it. And Gabby is just fantastic about that. And I've been highlighting a lot of those guys and women who do that because I think it's really important to show them and let people know what it's like. Because again, it's too easy to think that my goods just show up on a shelf and there's nothing behind it. Whether it's a truck driver, it's a guy on a railway, it's a female captain driving the ship. There's a lot involved with this.
Well, I think that is the perfect place to end this discussion. We went, I thought we would go about this length, about an hour and a half, 2 hours. I was hoping that you would be okay with it because I had a slew of questions. You answered all of them flawlessly. So Sal, thank you so much for joining the show and your time. It's very appreciated.
Blythe, when I talk about telling people, I don't have the bandwidth, you will always have my bandwidth, Blythe. There's never a problem with that. I will make bandwidth time for you. I appreciate what you've done, how you've helped me, and especially your audience. So thank you so much for having me.
Absolutely. The feeling is mutual. So thank you, Sal. Now let's get into a little bit of the unsung modes in freight. Now, I wanted to bring this up because I love tugboats. I thought, I had this story idea that I wanted to do something on like the cute boats. And I was like, well, majority male audience, they probably don't care about a show that's titled like cute boats. So let's go with unsung modes in freight. And what brought this like to the top of my attention again is obviously that the big cargo ship that obviously ran into the bridge in the key bridge in Baltimore, caused the bridge to collapse. But they were finally able to have a controlled demolition in order to bring down, parts of the bridge that were holding the big cargo ship in place. Number one, I am not a number one fan of Sal Mercogliano. Just throwing that out there again, just in case anybody needed a reminder. But his YouTube channel is I love. Well, not love. When stuff like major events happen around the globe, like Sal is the first one to like jump on and make a story about it. And he just does he is such a lesson in content marketing and how this man went literally from like a firefighter, former merchant mariner, college professor. He still does those jobs as well. The only former job is the former merchant mariner. He's still a college professor, still does like play-by-play for Campbell University, professor at the damn university too. But he is now a super popular YouTuber who has close to 300,000 subscribers, I believe, on YouTube, which is insane. I was on one of my like regular sort of news, channels the other day that I watch regularly, Breaking Points, and all in the comments is you should get this channel on. What's going on with shipping? You should have him on because he'll be able to talk about the pier in Gaza that is that's a hot mess going on over there. The construction of it is a hot mess. Anyways, so that was a little like a sidebar there. But Sal is like the first to put out information just anything that's going on with like major shipping stories all around the globe. He really has become, like, in just a short amount of time, like the go-to source for a lot of these global events that are happening. Well, one of those events is obviously the Keystone Bridge. And so a big part of that, after the controlled demolition, is moving the cargo ship back to port where they can finally get those people, get the merchant mariners off of that damn cargo ship, get whatever cargo is salvageable that's still on that ship. And what plays a huge role in that is tugboats. And so I was like, oh, this is the perfect opportunity to cover tugboats in this show. And I said, well, we also have to cover the other sort of cute boats and unsung heroes or unsung modes in freight. And so the way this is going to kind of work is I'm going to talk about tugboats, and then you're going to talk about barges, and then we're going to kind of marry these two mighty modes of unsung, I guess, freight. I guess I don't know how else to really put this. What was your familiarity with tugboats? Lots of familiarity, or like, oh, you just kind of noticed them, and you know, what is your, I guess, knowledge level of tugboats?
So, interesting you bring that up. I would say from a very low level, I spend a lot of time on Lake Michigan. So we see a lot of barges going across Lake Michigan throughout the day, especially if you're just hanging out by the lake for hours on end. And a lot of times those are being pulled by tugboats in particular. So that's one. I've, of course, seen dredgers with tugboats too. And then why do I feel like there's like a child story about tugboats or something? Maybe I'm wrong, but that's like coming to mind. But that's very little information there. I will say though, recently there was a company that I did get a chance to write about who was working on like tugboat visibility and like being able to capture the network of like tugboats available. Yeah. I'll as you go through this, I'll try to find that really quick and see who that was. But it's when you say unsung, I think 100%. It's one of those. It's like kind of reminds me of like pilot cars, right? It's like people don't really think about the importance of their role in like oversized movements as well. But they have a really, really interesting responsibility too. So that's kind of where my, without doing any research, was limited to.
Like base level. Because they are really like the title of this segment, like unsung heroes, because they really are called, in my research for this, they're called the backbone of the shipping industry, because shipping experts believe that tugboats to be a vital piece into smooth port operations. I could go through like the history of it, but sort of too long, didn't read or watch. It really got started early 1900s. They were steam powered at first, but now they're mostly diesel powered now. But then they're also trying to move into like the EV world. There are some EVs that are in the tugboat space as well. And the thing to keep in mind with tugboats is that they're extremely powerful. They're essentially like just all power. And they're the ones responsible. And the reason why I bring up the Baltimore Key Bridge incident or the accident that happened is because in order to move that cargo ship from that location, you have to use tugboats. And a big piece of why the accident happened in the first place is because of a lack of tugboats within that port control, that port area. So that's the reason why I had this graphic up from Sal that Sal tweeted out, is that the tugboat is like an essential piece for helping to get that cargo ship and steer it in the right direction to get to the port that it needs in order to take care of that business and take care of, just getting the cargo off, getting the crew members off. And I'm going to play this video really quick because it's super cool. I have a whole new appreciation for tugboats. So hopefully you guys can see. And I'll play about a minute and a half of this video from Interesting Engineering.
Tugboats maneuver vessels through the tightest spaces, such as a narrow canal or crowded harbor. But don't be fooled by their size. They're powerful enough to move vessels up to 1,000 times bigger than them. Here's how. The first thing to note about tugboats is that they are practically all engine. These diminutive boats sport diesel engines of up to 3,400 horsepower. That gives the average harbor boat an insane weight-to-power ratio, a whopping 9.5 compared to the 1.2 of the cargo ships they pull. These engines can power up to 3 propellers acting in tandem, generating massive amounts of thrust for the small boat. This thrust is the force that generates a tugboat's bollard pull, the theoretical maximum amount of force it can exert on a pulled object. While most tugboats are able to exert 110 tons of bollard pull, recent technological developments have allowed the construction of the Island Victory, which sports a bollard pull of 526 tons. But it isn't just their engines that allow them to do what they do so well. Tugboats also need to have extreme maneuverability, which is achieved through a sophisticated system of rudders and nozzles. Their overall design is also a big contributing factor to how much they can pull. Tugboats feature heavy displacement hulls, which allow them to dig into the water, creating more friction, which means a greater bollard pull.
Yeah, so that is like, sort of like the backstory of tugboats and, how they kind of the backstory, but just the more or less like their power and the jobs that they most likely take over in essentially any port. Like I've heard after this Baltimore Key Bridge accident that there are calls from like John Conrad from G Captain, for example, that thinks that tugboats should be at every single port in the country just to be able to help avoid accidents from happening like that in the future, and just to be able to use them in tandem with making port operations much more efficient. So there was a couple other key facts here. They said that they can operate solo or as a team to help the mega ships move through a port or canal. If you're looking at the screen right now, you can see 2 tugboats in action. And so they work together in order to help tackle some of these bigger cargo ships, which seem to really only get bigger like many cities, like year after year, they're just getting bigger and bigger. They will also push more than they tow, which is why you see them run right up next to a big cargo ship and push it in the direction that it needs to go. A lot of the construction around a tugboat is really made of like rubber. So in the video that we just saw, you see a bunch of tires sort of on the side of the boat, and that's by design, is so that it's not just those pieces of rubber, but the actual hull of the ship can a lot of times be made out of rubber as well. They help put out fires at sea. They help icebreakers through tough Arctic routes. And like what you see in the Dolly situation, which is what the Dolly ship is, the one that was crippled underneath the Baltimore Key Bridge, it helps it to get to safe land. And now there are also I mentioned earlier, there are also some extra efforts to electrify tugboats, which kind of has a similar debate compared to trucking, which I thought was interesting because there's a lot of like tugboat captains that have their own YouTube channel. And it's very similar to drivers that have their own YouTube channel and they, thousands and thousands of followers. And they sort of talk about, the day in the life of a tugboat captain. Awesome. There was a really great video that Vice released where they sent like this nerdy little writer. They called him the tugboat guys that are working on that actual boat. We're calling them like, making fun of him, calling him like Egon from Ghostbusters, in case you want a visual of how this guy looks. And then he shows up to a place where it's like a marina with like super, tough guys that are working probably 15 hours every day doing hard labor. And then, you got a guy like Egon that shows up and, wants to do a story on a day in the life of a tugboat captain. And so it was really interesting to see the dynamics between the two. That the community is really strong among tugboats, like the crew that works on them, and also within trucking as well. But back to the electrification, because in that video that we just watched, the power is the most important part. And so the theory is kind of, where you have some tugboats that when they need the big power, then they're just going to use those tugboats for diesel operations. But then other ones might work in tandem where it's maybe not just 2, but it's 3 of them, and one of them is electrified. The trouble is that the EV's got to be able to match the diesel power. It's not quite there yet, but there are some opportunities that you could work in maybe smaller ports or work in tandem, like I just said. There was also another company which I thought was kind of cool because we mentioned, with the rubber around a tugboat and how they have to attach a line to the cargo ship. And the tugboat itself is a lot of times made out of rubber, but connecting to the cargo ship, that's where like the most danger happens, the most dangerous activities. But there is a company called Cotug that is based out of Europe that is trying to change that, where they use instead of a tugboat going directly up to the big cargo ship in order to catch the line or to get the line from either or, what they're doing is they are taking a drone instead and taking the line from a tugboat and flying it over to the cargo ship. So I'm going to play this video really quick. This video comes from Delft Dynamics, and it's about the Cotug system.
Cotug is a leading towage operator offering its innovative services to ports and terminals on a global scale. In its ambition to achieve safer and more efficient working conditions, Cotug invented a way to ensure safety while connecting the tow line. Conventionally, tugboat captains maneuver close to the assisted vessel to be able to grab the messenger line from the assisted vessel's crew, often even under the bow or in the turbulent propeller.
That's so scary.
A minor flaw in the maneuvering can result in major damage or injuries of the deck crew of both the tugboat and the assisted ship. Cotug is the first tugboat company that uses drone technology with object recognition software to deliver a messenger line to a predetermined location. Thus, instead of picking up the messenger line of the assisted ship, the line will be brought to the ship. This allows to sail beside the assisted ship instead of in front or straight after her.
Yeah.
With this technology, a safer way of connecting towing lines is achieved. Not only to sea vessels, but also when assisting rig moves, platforms and dragging pontoons. This innovation is again a step forward in the continuous pursuit of safer tug operations.
Well, talk about like a no-brainer that you're surprised it wasn't fixed yet.
Right.
It's so scary. Like the boat's like basically getting sucked into the other boat, and they're like, aim. Well, it's like because if you ever watch it like Below Deck, right? Like they have to do that when they come in. They have to like throw, and if they're off, like Captain Lee's like not gonna be happy about it because they're basically screwed. They have to like back up all the way. We can't do that with that big of a boat. Like,
well, it's also a lot of danger that happens with that Vice video that I mentioned. The deckhand, who was also the writer, was getting yelled at like constantly because of the way that he was holding the rope. And the guy was like, if I see you do this again, he's like, I'm going to slap your hand and I'm going to do it every single time because I would rather slap your hand and make that muscle memory than for you to lose your fingers, because it can happen just so quickly with a lot of these, just being on a boat in general. Like there's a lot of issues that can happen, but when you're on a boat all day, every day, like you are increasing those chances of some kind of an issue happening. So there's one more thing that I did want to share because I don't know that I've talked about it on here before, but I did start a merch store for Everything is Logistics podcast.
Oh,
and
yes.
I made this cutest little mug that I already ordered for myself. So it's called a Tugboat Respecter. It's a cute little tugboat right on the front of it.
American too.
It's like, hopefully, people would like it as much as I did because I already ordered one for myself. So if you're looking for something like that, I'll put a link to it in the comments just in case you're now a tugboat respecter as well. So that is sort of my tugboat fandom in a nutshell. So Grace, I think now it's time for you to talk about barges.
Well, right before we get into that, because I did find it, I just sent you a YouTube video. If you want to pop that open really quick, there was I knew when did I write about this? February. Okay, cool. So not too long ago. And this was actually, I like to, a lot of times people come to me with stories, but like once a week I try to find a story that no one's like written about that I think is really cool. And this one captured me. This was like, again, in February, they raised $3.1 million, and their job is just to bring more visibility and create a marketplace for tugs. And it looks like they just came out with a barge one too. So what a great transition! If you want to play like just probably the first minute of the video should be a good idea of exactly kind of what he's doing too.
Oh, and they're at a plug and play event, so shout out to plug and play.
Yeah, shout out to plug and play too.
A lot of airtime on this show.
Yeah, exactly.
CEO and co-founder of OpenTug, and we're improving the efficiency of freight transportation by improving access to inland and coastal waterways. So if you look at freight as a whole and logistics as a whole, most modes have been making transportation easier.
Coyote.
A lot of digitization in trucking, international container freight, rail, and even air cargo as well. But looking at waterways as a whole, domestic waterways, bulk and break bulk transportation, it's still fairly difficult to access. Most of the sales processes are very manual. You got to talk to a lot of people. Depending on what you're doing, you may be coordinating across 3, 4, 5, 6 different parties, each of which you have to communicate individually depending on your use case. And that creates a really high barrier of entry for shippers. And if you know the industry, great, but if not, there's a lot of complication there and it's difficult to access, which constrains the efficiency of the industry as a whole. So we simplified that. We're the first digital marketplace to connect bulk and break bulk shippers with transportation and terminal capacity. Customers simply search for their requirements, their destinations, their cargo, and their timeline. They book that shipment and they track it to their destination. But that's not something that's normally accessible with the technology stack of existing domestic and inland coastal maritime organizations. So we streamline sales for these operators by providing them a modern SaaS platform for their sales and customer management. So this includes automated voyage planning,
SaaS, take my money,
customer portal, instant proposal generation, as well as automated tracking and position
plug and play
reporting.
SaaS. They said we want
experience to their customers, whether that's coming through us, through our marketplace, or their existing customers and their existing channels as well. So our marketplace launched in Q1 of 2023. We saw over 3 million tons of cargo requested through it through the year. And we have hundreds of service providers that list their services, provide quotes, and interact with our customers. And I think these are all Q3 numbers, so it's grown since then. And then our SaaS tools power some of the largest companies in the industry.
Jacksport, shout out.
McDonough Marine Service, CLG, formerly Float Freight, and many others, Port of Pittsburgh, Port of Jacksonville, as you see here. And we're growing that every single day.
Brokering success demands a battle-ready strategy. TIE TMS equips freight brokers with the ultimate battle station for conquering a tough market. With TIE, brokers gain access to a comprehensive platform where rate intelligence and quote history converge on a single screen. It's not just a page, it's a strategic command center designed to help brokers win. TIE equips your team with all of the data they need to negotiate with confidence and allows them to communicate directly with carriers and customers from a simple control base. Revolutionize the way your brokers perform by giving them a competitive advantage with TIE TMS. For more info, go to tai-software.com/battle stations, and we also have a link for you in the show notes to sign up for a demo. Super cool.
Yeah, right? Like, I love...
free for shippers. I just pulled up their website. OpenTug is free for shippers.
Wow, that's awesome.
And so if you click on their website, like it literally just like pulls up. Hopefully, you can see it. I kind of want to, we're just going to do a live demo.
Yeah, let's on the spot, OpenTug. No, I love this. No, it is interesting too, because it's like, all this data is available. One of my favorite sites to use when I am on the lakes is this site called boatnerd.com. And it's just all AIS data. So it's not hard to, brought to you by Marine Traffic, brought to you by P44, I guess. So, it all trickles down somewhere, doesn't it, Jet? But it's, I think it's cool. I mean, it's a different type of marketplace that, if anything, I think is probably even more difficult to find connections for, right? Especially if you're going into, he's 100% right. You probably, if you're a ship liner and you're going into a certain type of waterway system. There's probably someone you've always used. And whenever we talk about someone you've always used, that means price wise, you're probably paying a premium price. And he's right. The barrier of entry would be difficult to get in there if you did want to open up your own tug situation, or own a barge line or something like that. So I just think it's interesting. It's again, like, this is a huge. People don't talk about this type of mode when you talk about bringing goods into the United States. Wow,
So
wow.
if you're listening, we are currently
Yeah,
going through Open Tug's website and just clicking
I
around,
just
and
love photos of boats. Like, that's my favorite too. It's like, yeah, look, see, look, do you need a hopper? Which we're talking about barges, perfect transition. That's going to be for all of your grains and all of your hopper bulk related needs.
it's just so
Um,
cool that you can see all of this visualized.
I
I didn't know
know
that all because from what I understand, and especially, doing like the tug research, is like it really is like who you know. Like
it is. Yeah,
it's completely relationship driven. I would be curious to know like how many, like it doesn't sound like there's like a load board for barges.
no,
Like, you just got to know somebody in order to get your stuff shipped, especially on the inland waterways, which, if you're looking at the map, the Mississippi River that flows through Louisiana and then has all of these different waterways that go throughout, the central part of the United States. It's arguably inland waterways are arguably one of the biggest geographic advantages of the United States. Just watched a video on that the other day about
love that. I
how,
love that quote. Put that on a shirt.
well, France owned like the middle part of America. And when I was looking at this map, at one point, obviously France owned, the middle part of America before the Louisiana Purchase, but it looked like France only owned that part because of the inland waterways from the Mississippi River that dumps out into the Gulf up throughout, the central and sort of, towards the western, like Montana, North Dakota areas. But yeah, they owned all of that land. And then when Britain and France went to war, Napoleon couldn't fight a war in the United States in order to keep the Louisiana Purchase. And so that's why he needed the money to fight the war against Britain. And so that's why they sold the
For
Louisiana
nothing.
Purchase to the United States. And the rest is kind of history. So it's
not a
super
good
cool.
history at all times, but definitely a history there.
Well, let's get into the barge talk. Let's talk about barges.
Yeah, actually, don't leave this page. Can you go back to that? Because I think that actually will help a little bit. So, especially visualize a little bit more of the good old barges themselves. So, in that first photo, and clearly, if you've probably seen these again in inland waterways. If you're surrounded by Great Lakes like myself, you've seen a number of these. They're a lot of what you usually see pulled around. Clearly, you're not always moving container ships inland, and honestly, I don't think a lot of our inland waterways could take those ships to begin with. So, barges in particular, here's some fun facts for you. So, first thing, they're mostly flat, and they're the opposite of tugboats. They don't have a motor or an engine. They're just kind of there floating, and if anything, they need some type of towboat or tugboat attached to it to get them moving from there. And I think that's why they're absolutely flat, which helps them navigate a lot of these waterways, so they don't get stuck or they don't get hit anything as they're going through. They're used a lot of what you usually see moving around is the hopper style or the bulk types right there that we talked about earlier. I saw a couple of those this weekend myself. But there are a number of different types of barges, and they can measure is up to largest vessels measure up to about 200 feet long, can hold over 3,000 tons of cargo as well. And the ones that you see in the seaports, the ones that are ocean barges, definitely hold more than that. Majority, though, are inland barges. And again, they're for more of those small bodies of water, cost effective, can move a lot in a little space. And a lot of them are used actually for oversized loads as well. So if you're moving turbines or things of that nature, you'll see a lot there. Basically, if this thing can't fit on a truck or a rail car, then they're probably on a barge. There's also the deck barges, which is usually more like construction equipment, natural rock, stone, large pieces of metal. A lot of times they even move livestock on those too.
Oh, smart.
Yeah, I'm trying to see if I see an inland one on there, but those ones are going to be usually just like the flat. Perfect. There we go. That one in particular is called a deck barge. Yep, just again flat for equipment. A lot of times too, you'll see deck barges used apparently as like dry land for waterway workage. So it's interesting actually. They're finishing up the new Gordie Howe Bridge here in Detroit. So we'll have 2 bridges now in Detroit crossing over to Canada. And there's a deck bridge there that they use as kind of like a surface in the middle of the Detroit River to help build that. There's also the hopper barges. We went over those. Those are the ones that move more of like grain and bulk loads. There's shale barges, and so those are used for more of the oil and gas industry. They look kind of like the deck barges, but they're usually just like a little bit taller is kind of the way to explain it. Those are apparently highly regulated though by the U.S. Coast Guard too. So a lot of times they'll help pull those. There are then liquid mud barges. And those have pipes and pumps on board to help circulate and dispose of fluid. Typically used more in like inland oil drilling sites. So the ones that you're likely seeing if you're on a lake or you're sitting near a large river or waterway are the inland barges, deck barges, and hopper barges. And if you're at more of like a construction site that's on the water, you're probably seeing a crane barge as well. But yeah, these again, I see these all the time. And I usually, it's funny, if you want to bring up the site really quick, like I said, I use a site here for Michigan boats called boatnerd.com. I should bring it to Craig, see if we can like put it underneath the fire crown.
Wow.
But it's a guy who basically just tracks yes, love this site. He basically tracks boats and like we'll talk about certain like boat history and barge news.
Oh, I love this.
Yeah, right? It's so fun. Like I just love that there's a person out there that's dedicated themselves to this.
What a great domain name too.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And then if you look, I think, is there, see on the right side, it says AIS, quick links. So this is what I use if, so my mom and I will spend a lot of time on the beach during the summer and it will, if we see like a boat, we always want to know like what it is, where it's going, stuff like that. So if you click did you already click the AIS? Just
yes.
thinking, well, yeah, I'll take a second.
Oh, wait. It shared it opened a new tab.
And so,
wow.
yeah, there's a lot of them, right? Zoom in, go over to, if we zoom in a little bit more, go to the top left, okay, so that's why I live there. Go scroll it to the left, closer to Lake Michigan. It's funny. Nope, that's Huron. That's other side of the hand. There you go.
Okay. Woo. It's nothing like live navigating.
Right? So like this is usually the boats that I'm looking at too. And if you like click them, they'll usually show like see the one that says like Great Republic or something. Right there where your cursor
right there. Okay.
Yeah. Click the actual boat. It's like a red icon. Yeah, see, so it'll pull up exactly what it looks like.
A little photo. And
yeah.
So if you're just listening, we are on ais.boatnerd.com. And this is all live information, correct?
Yeah. Yep. Sometimes it's like off by like an hour or so, but yeah, usually like if we see a boat in front of us, so quickly we'll get on there and it'll show us and then we click it and see what's up with it.
That's awesome.
It'll usually tell you in the bottom too, like where it's going or where it came from. That's always cool.
So cool that there's just like hobbyists out here that is just pulling together this kind of information.
I know, right?
In order to look at this.
And then this will actually capture like any type of boat too. So a lot of times during the summertime, we'll have like big yachts coming through the lakes, and it'll tell you like what its name is and all that.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
That's so I briefly did, and I say briefly, but I need to do a more in-depth episode on like Great Lakes shipping. I had a Rust Belt
Yes.
kid on from Gator Bar. And so he does like, he's a shipper. So he does a lot of like Great Lakes shipping. And he was talking about some of the boats that come in and, you know, different shipping scenarios and things like that. But this just is just on another level of all of the, I guess, just available shipping options, that it's not just the inland waterways, but it's Great Lakes shipping as well. I would maybe argue that are these, so we have obviously like port operations, but then we have Great Lakes shipping, and then we have the like the inland waterways. I think that's probably like the big three of the United States.
Oh, most definitely. I mean, like, especially you zoomed out here, like, look at all that stuff is moving right now, right?
Yeah.
So it's like, when I say, like, I'm used to seeing barges, like, I'd say probably 80% of what you're seeing right now. I'm pretty sure the red ones are barges, blue ones are tow or tugboats. And then I think there's like another color. Blue, I think also sometimes is like yachts and stuff like that. So
that's awesome. So, and if you're just listening, again, we're looking at a screen of like almost like Google Maps, but it's all of the Great Lakes in sort of one screenshot. And then dozens and dozens of barges, of ships, of probably tugboats too that are in there, of just operating. This is all just going on around you, like right now, which I think a lot of people don't fully appreciate how much stuff gets just moved all the time and how efficient this kind of shipping is. Because I had pulled up one note that I did want to share. It actually came from Rachel Premack, formerly FreightWaves. I believe now she's working for a hedge fund, but really, really talented writer. And she said, just with 1 gallon of fuel, the resourceful barge can chug along for 616 tonnage miles compared to 478 tonnage miles for rail and 150 miles for trucks. So 1 gallon of fuel will get you like 4 times as much as a truck, which is insane. That's crazy. So we're unsung heroes for sure in the world of shipping.
You we could do an episode on one day too. Is up in the Upper Peninsula, if you see, there's a ton of boats by it. It's it's kind of like the center right now of the screen, right on the border of Canada. And if you scroll inwards, and Michiganders already know this, but a lot of out-of-staters don't know. Right? Like kind of exactly like where your cursor was. Yep. So keep going. See where all those boats are right here in the middle of the screen. To the right where like Canada meets perfect. Yeah, keep scrolling right there. So that is the Sioux Locks. So like we have locks in Michigan, just like the Panama Canal. And basically the boats will come in through there, the water will raise up, then they can go and they travel through it. And then the same thing, once they get to the other end, it goes down, and they keep traveling through the Lake Superior too. So I visited there. It's really cool.
So it almost looks like they're suffering from port congestion as well, which is, somewhat recent news that a lot of ports around the globe are suffering from port congestion, especially everything that's going on in the Suez Canal and Panama Canal. And so all these ships are being diverted. So it looks like they got some congestion going on too, which is kind of crazy.
Well, and if I remember correctly, there's only one in and one out. It's only where I think Panama's got like 2 lanes, right? 2 or somewhere between 2 and 4 lanes. This, I'm pretty sure, is just 1 lane each. So it's like one boat at a time. I'm pretty sure that is coming through, but maybe we should do an episode on that. We should do Great Lakes shipping in canals, and then I also think something on icebreakers. So hopefully, if you're listening, be on the lookout for those episodes in the future, and to the haters that steal our content ideas and try to do them first, we'll know. Well,
No, it's you.
on that note, if you want to go into this too, we can talk about lesser transportation. And one of my favorite boats is actually built to break ice too. What we're going to do now is I literally want to tell everyone this is my favorite boat of all time.
I think I just brought it up. The SS Badger.
Yes, SS Badger.
Okay.
Yes. The SS Badger, my favorite, absolute favorite boat of all time. It has an identical twin called the SS Spartan that hangs out in Ludington. This is where I spend. That's probably me waving from that from
From the
that
pier.
lighthouse there. Yeah. So I spend at least probably 2 to 3 weeks every summer out on the holidays in a city called Ludington, Michigan, and it's connected to one of our still used US 10 waterway highways. And it runs the SS Badger. So this starting Memorial Day until I want to say it's actually extended sometime in November. The Badger will run back and forth from Michigan to Wisconsin, and a lot of people use it. So let's start back in its history. It originated in 1952 as a rail car ferry. So it actually was they put rail cars off of the trains into the boat to get it over there a little bit faster. And over time, it actually became more of a commercial and car ferry. So instead of having to drive through Chicago to get to Wisconsin, you can jump on this thing for 4 hours and get over to the other side very, very quickly. And it's actually now one of the there's 14 vessels that were running back and forth back in the day, but now this is the only one left. Like I said, it does have a twin. It's the Spartan. If we had Boat Nerd open, you'd see the Spartan sitting there. It again looks exactly the same. The Spartan only sits there though as a parts server for the USS Badger or the SS Badger. So basically, seeing that it's its twin, if a part breaks down in the Badger, they just go take it off of the Spartan and they put it on this thing. And so it's kind of cool. The Spartan's always sitting in Ludington all day long. It never moves. It actually is now a National Historic Landmark as of 2016. It's the only National Historic Landmark that does physically move, and it is a state landmark for 2 states, not only Michigan but for Wisconsin as well, and it goes into Manitowoc, Wisconsin. I've been on it. So here's the thing: I've been on it for a tour, but I've never actually taken a trip on it. So that's something I want to do at some point. My parents have done. They do a really cool 4th of July dinner, where the 4th of July after it comes back. So it leaves at 9 a.m. in Michigan, comes back to Michigan by 7 p.m. From Wisconsin, and so afterwards it'll take the boat will go out into the ocean or into the lake a little bit, and then you can watch the fireworks from the boat, which is kind of cool. It kind of looks like the Titanic. Yeah, it's pretty sick, and it's cool because it honks every time it comes into shore. So it's like,
well, what happens during? This might be a dumb question, but
no.
Like during winter time, like can these ships still operate? Like are there like levels of ice over it or layers of ice?
They used to operate during the winter time because they are built to break ice. That's kind of an interesting thing about them is they're redesigned, I think, in the early 60s or something to break ice, but I just don't think they run it anymore because I don't think it's just needed. Like there's not enough volume of users. It's easy for them to fill it out, I think, during the summertime, but a little bit harder during the winter time for them. So I think they do shut down for that reason. This is when I say it's my favorite boat, I know all of you out there who are like, Grace, you're a Sierra Club member, you still give money Clean Water Action. This is still a coal burning boat. It's one of the only ones still left on Lake Michigan, I think, if not the only one.
Oh wow.
A couple of years ago it did get a new I don't want to say engine because I don't think it was exactly the engine, but it did basically. It used to burn coal and then dump the coal into the water. Yikes! Yeah, not great, right? Now it doesn't do that. It still burns. It still burns a little bit of coal. It's not fully coal operated, but still does burn coal. And instead now they dump the ash. They offload the ash at the end, and it actually goes into making cement. So
that's super smart.
Yeah, they have found a way, but a lot of people were against I have some friends from my college years who were very no. I spent a lot of time fighting coal ash. I'll just say that. I did. I fought a lot of coal ash in my college years, so a lot of people were very mad at me for loving this boat so much. But it's so big and so beautiful. It looks like the Titanic, and it's awesome because it moves a number of trucks a day. Most commercial trucks that are hauling in it are actually hauling turbines, but they are. So I think in that first YouTube clip I sent over, that's them loading up, I believe, trucks to go into there. And a lot of it, because in Traverse City we have a big wind turbine producer. Instead of paying the oversized fees to go like through Chicago and Illinois, instead you just like put it on this boat and you have to worry about any of it, and it gets there in 4 hours. I mean, can you imagine driving oversized load turbines through like 4 states? Oof. Yeah, Chicago traffic, yeesh.
Take the barge and a nice little waterways trip.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and then get a nice view. The driver gets
it feels nice.
Yeah, it saves some hours, right? Because you turn the truck off, you have to worry about it. It's true. Did you find that clip?
I wonder, does that count towards your driving time if you're a truck driver? You're sitting on the barge?
I'm gonna without the education say no, because you turn your truck off.
Yeah, true.
I mean, there's some movie theaters in there. There's cafeterias. I'm pretty sure there's like beds that you can sleep in if you want to. So it's like, it's a good time. You're not just sitting there waiting 4 hours. There's actually things to do. Apparently, there's like a big bingo situation. You know me, I love bingo. So I just need to get on this boat. And one of my best friends from college actually lives on the other side of it too. So we always joke like, I just sent the boat to go pick you up. But if you want to show, there is if you see it where I put in my notes, moves thousands of commercial loads a year. That should be, I just highlighted it for you. That should be
okay.
And then they also move something cool, but we'll show this one first. I will say too, they also in recent years got a new social media person. So they're like on TikTok now. Yeah, exactly. They're on YouTube. And I'm like very proud of them.
So look, now you're gonna have to get a TikTok so you can see all of these things before they make it over to Instagram.
See if TikTok survives. Let's see. The day I make a TikTok is the day they take TikTok down. Like,
they better not. God, I hope they don't. It's easily the best social media app, as we're about to play a YouTube Shorts that is watermarked from TikTok. Yeah. It's this video, if you're just listening, it's loading and unloading large tractor equipment using a semi, and it's going on to the SS Badger. So that I think that's what Grace was talking about when referring to some of these large items that can be shipped using a boat like this. So definitely like another unsung hero, which is
there's another short underneath that, and this is what they're like famously known for moving these.
Oh, wait, one more.
Yeah, right underneath.
No, not that one.
No, on my notes. If you see it.
Let's see. Okay, so now
they're famously known for moving Clydesdales. So yeah. They do this, I think, every single year, and they've been known for it for a while. It's just a faster trip for them. If you don't know what Clydesdales
easier, probably on the horses too.
Oh yeah.
The world-renowned Budweiser Clydesdales were in Ludington to take part of the sesquicentennial celebrations. After a week of appearances and events, the Clydesdales departed Michigan on their way to South Dakota via the Badger, the second time they have ever sailed with us. They are one of 3 teams consisting of 10 horses that travel the country. For a majority of the year, they attend special events all over the country with their operations team.
I think they can fit 5 trucks in there.
Their appearances this week were sponsored by Ludington Beverage. It's an honor to safely carry America.
Jesus.
I love that.
That was such a good, if you're wondering what that sound was, that is YouTube Shorts deciding to automatically play the next video in the feed as soon as we watch some cute little horses get transported onto a boat.
I love Shorts. But yeah, so that's my favorite boat. It's my mom and I, we always love to go sit and watch the sunset and watch this boat come in, and it's loud. It's just, I love boats because, especially on like big bodies of water, they're just like, they're there and then they're not there, they just like come out of nowhere, and they're just, you always see this thing from very far away as like a little dot, and then it just like slowly gets massive, and it's just the coolest boat, and the history of it and how long it's been here, and also just how important it is. I mean, it is very, very important. There was a year that it was actually shut down because, if I remember correctly, it hit a rock or something like out in the bay somewhere, and so there was a year that it didn't run at all, and they were like going through new ownership or something. And just think of everyone that moved oversized loads that year. I mean, if you look at Michigan, you don't want to take an oversized load north. Oh, hell no. You don't want to do that. That would be miserable, trying to go through the Porcupine Mountains that way. No, I would never do that. And then you definitely don't want to.
The Porcupine Mountains? Is that what you said?
Yeah. Yeah.
Huh. Never heard of them.
They're, so like you go, yeah, they're like over here. And so you definitely don't want to do that. And then you have Chicago, which is like, who would want to take an oversized load through there? So talk about like an interesting way that we move oversized loads through the United States, especially, I mean, even like if you're shipping even from somewhere like anywhere on the East Coast, you're likely probably coming in through Michigan and taking that route instead of having to go through multiple cities. If you can get through Michigan and up into there, that's easy way out.
Huh.
So,
wow, yeah. Michigan kind of a unknown shipping powerhouse as far as that's, especially when you think about all of the states in the United States. Like, who is, you tend to think of like more like port cities, traditional port cities, but Michigan is also a port city as well, correct? Because of all of the waterways. And
yeah, I think that's why we have we have so many different cultures, especially around Detroit. I mean, the fur trading was huge in this area. I think about the way that we expanded out west. I mean, Michigan was, I think, just so important as an economic importance to just how our country grew. And really, until you get to the Mississippi River, I mean, there were no other huge bodies of water like that you could take advantage of in moving things as well. So if we should do a Michigan episode soon, and I bet you that could get really interesting if we actually put some research into that as well.
Yeah, well, I wrote that down for a future episode idea, because I liked doing like this, that hopefully other folks enjoyed it as well, but like this kind of segment that's a little bit away from like news and more of like, what's some other parts of shipping that are just cool that I don't really understand all that well. And so using this using this show with you as a vehicle for to research, pun intended, for a lot of these things that I want to learn more about. So this was cool. So we'll definitely do that. We'll do canals in the future too, and I really want to do one on icebreakers. So maybe that'll be our sort of show plan here for the next.
That would actually, especially with Lake Superior, that could get really interesting too.
Heck yeah. let's shift gears a little bit, because if you were listening to the previous episode, we talked about tugboats and barges, and we also talked about what we would be discussing on future episodes. And so I think we talked about icebreakers that we're going to do in future episodes. I'm not sure what, maybe the other ones I'm blanking on what we had mentioned, but one of those topics was also shipping canals.
Yes.
And so we thought that we would shine a little bit of a light on the different and major shipping canals all over the world. And I think for most folks, you are used to like the Suez Canal. That's the one that Egypt owns. That is it's been, I'll just go through my notes right now. It was opened in 1869. It's a critical maritime route, or has been a critical maritime route for over 150 years. And the significance of it is that it reduces the maritime journey between Europe and Asia by about 4,300 miles. I was going to mention kilometers, but I don't know what a kilometer is. And, it's, day before July 4th. So we are going to go with miles.
Yeah, for sure.
What the fuck is a kilometer?
Yeah, what is a kilometer, the world?
But nearly 10% of global trade passes through the Suez Canal, including 12% of the world's total oil shipments. I could also go through the Panama Canal, but I wanted to show this quick video first. So let me bring up Grace's favorite platform. And that's the Suez Canal. Hopefully you didn't hear that volume, but let me go ahead and hit play on this one. Oh, I got to add it to the stage first. So some BTS for you guys. Here's an overview of the Suez Canal from this TikTok user, Novasphere2.
Here is the Suez Canal, one of the busiest shipping channels in the world, and also one of the most profitable canals. The Suez Canal was initially excavated by the French, but the British later became the major shareholders. After Egypt gained independence, they consistently sought control of the canal and eventually succeeded in ousting the British. As one of the busiest shipping channels globally, the Suez Canal witnesses tens of thousands of vessels passing through every year. It brings significant economic benefits to Egypt, serving as a vital financial pillar for the country. Reports estimate that around 23,000 ships transit the canal annually, generating approximately $8 billion in toll revenue. This means an average daily income of around $22 million and an average toll fee of $350,000 per ship passing through the canal. Today, 70% of oil tankers and cargo ships worldwide navigate through the Suez Canal. It has become a crucial trade route between Asia and Europe, given the substantial costs involved in detouring around the southern tip of Africa, the Cape of Good Hope. Egypt seems to be making money hand over fist, lying back and enjoying the benefits.
Which is actually, when you think about any fun facts that you got about the Suez Canal?
Not about the Suez, but apparently, like, we've had canals, we've been using canals. One thing I saw was since Mesopotamia times, which, if you're a history buff, that's we're talking thousands of years BC, before the guy that a lot of people believe in, so it's to make BC politically correct, but no, it's that's crazy. I didn't realize how much money they're making off of that, too.
And the toll fees, I think, is what's I'm like, wow, what a great opportunity. For just, I don't know, just existing.
I wish I'd like to see that
now.
I'd like to see that like P&L, though, because I'm assuming the upkeep of a canal isn't the cheapest thing either. So, like, again, people who might not understand businesses, like, just don't think that they're bringing $22 million and that's their profit. I just assume there's got to be some cost, or else, like, Egypt is but they've also had some instability issues. So, but that's great. And so I was going to say the lock aspect of it. So I was going to say you kind of have canals, and then there's some, right, that do have the lock aspect, which we see here a lot in Michigan. We have the Sioux locks, the Sioux Canal, and the Sioux locks up in the UP. Whereas then there's also like the Erie Canal, which is more closer to Toledo, Detroit area, but that doesn't have locks either. But interesting. No, I didn't.
Yeah,
Really.
I had it on my, so I'll play that video next on the, well, maybe I could play it now with the Erie Canal. Because in my notes, it says it opened in 1825. So it was one of the first shipping canals in the United States. I think it was the first, but it played a pivotal role in economic development of the United States in the 19th century. It reduced transportation costs by about 95%, significantly boosting trade and settlement in the Midwest. And it spans 363 miles, connecting the Hudson River in Albany to Lake Erie in Buffalo. So I don't think
some walk at some point then with the.
Well, here, I'll bring this video up now since we're talking about it, and then we'll get into the Panama Canal next, which is probably, I think, for United States residents, probably the most famous one. So Suez and Panama. So I'll play this video now too, and this is on the Erie Canal, and this comes from Legends and Lores over on TikTok. Oh wait, I gotta actually share the screen.
Beautiful.
It's flawless production level here. Can you tell we're ready for vacation?
America's greatest engineering feats was completed in 1825. The Erie Canal, stretching 363 miles from Albany to Buffalo, was a groundbreaking project that transformed the nation. Before the canal, transporting goods from the interior to the port cities was costly and time-consuming. The canal drastically reduced transportation costs and time, fueling economic growth and westward expansion. Its construction was an immense challenge, requiring innovative solutions such as the use of hydraulic cement. The success of the Erie Canal led to the boom of cities like Syracuse and Rochester, turning New York City into the nation's principal port. It also spurred a canal-building frenzy, with numerous other canals constructed across the country. The Erie Canal wasn't just a marvel of engineering, it was a symbol of American ingenuity and ambition, reshaping the landscape and economy in profound ways. Today, it remains a testament to the transformative power of infrastructure.
So that's the Erie Canal.
AI made TikTok videos so much better, huh?
I know, it's about time you get on it.
All those AI images, I'm like, wow. Well,
it does make my sort of the wheels turn in my brain. Like, oh, maybe I don't have to go and do hair and makeup every time I go on screen, and I could just write these scripts myself, and not have to be a faceless.
The next
channel
episode
instead.
is like just straight AI us. It's like we don't even do it.
Oh God, that'll be the dream. To be honest.
That's incredible. Yeah, it's so crazy too to think like the time period that a lot of this stuff was built and how long it's stayed.
I think, with all of our space discussions too, it's interesting to see how this exact sort of infrastructure, not exact, but this same exact, not exact again, is being built in space now. So we're developing these different like trade lanes and trade routes to space, very similar to how they were developed in the US and just, across like human history. So here is the next video on how the Panama Canal works. Well, first, let me give you a little bit of an overview with the Panama Canal. I'm sure maybe well, the video I'm going to show is how the Panama Canal actually works, because it's different from other canals across the globe. But the Panama Canal opened up in 1914. It contributes nearly $2 billion annually to Panama's economy, and it shortens the route for shipping, saving around 8,000 nautical miles for ships traveling between the east and the west coast of the Americas. And so obviously the Panama Canal is vitally important to shipping goods into the U.S., so much so that because the U.S. kind of controls the majority of the Panama Canal, or probably all of it, China was at one point in talks with Nicaragua in order to build a new canal. That those talks have stalled, but they were going to build a new canal in Nicaragua that China was going to, control most of it and fund most of it. So that did not happen. So the Panama Canal is still the number one, probably, greatest importance for the U.S. So let me play this video on how the canal actually works. And I'm sorry if you're just listening, but hopefully it still kind of comes through okay. But if not, you can go check out this video over on YouTube. And this video comes from energy.sector8 over on TikTok.
Wow.
So if you were just listening, basically what that video is showing is that the ship, once the cargo ship comes up into the canal, I think it's the lock system. Is that where you, very similar to the lock system of what you were just talking about?
Yep.
So it goes almost like into a giant pool. They fill up the pool with the water and then they shift them over to the next sort of lock step. So they go through like 3 processes of this to get into the canal. Then they go through the canal and then they go back through almost the same sort of section where they put the ship in a certain section. These walls go up, water is filled up or dropped down, and you move section by section. So people might have heard of like the drought problems that the Panama Canal had suffered earlier this year. And so when they don't have that water, they can't have that, that different fluctuations of pumping water in, draining the water out, and doing that series of processes for each ship that goes through. I think that's one of the bigger complaints with the Panama Canal and really I think the Suez Canal is only one ship can really go through at a time. You can't have multiple ships, going north and south or east and west at the same time. So that's the only sort of downfall or con of the Panama Canal, is that you can't have 2 ships going at once, very similar to the Suez Canal. But any fun facts about the Panama Canal you got?
Well, the one thing I'm thinking about too is I'm pretty sure now that they've expanded it as well, because what they call like a Panamax ship. So it's like cargo ships that are now so wide. And I believe Rachel Premack wrote about it a while ago, right? I think it was during her big ships. Yes. That they actually had to expand in order to make those work. So that's I think an interesting point there. The other thing I was considering too is I'm glad you brought up the drought. I think especially that visual kind of shows you like how important that water is to that system, right? So if there is a fall, you can imagine how much slower it's going to take to get those through. Now, a fun fact, for a while, up until I want to say last year, Disney cruise ship paid the highest toll to date. This was in 2008 to go through the Panama Canal, and that was $330,000.
Wow.
Now, if you are a Freightways fan, then you probably remember though in November of last year, because the line was so long, people were paying higher tolls to jump the line. It was a Japanese container ship, if I remember right, had paid $9 million to jump the line as well. So a little bit more. And I can't imagine that price. If I remember correctly, though, with that Japanese ship, it had some type of product that had an expiration date. So it was one of those things where it's like, if we don't get through this line, like everything on this boat or majority of what's on this boat will expire. So it wasn't just like we had the money, let's pay it and just send the tax over. Another fun fact, and I thought this was interesting as someone who loves the water. In 1928, a man named Richard Halliburton, he's like an inventor or something.
Halliburton?
Yeah, I don't think related to that Halliburton.
Okay.
Swam the full length of the Panama Canal.
Oh wow!
Now, any vessel that goes, yeah, I guess you can. Now, any boat that goes through it, you have to pay a toll, and it's based on your weight. Well, Halliburton had to do the same thing, and so his toll, again, 1928, so it's probably a little higher now. He ended up having to pay 36 cents to go through it. So if you are going to swim the Panama Canal, make sure.
Did he have to go through the different, locking
I would assume so, yeah. Which is
that must be
scary. Like to think about that, like you're just like rising with the tide. I mean, they go like, at least the ones I've been through, they go very slow. So it's not like you're just like, like all of a sudden up. It's like very
like a gradual process.
Yeah, and that was a small one, so I would assume even bigger it feels even slower. So yeah, that's I like the Panama. There's a lot of interesting history. I mean, it's not the most it's definitely not the safest history if you look back at it, but Teddy Roosevelt, I believe, started it, and very interesting president in terms of infrastructure and
national parks.
National parks, yeah, 100%. So, and then to see the back and forth aspect. So, yeah, if you ever get a chance, like, just look up the history of like ownership of it, because
I think too there was one like interesting fact about. I mean, obviously this is like a terrible part of history, but there were a lot of workers, slavery going on with building the Panama Canal. But for a lot, I think of like the white workers, they were falling sick to malaria. And for whatever reason, the slaves that they had brought over from Africa were surviving it.
Wow.
And so I want to say that's like a lot of like the locals in the area were falling sick to malaria, but meanwhile they found a cure, or not a cure, but a way to fix malaria and where it was coming from, because of the slaves that came over and were also, constructing, obviously not willingly, the Panama Canal, and they weren't dying. And so it was the locals that were dying from it, if I remember that story correctly, which is, I don't know if it's like a good thing or a bad thing, but it was a thing that happened. Okay, so another one that I wanted to talk about is, so we've talked about like the famous canals, but then I also wanted to know, like, well, what other, I would have thought that like a lot of canals have already kind of been constructed, that like, we don't really like, is construction really happening on new canals? It turns out they are. So I found a couple videos of like the new canal constructions that are going on across the globe, because if you think about from the, like, none of that is happening in the United States, because we have, the inland waterways. And we talked about it briefly on the last episode of just the power of the inland waterways. It starts at the Mississippi River and it goes up north. And then you have all of these different outposts that go into, sort of the Midwest, but then also into reaching into some of the West Coast. That comes all off the Mississippi River. And so when you can go through the Panama Canal and you can ship your freight over to the New Orleans port, then you can put it on a barge and put it up a barge and send it up the Mississippi River. Like, that is an extreme competitive advantage. And also from not just from a military perspective, but also just from, just supplies in general. And that's really how the dominance of the United States is, that we have oceans on each side of us, but then we also have the Mississippi that allows for that transportation process to take place. Well, China is actually building that same thing, because if you look at a map of China, especially population maps, the overwhelming majority of the population, I want to say like 80% of the population, all lives on the eastern coast of China. So they have rural areas that are, obviously in the, central and western parts of China, but most of the population all lives on the east coast. So now they're trying to change that by building a new canal that will hopefully alleviate some of that shipping stress, and almost make like a little bit of like a model of like our inland waterways, just doing it for the Chinese population, and also, countries like Vietnam. So I'm going to play this video from Futurology Shorts that's going to talk about that new canal that's being built.
China has begun construction on a $10.5 billion canal called the Pinglu Canal. Located in southern China, it will stretch 135 kilometers, linking the Xi River with ports in the Beibu Gulf, providing a faster route for inland goods to reach the sea. This will provide major economic benefits, while also opening up a new waterway for trade with Asian countries. The project, which is China's first new canal in over 70 years, is planned to finish in 2027. Do you think the Pinglu Canal is a good idea? Let us know in the.
So that's the Pinglu Canal that is going on, or the construction that is going on. Like the video said, it's opening up in 2027. Another country that is building a new canal, or planning to build a new canal, is Turkey. And so over in Turkey, they're kind of trying to do the same thing where they already have a canal that is within the country, but I think they have a lot of, similar problems where it's, you can't fit two ships. And, there's a lot of obviously any kind of canal, especially like Egypt knows this with the Suez Canal. There's also geopolitical tensions, who controls, the canals, who gets to collect the tolls. So there's that aspect of things too. So let me play this video from the same company, futurology.shorts, where it talks about the construction of the new canal in Turkey.
Turkey is planning to build a 45-kilometer-long canal across Istanbul, uniting the Mediterranean and Black Seas. The project, which would divert traffic away from the highly congested Bosphorus Strait, would cost $20 billion, generating massive revenues while establishing new ports and transforming Western Istanbul into an island. In addition, it would bypass the Montreux Convention, allowing NATO naval vessels access into the Black Sea, infuriating Russia.
Yikes. So, I mean, obviously there's some geopolitical tensions from that aspect. But I thought that was really interesting to know about the new canals that are being built. And then, obviously China had plans to build a canal in Nicaragua. That is not happening. But there was a lot of environmental concerns around that happening, because you think about all the animals that are going to be displaced, the massive, it took 100 years for the Panama Canal to be constructed. Yeah. And so for a lot of these construction projects, it's especially for a lot of different governments, how long are these governments going to, be around?
How quickly China gets theirs up and running. Yeah.
Exactly. Now, there is another canal that may happen in Thailand. So it is, I don't want to even try to pronounce this, so I'm just going to spell it, KRA Isthmus Canal proposal. It's a potential route that would cut through the Kira, God, I'm not going to pronounce this right, but KRA ISTHMUS in Thailand.
Yeah, you're right.
Isthmus, creating a direct link between the Andaman Sea and the Gulf of Thailand. So that one could potentially reduce shipping times and costs by bypassing the congested Malacca Strait, one of the world's busiest maritime routes. So thought that was I don't know. You kind of think of canals that they've just always been there, like the Suez and the Panama. I had no idea that new canals were being built. Let's go ahead and get started on icebreaker ships, because this is it's one of those things that you hear in shipping, and I don't know that I have had the full grasp on why people even want to establish this shipping lane. Did you know about this, I guess, shipping lane or shipping story before, we were doing research for this?
I guess no, not in particular. I know of icebreakers, clearly, just being where I'm from and have seen them before, but no, not in particular, no.
Well, I think for the first, I want to play this. I want to start off this section with why this sea route is important, because essentially what we have throughout the world is that we have these shipping lanes, these big trade lanes, which are safe passages or somewhat safe passages that giant cargo ships, oil tankers, fishing vessels, that they can travel through and end up at their destination in the quickest, most efficient time period. And with this new route that is opening up largely in part because of the ice melting in the Arctic region. So that's the North Pole. We're not talking about Antarctica, which is the South Pole. So the North Pole is where a lot of this ice is melting, and it's starting to open up faster and more efficient shipping lanes. But that brings a whole lot of discussion, geopolitical, natural resources. It brings up a whole lot of discussions. But first, before we get into some of our favorite takeaways about learning about this topic, I want to play this video that will kind of give a good, I think, overarching view of what this is and why it's important. So let's play the clip.
This is the Northwest Passage. It's a sea passage that spans 900 miles and joins the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans through the Arctic archipelago. It may look insignificant, but the truth is, this passage has the potential to change everything. The only problem is that it doesn't exist yet. Well, sort of. You see, we've known about this passage for centuries, but it's always too covered in sea ice to be used for regular marine shipping during most of the year. But now this is all potentially changing. Since 1979, the Arctic sea ice has declined by 40%, with NASA saying it's currently disappearing at a rate of 13% per decade. Put simply, the Arctic sea ice is melting and also being replaced with thinner, seasonal ice due to climate change. And this means that eventually, whether it be by 2050, 2100, or somewhere in between, the Northwest Passage will become fully navigable for mega container ships for at least a few months out of the year. The importance and geopolitical ramifications of this cannot be understated. In fact, the reason we've known of this passage for centuries is because of how transformative it would be, even back then. European explorers, beginning with Christopher Columbus in 1492, searched for a direct trade route from Western Europe to East Asia, but they never found one. It took until 1850 for the first icy northern passage to be discovered, or well, technically invented, and until 1906 when it was finally traversed by the legendary Roald Amundsen. Since that first crossing, there have been at least 320 transits up until 2021, with 38 of them being from 2019 to 2021, showing it's still a pretty challenging passage to traverse.
So I'm going to stop it right there because that's a really good point to, I guess, intro this discussion of what exactly like icebreaker ships are. Now you kind of have a general overview of what's happening in that region and why these ships are starting to be needed. Basically, with icebreakers, there's two types of icebreakers where one has a bow that sticks out much further than, I guess, sort of the top of a traditional ship of what you can see. It has an underneath that sort of, can bust through the ice up to 6 feet of ice that it can bust through before the actual, I guess, sort of real part of the bow that you see on a traditional ship has to sort of slosh through it. So there's that method of it, and then there's another method of an icebreaker ship that they almost try to go as fast as possible so they can get up on the ice and then come down and crack it that way. And so there's a bunch of different like videos where they can see especially in this region of cargo ships or mostly like oil and gas ships that are being caught in this ice up north in the Arctic, and these icebreaker ships have to go through and do one of those two methods in order to carve out a path for those ships to make it through. So I'll stop right there since we I had the video and explained it a little more. But what I guess what are your first thoughts when you know about that, when you learn about this history, when in the region that you're in? What are sort of your, I guess, favorite takeaways about icebreaker ships?
Well, in general, I think it's interesting for just trade domestically here in the U.S. how much of it is dependent on this as well, let alone what we'll see in the future. I think the stat I pulled for this lane in particular was by 2050, I believe, this will be the primary point of transit between Europe and Asia. So clearly a huge impact it's going to have on global trade, let alone what we see just domestically as well. I'm trying to look at the stat right now. I think it was around, just in Great Lakes, icebreaking alone supports over 90 million tons of cargo annually. Oh, wow. So imagine what that number is going to look like, especially once it becomes such a main trade line. I mean, here it's interesting. I wish I would have pulled some sonar charts from this and might be able to send you some later. But theoretically, we don't really have much, right, for this lane. But it's one of my favorite sonar charts we do have at Freight Waves is the Panama Canal Index. That's not exactly what it's called, but it's kind of what we call internally. And it helps you kind of see the rates between going to LA ports compared to going to something like Houston based on the availability of going through the Panama Canal at that time, right? So it gives you like this flux of a different option. That's why we see so much investment in Dallas and Houston, et cetera, because of that path, because at the Panama Canal, of course, was widened, which led for more of that option. So I get really excited just from like a data standpoint to see like how that would affect overall like what we see on trade lanes right now, even through the United States and so on. So I think it's really cool to like consider and think, right, like just because of these icebreakers, the global ramifications of it. I think I'm wondering if you're going to get to it, but I mean, we have a whole pact, right, based on this lane. It's called the Ice Pact, and it's between, I believe, the U.S., Russia, let me
China,
double check.
the Inuit people.
It's, I believe, no, sorry, United States, Canada, and Finland. And so between the three of us, there's the U.S. Coast Guard has 2 main icebreakers that they're starting to use as of July of this year to start cutting that ice that you just went over, right?
Well, so it's a little complicated in that regard because we've only had 2 of those icebreaker ships, and they're decades old. So meanwhile, like Russia has more than 50, and a few of them are nuclear. One of them in the Arctica, I believe, is the name of the ship, and it's nuclear powered. So it doesn't have to go back to port. And so it can just patrol, it can traverse. And so what's happening with a lot of this polar or Arctic ice melt is that it's exposing more, shoreline and more land, especially for like Canada, for example. And so Russia has essentially, claimed a lot of these passageways and these routes, and are like, no, you have to pay a fee. And Canada's like, no, you are going to there because this is
like go talk to NATO. Yeah.
Like we're gonna go to our friends and this and
but a big issue that we do have outside of this lane in particular is there's not many United States owned cargo carriers, right? As part of this. So it's interesting, like, could this be a lane that finally gives the United States an option to gain some traction on that fact, right? To have more carriers under the United States sail. And I think that also could be interesting, right? The political ramifications are something that clearly is going to have to be discussed at some point. But it's almost like if you've played not war, what's the game? I haven't played it so long. We're in different countries. Now all of a sudden there's just a different path for you to take. How much that could change, like, trade relationships, right? Like maybe to talk about Russia, I mean, maybe that is a relationship we grow even more so just knowing that the economic ramifications of ignoring that relationship, right? So, I mean, it sounds like we'll probably air after the election, but like, like it's crazy to think like that could be an election topic, right? In the next couple of years.
Well, it's to your earlier point about the Panama Canal, and for cargo companies or for cargo ship companies, carriers, the route from San Francisco to Rotterdam, Netherlands via the Arctic route would take about 7,000 nautical miles, while San Fran to Rotterdam via the Panama Canal is about 9,000 miles. That's about a 40% difference in nautical miles by taking the Arctic route versus taking the Panama Canal route. And you can have more weight if you take the Arctic route because you're limited when you go through the Panama Canal. You have to have certain weight restrictions.
Yeah.
And then there's also this initiative, because I'm sure most people have heard about the China Belt and Road Initiative. They have another initiative called the Polar Silk Road. And so if you know your history, you know that Silk Road was this, major, I guess, trade road from the East Asian countries over to Europe and, Western Asian countries that are, partaking in trade. It was one of the first, I guess, human civilization, I guess not tactics, maybe tactics is the right word for here. But it was mostly human trade was set up in a variety of ways. Human trade and commodity trading was set up through this Silk Road. And so they're calling this the Polar Silk Road. And so it's because of no restrictions. You can get there faster. So it brings up a lot of, I guess, sort of environmental debate too, like because of global warming and because of everything that's going on in the Arctic with this ice melting, you almost have to ask yourself too, like, are we even going to need icebreakers in the next couple decades? Because you have Russia that has more than 50 of these icebreakers. You have China that's building out a ton of icebreakers, and they're doing it to, take advantage of this new trade route that is starting to open up. And they believe that that it's estimated by like 2035 that we're going to have just a huge section of this Northwest Passage route that's going to be completely open for anyone to use. And so now, from a geopolitical standpoint, you have Canada that's like, no, we're going to start charging fees, sort of like Panama or Egypt. They're charging fees to go through the Suez Canal, to go through the Panama Canal. Canada wants to do the same thing because there's not that much economic activity going on up there, which is another sort of, I guess, a negative aspect of this polar trade route, is that there aren't many ports. And that a lot of, for the Inuit people that have been there they're called like Canada's first peoples. And there's so many like livelihoods that are set up in these northern like regions, and their way of life is melting away before their eyes. And so it brings up like these conversations of, okay, if you're going to establish these trade routes and you're going to maybe start building ports along these trade routes, because right now there are hardly any ports along this trade route, like you should be involving these people who are already having their lives impacted. And then also think about it from the lens of, if one of like an oil tanker goes down in the Arctic, like that is devastating to these communities, because you can't even clean up the oil because the ice makes it incredibly difficult to be able to use, sort of modern, we had a spill in the Gulf, Deepwater Horizon or something like that, I think. But they can use these large sort of nets in the ocean to scoop up all of that oil. You can't do that in the Arctic because you got freaking floating ice going on up there. So it has like all of these different ramifications. And I just thought that was,
even to that point, like I'm thinking about like, again, funny or near election season, but the migration that would need to like happen up there to back a port, like I know right now there's a number of really great like flatbed trucking jobs in Canada and towards the Arctic and Alaska as well, just because it's, they're growing communities and things need to get up there and it's a tough drive, right? But now it's like, when you sit here and you talk about like putting ports in some of these areas too, it's like they don't have, I don't know if you've ever seen like the most northern town, but it's like everyone there works for the oil company and there's kind of a grocery store, it's like, and so think about the job creation needed to like support a true port community,
and also to get you supplies. Like,
there was even just to live, like putting a grocery store in there. Now you're talking about construction jobs and like the just development of that type of infrastructure is like just really interesting to kind of consider, right? Of like all the moves that would have to make to make sure that this investment, you could say, now is really pays off.
Well, there was another video. It was like a CNBC video that was talking about Arctic shipping, and it was published about a year ago. And there was a gentleman that was on there talking about, he was like a captain. He was talking about, the intricacies of sailing through some of these different issues. But he mentioned that during the time of that recording, that only 300 ships have made it through the Arctic since it was that the passage has been discovered. 300 ships. And so it's so new, it's so fresh, and it's so really like actively developing or erasing, or kind of maybe both like going on at the same time. And it's just, it's very interesting to sort of watch that geopolitical strategic chess pieces being made, because it's something that for a lot of our borders and a lot of our, I guess, countries and the way things have been, this is a new area, much like how we've talked about, sort of the colonization that's going on with the moon. We talked about that in one of our space episodes.
Yeah.
And that is now, you could start to see the chess pieces being made by China, by Russia, and then some of the other NATO countries, and, like Finland, Norway, Denmark, all of these huge ports. And what's crazy is that you watch a lot of this stuff and you forget how close these countries are to each other. I think we're so used to seeing the regular map where it's like the US is on the left and, Russia and China's on the right. And it looks so far away, but, sorry to the flat earthers out there, but with the circulation of the globe, you can look at the Arctic and just see how close Canada, Russia, like China considers them an Arctic country. Like they mentioned that in one of their, I'm sure they did it for, economic and political reasons, but they want to be mentioned among some of these Arctic countries, which is also super interesting because their Belt and Road Initiative, which for folks who may not know, that's China's initiative to sort of have soft power throughout the rest of the globe by building ports and roads and just like logistics infrastructure in all of these different countries. And they'll do it and they'll pay for it. But if you don't pay them back in, a set amount of time for these loans, then they get to seize those ports. They get to seize that infrastructure, which is happening in some African countries. It's probably going to happen in some South American countries. So it's a very, it's an interesting thing to watch play out that will likely be decided in our lifetime. That this Arctic ice will largely not exist in the next 30 years. It's going to be a lot of it's going to be melted away. And for the majority of the year, because right now it's only a few months out of the year that these icebreakers are largely being used for these routes. But if it starts melting away and you have less need for icebreakers, then, I guess maybe the US is playing the long game. And in regards to shipbuilding, much to chagrin of, friend of the show, John Conrad of G Captain. If you follow him on X, he's always talking about shipbuilding. And China is pretty much kicking our ass in that regard of shipbuilding. And a good portion of their shipbuilding is for icebreakers. So maybe that's a good thing for the US in the end. There's also a tourism that's kind of taken off for that region too. You have icebreakers, I think, from Norway that will go into the ice. You can pay, thousands of dollars and go on this ship. And then you can get off the ship and go just walk around on like the different ice sheets. And I watched this video of this family. This guy put on a suit that's like meant to help you if you fall into like prevent, hypothermia. And they let people wear these suits and jump into the Arctic if you want to. And I thought that was pretty cool too. So there's some tourism aspect that's going on there as well. But I just, the idea that it's called like the Polar Silk Road, I think is crazy. And it's not crazy fascinating, I guess. Not like crazy and like, I'm going to pull my hair out kind of way. But
like you said, in our lifetime, that stat said by 2050, I mean, that's not incredibly far away. Like that could be the main line between, us and Europe. That's crazy to kind of consider. So again, and just like, I mean, I'd love to like have Lauren on this show too, be the maritime professor, Lauren Began, and like the alliances have already changed with carriers. Just like how would that change carrier alliances, and how would that shape just global pricing, and add the security level to it all too. It gets like super interesting.
If you're watching the video version of this, I just pulled up the graphic that shows what I was referring to as far as like map purposes wise, like how close all of these countries are for this one trade lane area. And you can see like it's gonna pull like a Sarah Palin, like, oh, I can see Russia in my backyard, which the United States is literally right there, right next to fucking Russia, or freaking Russia. I probably shouldn't cuss like that on the show. But hey,
close. It's close.
But you can see on this map all of the different trade lanes that have been established, the trade routes, and then all of the yellow dots are ports that are currently already existing in this area. And so as this ice melts more and more, you're going to see more ports pop up, especially on the Russian side of things, because this was a major initiative, a major focus of the country, from what I understand, before the Ukraine invasion. And so since then, their supplies and their budgets and their focus have been on that, less on this. And so this will arguably, I guess, depending on which way the war goes in the future, this is going to be a focus again for Russia. Another graphic that I wanted to bring up too is the exclusive economic zone. And so this is an area of that same map I just showed you, of which the US has rights to from an economic perspective. And so that's more along the lines of just I guess they can drill for like natural resources, natural gas, oil, things like that. And so that is that's another concern, I guess, is the economic zone and who controls these different areas and who doesn't. And it sort of brings up the earlier point of like Canada, like some of this shoreline or is starting to even emerge for them. And so that's a territory that they have to claim. And, very like, it's with Antarctica at the South Pole, all of the world's nations kind of have a pact, have an agreement. They have their own little sections of Antarctica. Where the Arctic, it's still very much like up in, it's up for debate, I guess, and so where those borders are and where it's being contested, and some countries recognize certain borders, and then other countries don't recognize those borders, and so I think it's just a really fascinating topic that I'm glad we got to cover in this show. I do wonder though, is there any difference between some of these Arctic, I guess, icebreakers and I guess strategy versus the Great Lakes area? Like, is it largely the same? Is it maybe just the Great Lakes shippers kind of all stay within the Great Lakes, or do you know any of, I guess, that routing that goes on up there? Like, are these Chinese companies coming in, or?
It doesn't, I don't think so. I know most of them are ran by the U.S. Coast Guard. There's I want to see, I was just looking at the number of them here in the United States. Most of them are used, though, of all the ships, icebreakers that the United States own, most of them, which I had that number, where did it go?
I thought we only had 2. Maybe it's just 2 Arctic.
We have 2 that was the point I was going to make. We only have 2 we have 12 total. Only 2 are functional for the Arctic, whereas Russia has 41 in particular. Finland looks like 11. Canada has 20. Again, not all of those are for the Arctic, though. It sounds like some of that's for, I think, the Hudson Bay up there. But they're building more out of Canada, and then China has just 5. But again, they're so close to Russia, to say that they would never work together on that is silly. So they're building. It sounds like 2 more here in the United States. They're building more. The number's not on here right now of how many they're looking to build. But yeah, the ones that are in the Great Lakes are just like nowhere near the type of icebreaker that you would need for that type of ice in particular.
Because it does make me wonder
but they aren't like, I will say they are Coast Guard run. So there's no like entity that's
like a commercial operation.
Yes. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Well, they're
technically a Navy ran, I guess, if you looked at it that way.
Because the reason I asked about that is because my brain goes to, well, China's kind of doing the same thing with Mexico right now, where they're just sending a lot of freight into Mexico and then just trucking it in. Like, would they do the same thing with Canada and then just truck it in on the other side? So I was just curious about that, which I'm sure they would, especially if they establish rail lines.
I think the big problem there would be, yes, you have rail lines, but they're like, how covered in snow are they at certain times of the year? I think the infrastructure is nowhere near that of Mexico. So, but like, again, it depends on if you built a port somewhere between like Alaska and so like a Canadian port, right? Like that could be an option depending on the times of the year. But I know, again, ice road trucking, it's really dangerous up there. So a lot of times those guys are just driving on ice, right? So again, I would just, if anything, though, I don't think you're wrong. I think, again, it goes back to my statement on like this lane, like think of the trickling effect of the economy it could do. I mean, there would need to be more truckers up there. There would need to be more towns and settlements, right, for those people that are helping move any of those goods. So again, I don't think out of the question, especially because if we're losing that much ice, I would assume at some point we're going to see less snow in some of those areas too. So a lot of what ifs, right, on that plan.
And there's, as I was watching a lot of these videos too, just breaking down like what icebreakers are, why this Northwest Passage is so important, and why it could change things from a geopolitical perspective. And a lot of the videos were showing like these, ships that are coming from China and leaving the East Coast, and they're going all the way up to the Northwest Passage, or they're going all the way through like the Panama Canal. I'm like, why don't they just go to LA? Like, why are you going all the way around? And apparently it's the, from what I understand, the Malacca Strait is where a lot of the Chinese ports are located. And if the ships come out of those areas, that's where there's a lot of geopolitical tension because of Taiwan, because of Japan, like the Philippines. And that's a lot of contested waters there. And so that's why these other routes where China either goes north or they go through the Panama Canal, that's why it makes much more sense for them to avoid the drama in the Malacca Strait, or the potential of drama in the Malacca Strait, and take these routes to the U.S. instead. So it also has some U.S. implications too. Like, is the Port of LA, is Long Beach, are those going to, be impacted by the Northwest Passage as well? And so a lot of these questions we can't answer today, but fascinating discussion regardless.
I do want to throw out some numbers on here though, because it is like kind of crazy. What this would cost when we talk about like where is this money going to come from too. So it looks like the Coast Guard has what they call a PSC program right now, a polar security cutter program that would aims to acquire 4 or 5 new heavy polar icebreakers, and an acquisition of a new Arctic security cutter, so a medium polar icebreaker.
Cutter? Is that what you're saying? A cutter? Like they cut through the ice, I guess?
Yep. So like
another word for icebreaker?
It's basically like a heavy duty one and a medium sized one, or a medium effort, I would assume they mean. And it looks like estimated cost for the big one is, I gotta move things over, $1.2 billion for the first ship, $921 million for the second ship, and $1.1 billion for the third ship. So again, it's just so crazy, right? Another thing we're gonna have to figure out taxpayer wise, right? But it's just the money behind it is crazy. There's like a whole report. I'm sure you probably have some of the data from that too on your side.
There's so many, like, just it's untouched land too. So it's the minerals, the natural resources. I'm sure like lithium deposits and things like that wars are being fought all over the world for. And so it's just an unfortunate reality that that's going to be something that they fight over next. And how are they going to pay for it? Well, probably through some of those natural resources, I would imagine, or securities budgets. I'm sure they can justify a lot of things for securing that
oil. There's oil somewhere, oil will pay for it.
Welcome into another episode of Everything is Logistics, a podcast for the thinkers in freight. We are proudly presented by SPI Logistics, and I am your host, Blythe Brumleve. We've got another great episode for you today, and we are talking to the shipping manager at Gator Bar. His name is Jack Zwart. Hopefully I said that name right. I think I did, because we just talked about it 5 seconds ago, but hopefully that is still the correct pronunciation. But we're going to be talking from the shipper point of view for this episode. This is always a really popular one with our audience because brokers and carriers are always looking for ways to work more efficiently, probably more on the carrier side, with shippers all across the country, brokers too, of course, but the carriers are the ones that are probably going to be the bigger focus in this episode. So Jack, welcome into the show.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Honored to be here.
Awesome. Perfect. This is going to be such a fun discussion because I just told you before we started hitting record that I listened to your interview on trucking for millennials with those guys over there. And great bunch of guys that have been hosting a podcast for years now. And they're hosting conversations that need to be had. And so after listening to that, I am pumped and ready to go for this one. So for folks who maybe didn't listen to that episode or aren't familiar with your background, can you give us a little bit of insight of your career history?
Yeah, as it relates to what we're going to talk about today, we'll trim it down a little bit. For the last, I'm in my third or fourth year at a manufacturing company called Gator Bar. We operate in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan, so a pretty rural area here, and we manufacture composite rebar for the construction market. So that's what I do on a day-to-day basis. I work with truckers. I handle our shipping program. We don't use any outside brokerages. I handle everything in-house. So everything from booking to loading, routing, everything like that runs through me. And that's basically what I do on my day-to-day.
And you have a pretty strong Twitter presence, and one of the things in your bio that caught me off or that caught my attention is you call yourself a Midwest supremacist. And so I imagine that has a lot to do with where you're located in the country and the businesses that you support. So what is, I guess, sort of the meaning behind the Midwest supremacist? Because you're not the only Michigan person that I've met that is very, very quick to pull out their hand and show you exactly where they're from on the state.
Yeah. It's beautiful country up here, and I grew up in the more traditional Rust Belt. So I grew up in Illinois between Chicago and Rockford, two great Rust Belt cities. So I've split my time in two different areas of the Midwest. I love them both for different reasons. And there's a lot of things that we have in the Midwest that are lacking in other parts of the country, specifically industry and community that we tend to think of comes from days of old, I think. And there's a lot of things that are still here today with us and that we should be proud of and that we should take more pride in. So I try and highlight those things, highlight industry, highlight small towns. And so because those things are prominent in the Midwest, I call myself a Midwest supremacist. I really enjoy it, and wish everywhere could be like here.
And with Rust Belt, so your Twitter handle or X handle is called Rust Belt Kid. And I think for a lot of folks who maybe didn't grow up in the Midwest or maybe, are of a certain age, they're not exactly familiar of or aware of the historical significance of the, just the prowess of, American manufacturing, especially decades ago. For folks who may not be aware of the changes or how that's evolved, can you kind of break down and for people who don't know, what is the Rust Belt and what is sort of the state of it today?
Okay, yeah, definitely. So you'll probably get different interpretations, but I would consider the Rust Belt the heavy industry backbone of the United States that lays between, let's say, Pittsburgh to Chicago, kind of in that east to west band. And in that geographic band, historically, you had a lot of heavy industry. And I guess it would start up in the Iron Range of Minnesota. That iron ore comes down into the Rust Belt, into places like Detroit and Gary and Buffalo. And to me, it starts on the Great Lakes and then disseminates from there. So you can go probably all the way back into the late 19th century and find that basically as soon as people started coming to the Midwest en masse as the country moved west, industry followed. And I would argue that there's geographical advantages that the Midwest has with the Great Lakes, with the Mississippi River, that it allowed industry to become more prominent there. And so as we get into things like World War I, World War II, and post World War II, automobiles, mining, planes, tanks, etc. So much of it came from the Rust Belt. And then after the war, you see that industry stay and kind of evolve into other things. I already mentioned automobiles, but Lakers, like, people that listen to this podcast are probably familiar with like Great Lakes lake shipping, the ships being called Lakers. Actually, the first one was built in Detroit, right? And so you see it evolve into consumer electronics and all kinds of different categories. It would be, I don't know if you put me under pressure right now, if I could name them all, right? But heavy industry, machinery was predominantly manufactured here in the Rust Belt. And, as time has went on, we've lost a lot of it. But if you look at America as a whole, I think there's still a ton of great things here, especially here. And are things as good as they used to be? No, definitely not. But is there still a lot to be proud of? Absolutely. And is the majority of heavy industry in America still reside here? I would also say yes. And so those are things that I like to emphasize with people, and I hope give people hope and aspiration or something to be proud of, I guess.
Well, I imagine because what I have heard, just throughout the years is like the areas like West Virginia or something, like the coal mining towns, like things like that, where it's just all of that, I guess, processing and manufacturing has been pretty much outsourced to other countries. And so there is a movement, I think, of trying to bring manufacturing back. Do you see that evolving into what I've heard it called is like a manufacturing 2.0, where they're starting to bring some of those jobs back, but in a different way than what it was before? Are you familiar with any of that, sort of, I guess, the evolution of modern manufacturing? I imagine you are with your respective field.
Yeah. I actually think Gator Bar is kind of a good example, right? Like, so Gator Bar is just rebar. It's just concrete reinforcement that goes in everything from roads to bridges to houses, office buildings, and rebar for 100 years was made the same way. It was a piece of steel with little grooves in it to hold it in the concrete. And Gator Bar is different. It's a composite material. So it's made with like new age chemistry, stronger fibers. It looks nothing like standard rebar. It feels nothing like standard rebar, but it's a modern iteration, right? And it's taking place here in the Midwest. So yeah, you're right. I'm glad you brought this up, right? There's a lot of talk about reshoring right now. And I don't want to pretend to be a policy expert or anything like that. But I think as more young people might be interested in not going the traditional college route, that maybe they don't want to take on the debt or they want to work with their hands for some reason and they don't want to, have an office job. I think the Midwest is offers a great opportunity for these people because you have a ton of natural resources. You have the Great Lakes, you have the Mississippi, you have a ton of rail hubs, and there's a lot of what I've talked about this with Lombard before, right? Lombard's dad was like an old school manufacturing guy on the East Coast. And if you're in the right place, in the right towns, and you know where to look and you open yourself up and ask around, there's still a lot of these guys around with expertise from the first go round, right? Like they're older now, right? But you still have the opportunity to garner a lot of information from them. And there was maybe a 40-year gap, let's call it, since we lost a lot of industry. But if you can find the right people, there's still a lot of knowledge here in the Rust Belt because that's where most of the manufacturing was. And so, I do think that there is a lot of opportunity. And maybe I kind of forgot what your initial question was there, but like new age manufacturing. So yeah, I mean, I think we're a good example, and I don't want to take credit for that. There's 40 guys at our shop and a lot of guys that started long before I got there, but it takes, it's just different than, it's different than going to business school. It's different than getting a degree in environmental science or whatever. It's just a different route that as a society we haven't really explored in the last 40 years, right? We kind of just like let it hang for 40 years, didn't really do much with it. And so yeah, I think we'll see a lot more of what you're talking about.
I guess it with a good follow up for that statement, especially for young people. What did that process look like to decide you're going to become a manufacturer? Were you in on the inside when this process started? I like, how did you just wake up one day and you're like, I think I'm going to manufacture rebarb?
No. First of all, I wasn't around at the beginning of the company. I want to make that clear. But basically, I got into it by luck, right? And there'll be hundreds of people after me that get into it by luck, and hopefully they have as good of a time as I have had. I stumbled into it, right? But I actually got a forestry degree, so I think maybe we'll talk about this at some point, right? But there's a lot of timber in our area and a lot of mining. There's still a lot of raw goods that get moved around in the upper Midwest. And that's what I was doing. I was in that field, wasn't quite making what I wanted to make. And I quit my job right about the time COVID started. And I was kind of just in a panic. And, it was the early days of COVID when people were closed and whatnot. And so the only job I could find at the time was a management position at Walmart. So I was operating the back room of Walmart, like the loading docks, basically. And so that's how I got into shipping, is just by luck, right? I needed a job. COVID had struck, and I took a job at the local Walmart managing a crew, the second shift at the loading dock. And I knew I didn't want to stay there for long, but it gave me some good experience. And for anyone, it's like embarrassing as a grown man to say you worked at Walmart, right? Like, it's like whatever.
Mom works at Walmart, so
but it's just what we had to do at the time. Mm-hmm. And actually, like I was also telling this to Lombard, is like, it's a little bit embarrassing to say, but one, they pay good, and two, they're a big entity, they're a well-oiled machine. So I learned a lot about a functional business and a functional shipping department, right? So I was there for a few months and just, looking for something else. And I have some family at Gator Bar, and they were saying, hey, we're growing and we need someone we're moving more than they started to get multiple trucks a week. That was like a big deal to them, right? They were a 1 truck a week company, and they could just handle it with a phone call. And then it started to grow and it became its own thing. They needed somebody else. So then then that was back in 2020 or 2021, I came over to Gator Bar, and it was just pure luck, right? But I've learned a lot since I've got there. I got a little bit into the production side, a little bit into the purchasing side, and mainly handle the shipping component.
I guess what does that process look like? Are you as a manufacturer, are you sourcing the goods? Are you making them on site? What does that process look like?
So yeah, great question. Our product is actually pretty simple. There's 3 raw ingredients. One thing we market to our customers is that we're 100% American made. So even our ingredients or components are American sourced. One of those comes in via liquid tanker. I posted a photo of one of those unloading today at our facility, if anyone wants to check that out. One of them comes in via dry van, and the other one is a local product. That comes in drums. So basically, I'm just doing the purchasing of those products, the production planning. So, you know, you have X million number of feet on order for next month, which means, you know, we need this million feet per week. And so I order that much. When the material gets to our facility, we're offloading it, we make the product, and then we're filling the orders that we have. On the outbound side, then basically what's happening is we ship exclusively flatbed, unless there's a custom fabrication to be made. But for 97% of our stuff, I would say we're shipping flatbed, right? So rebar is standardized to 20 feet long. And so we'll make 2 piles to take up 40 feet of flatbed deck. And I'm using all local in our context is probably a pretty big range, but all local carriers, you know, from Green Bay to Duluth, flatbed carriers. That's kind of the radius we draw. And so I've gotten pretty familiar with the Lake Superior flatbed guys. I know most of them, it seems like. And, you know, we anywhere from 1 truck outfit to 100 truck outfit we're using, and we dial those guys up. I handle still everything with phone calls and emails. It's pretty rudimentary, I guess. If you got brokers that listen to this, they probably got some fancy CRPs or what have you, but we do everything the old fashioned way, and it seems like they show up on time. We load them at our facility, and then they deliver to basically everywhere. I mean, we've got all 50 states under our belt right now. And we did our first, actually, I should take that back. We did our second international shipment late last year, and I'm working with Ross Kennedy right now on our third. So we got a few international shipments on the docket now.
And for folks who are watching, we just showed your website, which is incredible, by the way. It's very rare to find, I think, in our industry, you know, just all of supply chain is very rare to find like a really standout website, but that website kicks ass. So
awesome. Well, we paid a lot of money for it, so that's good.
It's definitely it great photography too. So if you haven't visited the site and you're a website nerd like me, go visit it, because it really is very well done. Now, you know, as you were talking, I was going to ask these questions a little bit later on, but since you already brought it up, I would love to talk about how you work with carriers. You mentioned that, you know, it was 1 truck a week. Now it's a couple and growing. One thing that really stood out to me when I was listening to you on Trucking for Millennials is that, you know, you were very passionate about carriers being their own marketing and walking into an office to do business with a shipper instead of sending cold emails, instead of sending, you know, cold or making cold calls. You do business still to this day, I believe, with a carrier who just walked in and introduced himself. Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah. So I am pretty adamant about that. I have a lot of respect for people that do that. I think for me, probably a little bit more just because, like I just told you, you know, we're sourcing carriers from a pretty big circle because we are remote. So I don't have a ton of options. So anyone that walks in the door has my ear, right? Like I don't have that many options. And if you take the time to walk in my door, I'm going to give you some business. Now you have to still be a good carrier, right? But yeah, it did happen 2 times, and I still use both of those carriers. The other guys, I have a kind of a short list of companies that I use, and I think all of them were either recommended to me by another driver or another carrier, or they, like one of the carriers that I use frequently, delivered. We were putting up a new building, and they delivered steel to our facility, and beautiful truck, driver was courteous, driver was on time. And at that moment in time, I needed another carrier. And so I just extended the invitation for, hey, have your boss call me. And he did. And we use them like a lot. So I do think that whether it's by recommendation or by walking in the door, it goes a long ways. And I don't know how the audience will feel about this, but like, I probably take 5 to 10 phone calls a day, like cold calls from brokers, and anyone that's just shows up in person, like I'm just ecstatic to talk to somebody that is personable, is real. When you call me and say, I have assets in your area, I kind of doubt it. So when I actually see someone with assets in my area, I'm like, all right, let's go. Like this is good, I don't know. I think it goes a long way. It might be different in different markets, right? But for rural shippers, it's meaningful on a personal level, but also on a business level, right? Like it's advantageous for both of us.
So when you mentioned that the limited amount of carriers within your region, so you're really just finding them now by just either referral or they just walk into your office. And I think that is incredible because it's one of those things that it's so simple and hardly anyone does it. And
Yeah.
I've told his Adam Wingfield, which he's an advocate for small carriers. He's on all over social media. But he had this great tip not too long ago that it just really stood out to me of just having carriers and brokers to an extent too. Go to your local networking meetups, your Better Business Bureaus, things like that. Those different groups that you can go and meet shippers, business owners, introduce yourself, shake their hand, and make a connection that way instead of trying to send 1,000 cold emails in a day and hope that someone opens it. I would imagine how successful do you think the cold calls or the cold emails are for you? Maybe hardly ever, or they catch you at the right time. Like how does does any of that work on you?
I don't. No, I actually, it does the opposite. So if I'm being very real and blunt, like I have no interest whatsoever. And if you call me, especially after I asked to be put on a do not call list, right, it does the opposite thing. It pushes you away, and that's a good example. Is like there's another business in town here that's bigger than us and more trucks than us, and I was like, okay, I dialed their logistics manager and I was like, hey, who are you guys using? Let's try and team up. And if he gets to the first facility, then he's not that far from our facility. And up here, that's pretty good, right? If you're only 40 minutes away, like that's really good. And so I had done a little bit of exploring. He said, here's a few people, and then I had made some phone calls, maybe even given away a load or two. And then one of the companies was just nonstop trying to, they're just nonstop. A lot of brokers are nonstop. And I like asked, like, all right, I didn't want to use you the first go around. I don't want to use you now. I think brokers can overdo it, and maybe they don't realize that sometimes. Like I told you earlier, I probably get 5 to 10 calls a day and at least 10 emails a day. So I think shipping managers are just immune to that kind of stuff. At least I am. I shouldn't speak for other people, but you got to do something different,
Well, it's funny because I've been at a couple different conferences where I know that shippers are there. And what they'll do is they either just show up to their panel that they're speaking at or whatever, and then they just leave and they don't interact at the conference at all. But then they're turning their badge around or they're hiding their badge because they don't want to be harassed. And that's their sort of networking time that they would just want to have genuine conversations and not just be pitched nonstop. So I imagine that has to get exhausting all of the time. And so the thing that is a little bit more hard work of just showing up and introducing yourself, that sounds like it's a much better use of your time versus, spending a lot of money on marketing software and a lot of these different sales tools and call recording tools. Just go talk to people in real life, make introductions. And that seems like it works well for you.
Yeah. I've only had 2 guys do it in 4 years, and they both got loads out of it. So seems like it would be a good use of someone's time.
Now, before we started recording, I told you that I had this tweet saved of yours for, close to a year now, because you originally sent it out on April 10th of last year, and it was talking about Great Lakes shipping. And you said a phrase earlier that, your audience might be aware of this phrase called Lakers. When you said Lakers, I'm immediately thinking of the basketball team in the opposite coast. And, but this tweet I have had saved because I was like, I got to get this guy on the show because I never knew that there was such a massive, and I'm based in Florida. So I spent some time up in Michigan, but never in like the UP and the Upper Peninsula. For folks who don't know what UP is, it took me a long time to remember what that was too. But it's Michigan, I feel like, has its own, it's almost like Texas, where it's their own like little country up there, and very people that are very proud to be from there, and they're going to let you know, very similar to folks in Texas. But this thread, and I'll link to it in the show notes for folks who are just listening. But you basically go through about how, you say it's rather quiet, but massively important when it comes to Great Lakes shipping. So can you kind of break down, I guess, an overview of, sort of the natural resources in that area, and then how they're shipped out and how the Great Lakes is used?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm very far from an expert on this topic, but I'm a fan of this topic. So I'll talk about the little bit that I know. You did a really cool thing when you asked me to be on here, and that's like, you asked me in a little questionnaire, like, what's some of the things that you want to talk about? And one of them that I think I wrote down was that the Upper Great Lakes in particular still is a very raw materials based economy. So iron ore, limestone, timber, those kinds of items. And for anyone that's not familiar with Lakers are basically aggregate hauling ships. So they're not like a container ship. The Baltimore incident just happened. The Ever Given thing happened a few years ago. And I think a lot of people think big ships, they automatically see a stack of containers on there. And that's not what Lakers are. Lakers basically have these big carved out bellies, and these big carved out bellies get filled up with taconite, which is where iron ore is derived, limestone, asphalt, salt, even salt for road salt. And there's a whole smattering of like geological minerals that I think people don't even, and I didn't even recognize, for the first many years of my life, what these things do. And so when we look at plastics and metals and even things like paper, most of these materials have fillers in them that are doing something, right? Or you can look at limestone for roads. There's just like everything in your life starts somewhere on the earth. And so many of these things start in Minnesota or Michigan. And because they're rural, we just don't really think about them. And so, like, you had the ships up on the screen, right? There's a huge deposit of iron. The main one in the U.S. comes from northern Minnesota. It gets referred to as the Iron Range. There's a lot of lime and gypsum and other minerals like that come out of, if I do the hand thing for you, they come out of up here, northern Michigan. And these are where most of our goods start. And we literally don't see them, right? Because they're in the mine, they're in the ground, and then they're on the lake. And everyday people see semis, right? They might even see oil wells or whatever, but we literally don't see these things, most people. So we're kind of oblivious to them. And yet you have these huge rural economies based on them. I'm not sure if it was in there or not, but about an hour and a half away from me here, we have the only nickel mine in the United States. So things that we need, even for high-end consumer electronics, circuit boards, they start here. And now nickel doesn't go on these ships, but most aggregates do. And these ships are very, very large, very large. And if you've ever had the pleasure of being in Green Bay or Detroit or Toledo, you might get to see one. They draw a lot of fanfare. There's like a whole cult following of people that say, "Oh, I spotted this ship today," or
"Oh, no way,
I spotted that ship today." Yeah, it has like kind of like a cult-like following, and so much of it starts on Superior, on Lake Michigan, and I just think it's a forgotten part of the economy. Maybe is the best way to say it.
So a couple questions as you were talking. Why is it nickel put on a ship or a laker?
So I assume, I don't know much about it, but I worked out there in that area by the nickel mine for one summer. And it's funny that you asked this. This was one of my first popular things I talked about online. And nickel is... The mine in Marquette, Michigan, and it's quite interesting. So there's a lot of iron. There's some iron mines in Marquette as well, and everything historically was done by rail. But where the nickel mine was geographically tough to get rail to. All the rail lines had been laid 100 years ago. And so there was a proposed new highway actually to get the nickel from the mine to the processing plant. But it went through an environmentally sensitive area, right? They could have done it, but there was some public pushback. So now Marquette, Michigan is kind of a tourist town. But if you're ever there and you spend like more than 5 minutes there, you'll see these big B-train semi-trucks hauling ore right through town. So they basically, what they did, instead of running it through the environmentally sensitive area, was they ended up running it back through town and then out of town. So all day, every day, if you're in Marquette, Michigan, you'll see these ore trucks. They run B trains. If your audience may be familiar with the B train, maybe not, but they're the double trailers, and they're running ore right through town in Marquette. So that, I don't know. I think that's pretty. I think it's pretty cool. Why it doesn't go on a laker, I couldn't say. It's right by the lake. It seems like it should be able to, but I'm guessing it has something to do with processing.
Probably, cleaning the ship, before or after. I'm sure there's some kind of like regulations around that. What happens after it gets loaded up onto a ship? Because my geography is right. Like where does it go after that?
So I'm assuming you're talking about other things now, like iron or
like any kind of shipment. So you mentioned, you showed the top of your hand, I guess, where a lot of these mines are located. If they're loaded up on a ship, where are they going after that? Are they going to, I don't know, maybe like further south, closer to Detroit, and then being distributed from there? Like, what does that process look like? Do you know?
Yeah. So I believe most of the traffic out of Duluth is going to be iron, and out of northern Michigan is going to be like lime or gypsum. There was, I should see if I can find it. Someone had made a great heat map of where all these ships go out of Duluth, and predominantly you see them go to the big Rust Belt processing towns. So they will leave Duluth, they will go through the Sioux locks, and they will end up in Gary, Indiana, Detroit, Michigan, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, these big steel towns, right, is where we're converting now from iron ore to steel. So I'll see if I can find that map.
I think
it's like a super cool map.
Well, I didn't find a map, but I did find the first result of the Duluth shipping canal. Is that the same area?
Yeah, Duluth Harbor is where most of these ships are coming from.
Yeah, right off of Lake Superior. So you could see those big Lakers, and I can now see why. And it's tough to describe it for the folks who are listening. So check you on YouTube in order to watch the video version of this show. But yeah, you're not lying. That's definitely, it almost looks like big flatbeds, but the ship version. I think that's the best.
Yeah,
way
right.
to describe
But the flatbed's always empty because the aggregate is below, right? The aggregate is in the belly. So there's basically these giant doors that open up, and through either big buckets that they have on shore or like elevators, like belt elevators, they'll empty these ships' bellies.
That's super cool to know. So what other cool, I guess, facts or stuff that the common American should know about Great Lakes shipping?
One thing we haven't talked too much about, I spent my early years as a forester. There's still a lot of wood products. Now, the South, like the Southeast, has most of the dimensional lumber in this country. So if you go buy a 2x4 from Home Depot, you're probably buying wood that was grown in the American South. But when you start looking at things like cabinetry, flooring, doors, these would be considered hardwood species, a little bit more high dollar stuff. There's a really good chance that wood came from the Great Lakes region. So much of our local economy, specifically here where I am, is hardwood based. We have quite a few mills in town, and that wood ends up in a lot of furniture and flooring. One of the mills here does exclusively flooring, and then some of them just cut, I don't know the proper term here, but maybe just like a base stock that can be converted then into furniture. So these are species like oak, maple, birch that are a little bit more high dollar, and that dictates a lot of our local economy. So most of the flatbed guys that I interact with on a day-to-day basis spend a good portion of their time hauling finished lumber out of these mills. We here in Michigan, one kind of cool thing is that Michigan as a state recognized this and permitted heavy loads within the state. So the log trucks coming out of the woods, I'm not going to say the number, but they're permitted for a weight much higher than like if you were to cross state lines and go into Wisconsin, right? And so that's kind of cool that the state recognized that and did that. They also permitted B trains. So almost all the wood in Michigan is hauled out in the double trailer configuration. And the mills employ a lot of our local people here. And so that's a big Minnesota, northern Wisconsin, and northern Michigan, very dependent on logging, and consequently the transportation is wood heavy, both in log form and in finished lumber.
Did you work in or work near or around the shipping, I guess, manager? Or were you serving as like a shipping manager when you worked in forestry?
No, not really at all. So I was I had a little experience with log truck drivers, but we were doing private consulting. So if a landowner wanted let's say they had 40 acres and they wanted that harvested, they could get in contact with us, and we would set up the logging road into the job site. We would set up where they can and can't cut, and we would kind of handle the payment processing. Because
Oh,
really the only payment happens at the mill, and the mill is really only paying the guy that brings the logs there. So then everyone else in that process has to be kind of paid backwards in reverse, if you will, right? So Michigan also has a private forestry tax credit program. It's called the Commercial Forest Program. So they want to encourage logging and keep these mills open, so landowners can enroll in this tax program, I guess, if you will. And in order to do that, you have to have a management plan put together by a professional forester. So we would also write management plans for landowners.
That's super. I guess it just never really crossed my mind there. I'm in Jacksonville, Florida, so it's North Florida, and so we have a lot of land clearing that's going on. And I was going to be building on some property, and so we were clearing it by hand. You know, it's ripping down like the vines and things that just overgrown. But we were doing all of that in preparation for a logging, or not a logging company, but just like a tree service company to come in and cut down all of the trees so we could start building. But then they came out and they said, okay, well, you have a bunch of pine trees. It's not really worth our time, so we're not going to do it for you.
What were they hoping you had, like cypress or something, or
maybe like the big Spanish oaks? It was a while ago, but they pretty much were like, no, you gotta that's not something we're going to help you with. It's just a bunch of like the really skinny like pine trees, and they were everywhere. We ended up just selling the property and not doing anything with it, and just let somebody else, you know, take it over. But I remember that being like an interesting thing. Like, you can't do anything with this. Like, what do you mean? There's all these trees. It's 100 of them.
Yeah. There's definitely some, especially as like you're in probably a pretty relatively large timber market in the Southeast. As mills get big, they don't want to mess around with little landowners and little deliveries and stuff like that. They want a very consistent feed of certain size, certain quantity logs. So here in Michigan, I think that's part of the reason they put the tax program in place. Was you out west, you have a lot of federally owned land, right? Like, I think if you look at a map of the U.S. and you look out west, the feds are the big landowner. And if you look down south, how they kind of alleviate that problem is there's these industrial timber companies, and a lot of people will sign a lease with that timber company to say, hey, in 40 years, I'm going to plant these logs, and in 40 years you can come get them. And up here, there's kind of a smattering, right? There's federal land ownership, there's a lot of private land ownership, and there's some industrial ownership. So the tax program, I think, is a way to maintain the flow of timber off these private lands to these mills as a guarantee, right? You're incentivizing the landowners to cut.
That's probably why we were told no. They didn't have time for us. Now, a couple more questions here, I guess, sort of lastly, kind of, rounding out this conversation with your role at Gator Bar, with, the things that you're passionate about, where do you kind of hope to see, the future of American manufacturing? If folks are interested in even starting up a manufacturing business or working for one and just getting more involved, what kind of advice would you give to them?
First and foremost, I would say go learn somewhere. I think manufacturing, machining, any of the trades really are probably pretty foreign to young people. I know they were to me. And the first thing you got to do is walk in a door somewhere and start learning. Even you see programs like apprenticeships for plumbers and electricians. Nothing like that really exists in manufacturing because everything varies so much, right? There's no standardization, but some experience. And this is a great question. I'm really happy you asked it, because a lot of people ask me, and I don't necessarily have a good answer yet. But one thing I can say is that anywhere you go in America, it can be Rust Belt or Midwest or not, right? There's typically these small manufacturing machine shops, right? And they're seemingly always looking for guys. They're seemingly always busy. And there's like a few fundamental, a lathe, a drill press, these kinds of things that you can walk almost anywhere in America probably tomorrow and get a job. And the owner is going to say, hey, he's going to stick you on this lathe, right? And you're going to learn how to lathe, or you're going to learn how to mill. And that's a great starting point. And then I think once you're in that business, maybe for weeks, maybe months, maybe years, you'll start to learn who his customers are and what they're looking for. And then maybe, have some idea of your own, and now some experience of your own where you can jump off. One thing I was thinking about, I saw the other day was like, my wife, she has an antiquated taste in home design. And so we were looking for some things around the house, like doorknobs and door handles and stuff. And if you look online, they're egregious. I think there's a market for someone to go out and make like doorknobs and drawer pulls and stuff. Like the opportunities are endless. You just got to look around a little bit and find what the market's asking for. And I know like we're growing now, we're getting bigger, and we don't have the we need to be making rebar. So at our facility, we outsource. We'll do the design of a machine in-house, if we want a new, I'll try to say this without giving away some secrets, but like we need a new rebar making machine, right? And so we'll do the design. We know what it needs to look like. We know what we want it to do. But then those components, we're gonna talk to our local machine shops, like I just mentioned, and say, hey, can you make part number A, B, and C? There's so much of that work that goes on that I had no clue about until I got in the industry, if you want to say that. Everything from machines to dispose of waste to, the parts that are actually making the product to parts that are cleaning the air or ventilating the building. I mean, it's everything. So you don't know until you go somewhere and learn what someone else needs, I guess, is the main part. And our small local area here, I couldn't say how many people are in the county, but probably less than 50,000 people in our county. And there's at least 4 different machine shops that Gator Bar will contract. So there's a big market for anyone to step in at that entry level, learn what the market needs, and just take it from there.
I think that's, you made such a great point about just finding the opportunities in everyday life that you wouldn't really even think about, like the doorknobs, like rebar. I heard the other day of a guy who owns a very small team, but does big numbers, and I say all, but he manufactures ball bearings. And if you think about how many things use a ball bearing, and he has, they're customers of his, all of them, all across the country. He's providing that one product to them. And I just think that, there is so much opportunity in those little nooks and crannies of everyday life. I think it's kind of goes back to the saying of, during the gold rush, don't be the person looking for the gold, be the person that's selling like the shovels and the picks. Because those are the things that people need to get the job done and to get their work done. I think that this was a great conversation, Jack. Anything else that you would add that, we haven't already talked about?
No, I guess when I listen to podcasts, I like it when people give examples, and I'm not going to give examples from Gator Bar because I don't want to give stuff away, but so like, I think what you just asked me is what a lot of people ask me. So maybe that's what I'll give examples of is like, how do you get started? Like I told you, I don't have the best answers, but just in our little area here, I want to give people like optimism and reason. If you even are thinking about this, a reason to go try it. And so there's a company in town here that, to my understanding, they make the vast majority, if not all, of thrusters that go on satellites. So, it can start tiny and just grow into this huge thing. If you're good at it, like it can grow into this huge thing. So like satellite thrusters are made up here. we have a guy in town here that runs a very professional manufacturing operation. And what they do is they make non-destructive testing equipment if we think about where this might be used, basically, like if Boeing's building an airplane, they need to probably test every airplane wing.
Let's hope so.
I shouldn't use Boeing. That's a horrible example.
Let's hope they're testing it.
But okay, but I'll say, like, they've been contracted by NASA and they've been contracted by Ford. You want to inspect every axle of every car that comes off the line, but you can't afford to like hammer on everyone or put everyone in a brake press. And so they make like this liquid inspection system that allows you to search for defects in the material surface without having to break the material. Trying to think, there's a big circuit board manufacturer that provides circuit boards for electronic medical equipment. So things like ventilators and those little beep, beep, beep heart monitors that you see at the hospital. There's an opportunity in every corner of everything we touch in our lives. So I think if anyone is trying to get in, just start somewhere, and it might turn into a really, really big thing. You just never know. If you work hard, I think it will.
Would be a perfect place to end this conversation. But I have one more question that I have to ask, because I have been told this before and I'm a little skeptical about it. But how do you feel? I've heard 3D printing or 3D printers is the future of manufacturing. That, a small garage operation, provided that they have the right plans and the right material that they're using in their 3D printer. Have you ever, had any experience with 3D printers, or had, the longevity of those items that they're manufacturing?
We don't handle anything 3D printed at our facility. I also do some quality work for Gator Bar. And so every week or every month I go to a materials testing lab, and I don't want to speak like in definitive answers on 3D printing, but I think we're still very far away. Very rudimentary consumer items like plastic things. Yeah, sure. Great. Right. There is like a metal 3D printing now where you can liquefy the metal and print what you want. I did get the pleasure of seeing one of those machines. The thing is, it takes up like an entire room. Like the machine is huge, and the area that it can print, I think, is a 5x5 square. So I think we're a long ways away, right? And it's probably very, very, very expensive. But the early computers took up an entire room at some point in time too, right?
Very true.
So that's what I'll say about that.
Well, that's so manufacturing, not exactly. If you want sophistication, there's other routes that you need to take besides the 3D printer in your garage. But if you're making like tabletop games or something like that, you need the little plastic pieces. That might be the route you take, and you can be your own manufacturer. And in that regard. But Jack, this was a really great episode. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm going to put a link in the show notes to the Gator Bar website, and also that Twitter thread that I mentioned earlier. Anywhere else you want me to send the folks?
No, that should be good. Thanks for having my kids, allowing my kids to kind of scramble around here.
Yeah, that was great.
I really appreciate it. So thank you.
Absolutely. Kids and pets make for great social media clips. So
good.
Thank you again. And we'll have to do this again soon.
All right. Thank you, Blythe. Have a good one.
You too. Welcome into another episode of Everything is Logistics, a podcast for the thinkers in freight. I am your host, Blythe Brumleve, and we are presented by SPI Logistics, and we're live at Manifest, the Future of Supply Chain and Logistics. And I'm here with a very special live episode of Freight Friends. Grace Sharkey, you know her all too well from our regular episodes, but we're here together. We're back in person together. How you feeling?
Listen, we're in a room full of all of our freight friends, literally. Baines here, look at all the whole crew, the Zell crew. Thank you so much for hosting us. I think this is a perfect freight friend scenario for all of us. And it's like a reunion. It's a freight friend reunion. That's what these things are. So,
absolutely.
Pumped to be here.
I think it's impressive to see that we've been coming to Manifest since 2021, and it's doubled in size every year.
Oh, easily double from last year. I'd say minimum 5,000. Hi, Kendra. Yeah, I see you over there too. Hello. That's what we should do. Just shout outs the whole time.
No, that's a terrible listening experience.
Yeah,
Don't
you're
do
right.
that.
You're right. Yeah, no, it's at least 5,000 people, I'd say.
Yeah, they officially told us that they hit the mark for over 5,000 tickets sold.
Wow.
They doubled the expo floor space, and that's just this year. So next year they should double it even more because they're going to be over at the Venetian. So you'll look for those like official messaging coming out later on. But we'll be at the Venetian next year for Manifest. But let's talk about this year. So what are some? We're both participating in a few different panels. I already did my panels. If you're listening to this is Tuesday of the conference, and I did my panels on Monday of the conference, which was great because the expo floor wasn't open yet.
I know. So, perfect planning on your end.
Well,
yeah,
I kind of want it done, but it was a good thing because the expo floor wasn't open yet, so it fed a lot of traffic back over to the panel itself. Talking about visibility has been I did 2 panels on visibility, actually one for Vision and then one for Manifest officially. So, and I know you're doing a panel on visibility as well on Wednesday.
Yeah, today actually, so yesterday you and I both did some Vision work, which was great. I saw
shout out to them.
Yeah, shout out to Vision and all the work they did yesterday. Multiple panels, really great stuff. And it was funny because mine came a little bit after yours, and it took kind of a step forward from visibility to supply chain resilience, right? So I think it was perfect because those topics just blend together so
that's
well.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So for the crowd, I guess, or for folks who are listening, visibility is obviously going, drink. I made a joke that drink every time you hear the word visibility during this conference because there's so many players, dozens and dozens of them that have entered into the market just trying to solve this one problem.
Yeah.
And I think that was a bigger, I had always heard, visibility almost sounded like a buzzword to me but it really, from having those different conversations, it really depends on where you're getting your data sources, the garbage in, garbage out sort of golden rule of data collection, and then what you do with that data, not to just be able to send an email and say, sorry, your shipment is late, but how can you get ahead of it and let your customers know ahead of time that there's an issue? And so I think that ties into your talk about, that resiliency and how that's evolving. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, and I do want to touch on the fact that I think it's pretty obvious to everyone that over the last couple of years, this area of visibility leading to resilience is kind of in question. There's a ton of investment that went into it a couple of years ago, and now people are really saying, okay, what's the action now? Cool, we all know where our stuff's located, but something could and will go wrong. So what do I do from there? And I think when it comes to the resilience part, that's the proactive planning, the proactiveness of having all these visibility tools, having all this data now. Well, how do we use that data to predict what our supply chains could eventually be affected by? How do we actually now take that information and do something with it? And I think there's a number of players out there that, especially a lot that we're seeing around here right now, that are focused on that aspect, right? Their customers no longer just care about where it is, but it's what if something goes wrong. We have a commitment to our consumers to make sure it happens. Our delivery happens at this rate, 2 days, 1 day, etc. If we don't make that, these customers won't return. So the resilience part, I think, is important because, especially right now, just listening to news this morning too, we got an election that could swing a different way. We have geopolitical issues in the Red Sea that are unavoidable.
The Panama Canal.
The Panama Canal. We talk about unavoidable. That's Mother Nature having her fun, and we've just sat back. Rachel Premack wrote a great article about this at FreightWaves. We've almost just gotten used to and
disruptionless.
Yeah, that level of disruption where it's there's nothing that we can do, and so I think that's the point of the visibility tools now is no, we need to almost take these tools and look at them in a more proactive space and be able to take that information and get it to our consumers in a positive manner. Right, it's if you were airplane, right? If your flight's it's going to be delayed, cool, awesome, that happens. But when am I getting on the next one? And that's I think where we are at this step of
taking that data and moving it forward.
Yeah, there was a gentleman on my panel. His name was Charlie Cunnion, and he is the VP of Supply Chain and Customer Service at CMPC Forest Products. And he was talking about how ever since COVID, they have had to retool everything, integrate new technology. But ever since then, they feel like, these black swan events that are becoming much more frequent than, a typical black swan event. They feel like
regular swans now.
Yeah, it feels like that. And he mentioned, he was like, it feels like, the cost of doing business now. It feels like table stakes, like that they can handle it. They can remain agile. So I thought that was a really fascinating takeaway just from those different couple of conversations. Because I think, visibility, almost like akin to digital freight brokerages, it's one of those hot topics where it's a lot of VC funds that are getting behind these companies. But what are the actionable next steps of what can happen after you can see your products and have it very simple user interface? And that's essentially what Charlie was saying, is that I only want one user interface. I want to be able to log in, and I want to be able to know before shit hits the fan, so I can inform
has he
my
found
team.
That yet?
I don't think he has, much to the chagrin of a lot of visibility players here. I know that there's definitely some people working on that. One of the unexpected parties working on that is actually the U.S. government. Right. And so it's a new program, newish, called Flow. And we had a gentleman by the name of Andrew also on the panel with Charlie that was talking about how this program works. And it's basically like a Walmart and a Target. They take their data sets and they import them into their Flow system. They anonymize the data, and the only incentive for them to do that is that they can get access to everybody else's data as well. So if you share your data, you get access to it. If you don't, you're kind of just flying blind, well, essentially with your own data.
This came up at dinner. I don't know if you heard the side conversation. This came up at dinner yesterday because we're talking about visibility data and visibility companies out there. And I was saying, the big problem I think with it is a lot of it comes down to the ports. It's not even so much like what's happening on the ocean or where my container is, etc. It's like, okay, once it gets to the port, where is it at once it's offloaded off of that ship? Where is it sitting? How quickly can I pick it up? When can I pick it up? What are my extra charges, etc.? And I think a big issue of us getting to a point where that is better addressed is the ports don't want to share that info. Like, I think people don't understand, like, that there's separate entities that work as their own businesses, and they understand what that data actually... Now, a lot of times they'll come and say, it's security reasons, and I hope there's not, like, a poor guy walking around right now. But, it's security, we're nervous about security, and people knowing what's on these... No, sure, okay, that is a concern, but a lot of it is because they know how powerful it is. So when I heard about this Flow program, I immediately was excited for it, because... that's the incentive they need, is like, we need to get these silos broken down so we can share this information and actually get something done once these containers get to that port. Because that's literally the problem when people are like, we need to figure out where these things are. It's not like we're bored and we want to know where in the middle of the Indian Ocean our container's sitting. It's like, no, we need to plan when that container gets picked up, and we need to know how quickly things are coming in and out of the ports, and people just don't want to share that info yet.
Oh, well, speaking of that sort of different, like, I guess, visibility and sharing that data, I was reminded of the TradeView demo, which is a new product from Vision. They just announced it at this year's at Manifest, and they showed all of the ships, the cargo ships in the Red Sea, and they're close to the shoreline. And so because they have to stay close to the shoreline to avoid getting attacked, they have to have less cargo on their ships because it's shallow water. And I was like, oh, that's just those little things that you don't even think about. But that, the visibility is helping to shine a light on that.
Well, and an interesting article I did read from a website called Shipping and Freight Resource is that insurance doesn't cover this stuff. If I'm about to do a perishable panel here in a little bit too, so this might come up, but if you have something on there that has a deadline, like, it's not going to get covered by insurance. Nope. These things are like written in there. It's very detailed. I don't have it memorized, but very rarely is anything within the Red Sea scenario going to be covered if something goes wrong or that freight is taken, or even down to, let's say, if you pay a ransom, like that ransom isn't going to get refunded. So this is a scary situation to consider that too, and especially if you're a perishable shipper as well.
Well, I think another aspect that was really fascinating about, just the whole, what visibility is trying to solve are a lot of the smaller players. And I think that is what's lost in the discussion when we have these visibility conversations, because if you have like a program like Flow, where they're collecting all of this data from these major retailers, some ports across the country, but then some other carriers as well, you're volunteering that data. But what's missing is the more than 90% of all trucking companies in the country that have 2 trucks or less.
Yeah.
And who's going to be responsible for uploading that data? And that's their number. If data is the number one resource, it's overtaken oil as far as the number one commodity in this world. What is the incentive for some of these smaller players to do that? They're already wearing a ton of hats, so they're not going to be uploading, a CSV file to, the U.S. government's website.
Yeah.
I'm sure there's a lot of distrust also with the U.S. government. Like, what are you going to do with my data? And so they're trying to, give credit to Andrew over, U.S. Department of Transportation, working on this Flow program, because he's trying to address those concerns, trying to make it as easy as possible where you just upload a CSV file. But that was one of my questions, is how are you accommodating some of these smaller players, especially with Charlie on that same panel was saying, we work with a majority of smaller carriers. So I need to be able to access those data points, and I can't. And he's talking about it from a shipper perspective. And so when you think about it from that lens, there's still a ton of work to do. I will say I met a gentleman right after that talk because he really liked that smaller player question, because he's actually trying to solve that. He says that, basically, I haven't seen the demo yet, but basically they pull the information from your emails, because that's what essentially we all rely on in this industry is the email. And so they're pulling those different data points, and that's where they can take those data points from the emails, add it to a CSV automatically, and then that hopefully is a prototype for getting some of the smaller player data into that full visibility system.
And even then that, though, that goes right into the carrier's fear, is that you're taking the data from me in a way that I have no idea.
Right.
And it's interesting. I have no answer to that off the top of my head, but what is the incentive to, especially a party right now who's struggling to keep their doors open?
Right. Why are they going to upload information to...
You want me... I'm barely being able to fuel up my truck and to find loads that are going to be profitable, and on top of this you want me to for free share information and learn how to even make a CSV file. It's like,
right. They're not going to take that time out of their day to do that. So there needs to be some of these automated solutions, maybe large language models that kind of plug into and sit on top of systems that you're already using. But still, I think there's got to be an additional incentive outside of just getting access to all this data, because I just don't know how relative that is for a smaller carrier to be able to see Walmart and Target's shipping data and be able to make decisions based on that. I mean, I do think that is something that, carriers and smaller brokers, they should start to think about, because that is going to affect everyone as far as like how you're sharing your data and making decisions based on that data and trying to make it better.
I mean, I've seen even like some small brokerages back and forth, like whether it's like gift cards or $25 more on a load, and I think that's small stuff that we can do, but there's got to be a way to make it work out for them. And I think that's right now we're at that point where we haven't fully done that. We haven't figured out a way for them to give out that information and then see their business run better. Maybe it's the market, but it is. See what happens when it flips around.
I think it's just one of those things that what's the incentive for them to add additional work onto their plate, and then how are they going to actually take action from that data that they're submitting and then receiving? So I think that there's definitely some questions that are going to be answered. I know it's just a new program, but hopefully it's a path in the right direction. It is only U.S. based as well. I think ITS is another company that has started leveraging their own in-house visibility. So they have that end-to-end customer shipment, and you can have access. Well, you can have access to that that visibility tool, like a Project 44 or like a Four Kites, where that's almost like a SaaS product. But ITS is taking a little bit of a different direction, where they're using their own data, making their own visibility tool, and you can pay for it on the side. But if you're a customer of theirs, you can actually get access to that information right inside their platform, no extra fee. So I think that is an interesting play for the future, or the future is today.
I wonder how that Well, I would assume, especially ITS, knowing their lead, that they're also getting third-party data, so they're making decisions off of all of it as well. That's interesting. I think that's, and then from there, it's just depending on how you're building that relationship with the carrier and making them feel valued in that conversation, right? And I think, again, a cyclical business, it will flip the other way, and that's probably when the data will make more sense to share, right? When they're making much better margins. So maybe that's what we need. We just need the market to flip, and then we'll see a whole different side. But yeah, I think most people right now, even it's like we talked about this actually with Reed before too, just how hard it is to build that relationship with a carrier with it being so fragmented.
So what else have you seen here at Manifest that you're, I mean, I know we're both talking on panels about visibility, but there's a ton of expo floor space. So like I said, we doubled in size, and I don't know that I've made it around that much.
Yeah.
But I did make it to one cool booth, but I was curious if...
Well, it's going to go down that route. Honestly, I'm going to take it to the conversation. I think warehousing technology is like the one thing I've noticed a lot more here today, and in all aspects of that, down to like how orders are being managed, how that's being communicated to the warehouse, how you're incentivizing the carrier or the warehouse workers. I know what you're about to touch on, which is making the job more efficient for them too. The robotics are still here as well. I haven't got to see all of the robotics yet, but even down to, I mean, honestly, yard management. GateGo actually right now has, I'll give you some clips of it so you can put it on your show if you want to show people. They have a really cool software that when a truck comes in, they read everything off of the truck, including the truck number, the license plate, MC number, all of that right off the camera. But what's interesting at their booth is that they got the Apple Vision Pro.
Oh.
So they're allowing people to use the system while using the Pro, and it's just funny watching, like, you're watching them like maneuver around like in the air with their like fingers and typing on the board and everything. But it's just like, it's really interesting to like watch, because shout out to the Vision Pro, but that thing, but you just look at where you want to click and it can read your eyes and know what you're doing.
And that Apple Vision Pro, not to be confused with the other Vision company.
Yes, that's the Vision company with the Z. But yeah, no, it's really cool. But even their technology, I think, is interesting. So it's cool to see like a really interesting yard management software solution be mixed with the hardware aspect, and kind of like envisioning what a warehouse manager's job would be. And realize, I mean, honestly, the first thing I thought about, because he looks so crazy, like moving his hands around and like doing all this stuff, is that, boy, that's going to be a whole different like group of workers that you're going to have in your warehouse. So that's really interesting to me, and I think there's a lot more of those type of companies here as well.
I do wonder, okay, because there's a company called Ocado here that just bought Six River Systems, so warehouse robotics. And I attended a webinar a couple years ago from Six River Systems, because I'm fascinated by warehouse robotics and how they're being used.
Yes.
But for their training program, there's a psychological aspect that they have to involve with onboarding. So anytime they deploy a new warehouse automation, robotics, something like that, a good portion of their onboarding training is talking to the employees to make sure that they see the robots as their friends, and that they're helpers and not as competition, not that they're going to take their job. So that's a key component of how they're training their warehouse workers. So with what you talked about,
like I do the same thing with ChatGPT. I like, please, thank you, like, because I my biggest fear is it'll rise up against me at some point. So they're just training the reps the same way inside the warehouse. Perfection.
Well, speaking of AI and speaking of warehouse automation and trying to optimize that experience, there is a company here. They have a product called Moonwalkers. And it's essentially these like strap-on electric Heelys / roller skates.
Heelys, that's what I was trying to remember. Yes, Heelys, yes, 100%.
But they have been walking around the conference with these shoes on. It's such great marketing, so shout out to them. But I was able to stop by their booth and demo the product and put the Moonwalkers on and take a little stroll. And it feels, you have to almost untrain yourself from the roller skating days. Or skiing days. So you have to like look up. You can't look down while you're wearing them. But if you look straight ahead, and if you do heel toe, you just say that over and over again, then you cut your steps down
Marching
in
bands
half.
coming back to life for me.
So, well,
So we used to do heel toe.
Well, the gentleman that was at the booth that demoed it for me or helped me demo the product, he was talking about how, you know, some of their customers that they've already onboarded, Orange County Convention Center, a couple different warehouses, one of them being in Jacksonville, but that a typical warehouse worker will have around 30,000 steps a day. But these shoes, wearing these moonwalkers, helps that reduce it in half. Which you have to imagine, like these warehouse workers, 30,000 steps a day is like 15 miles.
Yeah.
And so if you can reduce that in half, like the amount of output I think that you get from your team essentially doubles. So the ROI is already there for some of these different, you know, warehouse robotic solutions, seeing robots as your friends.
Even in like a way you could even lengthen like how big a warehouse is, knowing that those steps are cutting half, right? Like whatever distance you're going before, you could up that even 30%, and it wouldn't seem like too much. So it's like you can utilize more space. We talked about, I mean, they look fun.
Yeah.
So
and they are fun. It's a little, you know, awkward stopping and turning. You have to retrain your brain from that aspect, but they're very easy to turn on. They're very easy to turn off. So you can walk in them, and then you can turn it on and do the, you know, the moon walking, where it cuts your steps in half.
That stuff. That's what I mean. I told someone I was there, like, I'm taking video, and I'm like, where are the robots? Because that stuff is just so cool. And I mean, like you said, we've been watching them walk around all day. It's being tested. It's being used. You were telling us about a company that's loved them and got more of them, and I'm sure they wouldn't have done that if their employees didn't agree with it as well. And it made me laugh, because this industry is always like, especially in all these panels, you know, we have to think about the human too. And I'm like, this is a perfect example of being like, how can we improve the human experience within a supply chain that is perfect for them? You know, like clearly it's great for the company. You're going to get more output. And as long as you're working them safe, you're probably going to see less hurt knees and all that stuff too. So I think that's cool. I think, again, it's like, there's such a need for warehouse workers. There's going to be even bigger need as we see e-commerce grow and grow as the economy does turn around. And you have to think about, okay, if I can't employ that many people, that was the biggest thing that we had that hurdle, of course, during COVID. Like, who are the people working in there? Speaking of robots.
We actually have, for those who are listening, we have a robot
right now. There's a robot literally headed right to us.
The Autobot.
As if he knows exactly what we're talking about him. Yeah, I see you. Yeah, we see that. We were just talking about you. Cute. Love that.
So the Harbor by Luxor One is a marketplace locker. And it looks pretty cool. They just stop by in front of the booth.
This delivers to you, and then the locker opens. It's like we won't say it's like an Amazon. But better, right? Better, yeah, better than, yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, wow. We're big fans of robots over here.
We are big fans of robots.
Just in case they do take over the world.
We figured it hurt us and came over here.
But we are big fans if the robots ever take over.
That's awesome. That's so cool. How long can that run for? Is it solar powered or?
No, it's battery powered. It runs for like 6 hours.
You said it's battery powered 6 hours?
The battery in like 10 seconds.
Well, and it's probably doing city runs, right? So not even 6 hours needed.
More like an urban setting too, where you can, where delivery vehicles, a large scale of them, is just not very ideal.
This is like it's like a big box on 4 wheels that if you've seen a locker box before, it has a locker box full of them. So I assume you go up to it, you got the QR code, it opens it up. Have you seen the videos where people pretend to put their face next to it and see if it opens up and Nice. It comes to you. Yes, I love that.
So yeah, this is one of those situations where you can be recording live and then you have news breaking right in front of you, and it stuns you and your co-host, where the show just stops in its tracks.
I'm trying to make sure remember, this is not a visual content, but I'm just staring at this thing because it's gorgeous.
Well, don't worry. I took a little video, so in case you're watching this on YouTube at a later date, you can kind of see, exactly what we're looking at as we're recording this. But what else have you seen at the conference that sort of caught your eye?
That thing right there. It's just keep it moving, you beautiful robot. I think another area too, just even looking around, to be honest with you, is a lot of finance tools, a lot of financials. I mean, we're right across from right here, Transcom. Hey, oh my God, what a perfect timing! Yeah, no, a lot of. I mean, we're in the market right now where it's the perfect timing for that kind of stuff. What's on everyone's mind? Cash flow. That's all the way. I haven't heard this amount of information on shippers watching how their payment terms are and getting their own credit lines for their logistics and supply chain payments, etc., than ever before. And it kind of makes me nervous sometimes, but there's, of course, companies that are out there trying to make that visible, right, where everything is at, and finding creative ways for people to find lines of credit or at least manage their expenses in a more visible way so that they can stay on top of things. One thing that we talked about at FreightWaves a lot, and I still stand by, we're seeing kind of seeing it get a little bit worse, but I think that's people volunteering a little bit more to leave, is how well carriers have stuck in this market. We really, 2023, I apologize to all carriers who I just thought would fall out of this market faster than ever before. And they didn't. They held on just as tight as we're seeing consumers hold on to their own finances as well. And I think that's truly because they started to look at some of their back office automation. They started to look at exactly how they were managing their expenses, how their fleets were managing their expenses. They're watching their fuel costs. They're watching how much they're putting into, of course, different aspects of the business, whether it's, fixing things. Hi. What's up, guys? Whether it's of course, fixing their trucks. We talked about Strickland, Heartland, right? We saw that they, same for them. They knew when the market is bad, and they sold equipment when they really probably should have. Maybe a little bit late, but they sold it for some good money. But I think that's another one too. Is I want to kind of walk around and see some of the newer players in the space looking to help a little bit more of the financial side.
Yeah,
at least automation, right?
Well, I think for trade shows like this and events like this, they really focus on more of the enterprise level. But from what's missing are the small to medium businesses that power the entire supply chain. And so as you're talking about the carriers that have stayed strong and stayed resilient during a lot of different, really tough market conditions, brokers are also facing this as well. I actually saw this tweet earlier, Ben Turschke. I think this is the second show in a row that I've mispronounced your name. As far as Freight Friends is concerned. But he had a great post on X this morning, and he took a screenshot of another 3PL broker. His name is Jason Rabin. But basically, he's talking about how the surety bonds. He said, my bond last year was a little under $2,500. This year, my current bond company is not renewing our policy as they are one of the exiting companies. And in the open marketplace, the lowest bond quote that I've received so far is over 10 grand. One quote was $8,000, but required $20K in collateral. And he says, FYI, I have never had a successful claim filed. In my opinion, I am not a high-risk client. But he says, we're all feeling it. Every single nook and cranny involved in the supply chain is feeling it with these additional fees, these additional costs, especially on the smaller to mid-sized player. I mean, that is a huge jump in expenses from $2,500 to $10,000.
Yeah, you want a hot take? Should we do some hot takes?
Let's do it.
Especially because the audience around us, right? It's not too many carriers. So I'm gonna speak a little bit more to the shippers. But big thing about this, right? About it's a ton of shippers out there, and I have the exact same advice to carriers as well. But shippers out there, you better be doing the due diligence on the people that you're working with. We saw what happened with Convoy. I mean, Convoy right now has a nice lawsuit from a very large shipper, IKEA, and a number of carriers behind it because of non-payment. Just like looking around.
You gotta watch your back here whenever you start talking about these kind of things.
But it's true. I mean, you know what? I would challenge them to come up to me and say that wasn't accurate. I mean, I'd say shippers need to be doing the same thing, because you're going to be stuck in this space where if that broker that you're using, that logistics provider that you're using, falls out or has some financial issues, which we are seeing everywhere. I'm not going to say names because I really can't, but there are some big players out there that are just getting by. And if they fall through, you are responsible for those bills. It's the law. It's the federal law.
And it will take months if you're some of these smaller players to get any access to that money, if at all.
Yeah.
And so if you are a cash-strapped business, if you're not looking at your cash flow and managing it appropriately for these unexpected expenses, then it could, one bad decision or one bad thing that happens that's out of your control could put you out of business.
Yeah. And think of a shipper. I mean, you've got a situation where you potentially could be liable for double payments on a lot of your the shipments that you've done, depending on. And here's the thing: there's a lot of small, medium-sized shippers. Do you have the legal force of IKEA? IKEA, I think, could win and might win. I think there's ways a lawyer could fight against it that you owe again. Brokers eat and do that stuff all day long. You just don't realize it because they love your business. But if they fall off the market, they're not only crushing your carrier network. I mean literally pushing them out of the market, but they're now holding you liable. And who's moving your stuff? You know, like, I kind of wonder during those days when we saw that collapse, like, how many customers were like, hey, what's going on? I depended on you, and this isn't happening. We talk about resilience, right? It's full circle.
Visibility.
Visibility, like, you want visibility, start running credit on everyone that you're using to move your stuff. And carriers, yes, you should be doing that every day, but shippers, I think shippers got comfortable knowing the financial stability of those players during when the market was great. There's some brokers out there that are not financially well, not at all, and I know they've got huge accounts, and
they don't have the margins of the 90s and the 2000s anymore.
No, not at all. And like problem with a broker, depending on your size, going out of business compared to just one carrier, is like, it's that ripple effect. It's the shippers that are now getting bounce back emails. It's the carriers who needed that payment today, or else they wouldn't be able to fuel their trucks. So that's, I think, a hot take. Again, going back to like these financial tools, like, shippers look into those as well, and make sure that you're doing a great job at choosing who your partners are going to be.
We had another rock star that just walked by, Nicole Glynn, owner and founder of Candor Expedite, LTL Queen over here.
Yeah,
but that's just some of the people that you run into here at Manifest Future of Supply Chain and Logistics. Grace, I know you said on X the other day that you got a bunch of hot takes to share. Was that your hot take, or you got more for us?
No, actually,
that wasn't it.
That my first hot take was actually probably cooler. No, here's my hot take, and this goes out to the Gen X's. Are you Gen X?
No, I'm millennial.
Good. I just was checking. I wasn't sure.
Wow.
You have good skincare, you know? You never know.
I did just hit 40, so.
The Gen X's. Stop taking selfies of yourself on your way to on my way in the plane. On a plane? You're taking a selfie on a plane to tell us you're coming here? No. That was my hot take. And I hope to... no one wants to see your face. No one wants.
Well, I would argue that on LinkedIn, that's the only place that they're going to get that kind of love. They're going to get that kind of traction.
That's what I was on LinkedIn when I had this.
How did I know?
And it's for me, it's like, I don't know what it is. It's like, look, here's me. I'm on a plane. I'm going, how about the people around you are now in that selfie? You know, it's like,
aren't you embarrassed?
Okay, right. So am I right?
I would just feel. I would be so. When I land, I typically, so I'm an oily face girl.
Yes.
And whenever, I don't know what the pressure does to my face, but I always, even if it's a 2-hour flight, my face is filled with oil.
Yeah. So all these people taking pictures, I'm like, if you don't get this camera off this plane, no one cares.
So it's the etiquette of the selfies on the plane. Also the
Gen X,
taking
selfies are so last year. Stop taking selfies.
Especially, and don't add a ton of Facetune to it. We all know. We can tell you're not fooling anyone. Just embrace it. It's fine. Or, invest in a really good skincare routine.
Yeah, exactly.
We're all struggling with it. We all deal with it. Or you don't have to deal with it. Just be comfortable either way. It's just,
So
you're not
funny.
fooling anyone with the,
it's like
face
grown
tuned to the
men,
max.
and I'm like, when did these guys learn how to flip their phones the other way?
Oh
I
my
just
God.
that's what I get confused by. No, that was my hot take, and I
love that it wasn't even geared towards women. It was geared towards men.
Yeah, no, it was geared 100%. You know what? Hey, here's another hot take though. I'll flip that around and make it positive. This is the most women I've seen at this event.
Absolutely.
Since the beginning of this starting. This might be the most women, besides women in trucking, but that's unfair because it's like 90% women, that I've seen at any event. And that's exciting to me. Pretty much every panel I've seen has at least one woman on it, if not at least the moderators.
But it's also a very conscious effort from Manifest Part that from the onset, they launched in 2021 was their first conference. But since then, they have had a really strong emphasis that they work really hard to try to diversify every single panel that they have. So not just, women and men, but also people of color, which is great to see. I mean, supply chain is obviously global, so you got to be able to represent that from the stage standpoint as well.
Yeah, and also shout out everyone, go follow me on LinkedIn. I'm sharing a daily Black History Month post highlighting the wonderful Black Americans who have helped and contributed to this industry. The traffic light, Garrett Morgan. I didn't know that.
Oh, interesting. No, I didn't.
Well, because he was like, the lights were just green and red, and he was like, maybe we should have a yellow in there, and it was very, very smart. He also created the gas mask. Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
Yes. Yeah. I'm sorry. These people have had huge influences in our industry, and again, is that representation here? I think we're slowly getting there, and you're right. We had Courtney on Great Quarter Gals, and she said she individually for the women's luncheon sends out individually direct emails to every man that's attending this conference, and we went to it. We've been to the luncheon before. Men are welcome clearly, and it's questions. I think is like the best part. There's usually a Q&A at the end of it, and any clearly men out there maybe listening now, like go to it and ask the questions, ask the tough questions. The panel and the audience will listen. Yeah, and that's probably number one is like listening with an open mind and empathy, right? That's why I think leadership in this industry, in any industry, right, is working on leading with empathy, understanding that personally I think diversity brings more to a company than people realize. Those experiences are going to showcase to you like different outcomes, but with that comes also understanding the steps people have taken in life that you could just never understand. So I love it. I'm excited for it tomorrow. We have great speakers. Chief, someone from Chief is speaking, I think, at that, and it should be really good.
Heck yeah. I mean, obviously, with this industry, it's the diversity of look, but also the diversity of thought and the diversity of different, from enterprise down to small businesses, and getting all players, breaking down those different silos and bringing all of those perspectives together. Because if we don't start breaking down some of these silos, we're not going to achieve a lot of the things that we've talked about during this episode, is the visibility, the resilience, and these aren't just buzzwords, but these are things that you can actually, sort of use all of the different tools at your disposal to try to get, to a better future.
Yeah, and once again, like what I really enjoy about this conference is just like there's just so many shippers here and of all sizes, and there's so much dependent on that audience to like be a part of this transition into the future and using these tools and everything that you learn here at this space today and moving forward. I think you and I both, we go to a lot of conferences, but a lot of them are with our own transportation bubble, right? It's like people that we know, it's the tech people behind it, but like at the end of the day, who are the shippers and the consumers that actually are seeing the end of these products? And like I get really excited seeing how many people are here, again, how many shippers are here, how many different technologies are here, and I hope that these individuals leave with like a really incredible idea of how they could push their company forward and
power of information.
Yeah, 100%.
And that's another thing too with this, I know we're coming to the end of this conversation, but we're recording here live with Zell Zell Logistics, they were kind enough to, and I think this is actually pretty brilliant. So they have a booth space for those who are listening, and they cut off half of the booth space to put a table, some microphones, a camera. They also have our show branding up in the corner on a TV. But that's really creative marketing because that gets people to your booth. It exposes your brand to all of those different creator audiences, and they're not the only ones doing it. There are other companies here at this conference that have done the same thing, where they split off their booth instead of giving away, your millionth hat or Yeti cup or whatever else. They invite other creators to come and enjoy their space as well, and be able, for creators, we're likely not going to have a booth space except for if you're Kevin over at the New Warehouse Podcast, or if you're Ramel with Truck and Hustle. Those guys are a little bit further along in their podcast.
Ramel had a whole room, I think, too.
I think he had a whole room last year, but I think he has a booth this year. Nice. So it's it's one of those things that, like, you see the way those guys move, and it's like that's the level that we're getting to as far as creating content, is the demand for that kind of information and information sharing. And you have a bunch of those folks. Supply Chain Brain, I think, is also here too, doing a bunch of recordings. So it's a fantastic place to be able to not only share information, but possibly record that information and turn it into a podcast like this.
It's talk about marketing, right? It's like that's we're just explain to someone that we're maybe look at us as like influencers, which is weird, but it is true. I mean, like, especially the work that you're doing is like outstanding. I think you're doing a lot for the companies clearly that you're working with and are sponsoring you. And I think
shout out SPI Logistics and Thai Software.
Yes, yeah, 100% that. Shout out freightwaves.com. Go to our YouTube page, like and subscribe. Make sure you sign up for the Stockout newsletter by heading to freightwaves.com/thestockout. I forgot why I was here. I work for a company too. But yeah, it's like we really want to do our best to represent the companies that are really doing incredible stuff for this industry, but also like shout out the bullshit too. That's the fun part of my job, and people hate me and love me for it, but I'll find out. But I'll leave you with that.
Yeah, we have just for folks who may not be aware, we have a thread, or pretty much not a thread, but a group chat that we share different freight goss and freight tea that goes on within the space. So obviously we can't talk about a lot of that on air, but get a few drinks into Grace and maybe she'll spill the beans a little bit.
Yeah, and listen to Freight Friends, because sometimes I do spill it.
And people get mad and they email us and they let us know. But guess what? We're still gonna. That's the point of having a podcast, is being able to spout your opinion, get educated, and continue to learn and share our experiences and our expertise and get a little bit better each day. But I think that's a good spot for us to end it. We both have to go and
paneling.
We're podding and paneling for the rest of the day. This is a big day for us, and then we got Neo concert tomorrow night. I know you guys are going to be listening to this a month later, but you're really missing out. And I hope this still gives you FOMO if you're listening to this a month after the conference has ended. That's a good excuse to go ahead and book your tickets for next year's Manifest. Also F3. I know Grace is about to plug it anyways, but F3, all of the conferences. I got to go shout out TMSA as well. The 100-year anniversary in New Orleans that's happening in June. That's going to be a great experience as well. And any last words? Any last shout outs?
Head to live.freightwaves.com. We've got some virtual events coming up, but our first in-person event is in Atlanta, actually, in June. And I can't say who the big speaker is, so I found out from them directly yesterday, but it's a good one.
Another freight team.
Yeah, you're going to want to go. So go to that in June, and then we'll, of course, have our F3 event in Chattanooga, Tennessee. That's going to be a fun one as well, and that is going to be a little bit later in November, like I want to say the second week of November, the week before Thanksgiving. So you can hang out with your freight family and then go home and cook for your real family.
Exactly. Very, very well said. And that about does it for this episode of Freight Friends on Everything is Logistics. It's been an incredible experience. Shout out to Zell Logistics for having us. We just recently had Chris, one of their VPs, on a show, and he kind of got some people mad on the YouTubes. Check out the comment section on that. Go search for Everything is Logistics. That's one of our top videos already. He spent some time, 15 years, I believe, at TQL, so he shares a lot of those insights. And a lot of drivers weren't happy in the comment section, but that's how we get more voices heard. That's how we get better as an industry. But that's just shout out to them for inviting us to come on and record But until then, stay tuned for more insight from the Manifest Conference. This will be just one of the first of many conversations that we're recording here. We're going to be sharing with you over the course of the next few weeks. Until then, we'll see you real soon. And I guess go Jags. Yeah. Signing off.
Signing off.